right away.
Astronomy. What grade? Dude, it's not hard to answer a simple question.
It's grade 8.
Jesus, you fluffers. Either you first just like to pretend that you're idiots, or you're really idiots. Jesus Christ.
So do you have the glow proof? I'm desperate, man. I need it
I'm
right
mad
away.
you're getting Dr.
I
Pepper.
can't fail
They're
this class.
crazy.
I really need this.
Crash out from Dr. Pepper over here. God damn, Dr. Pepper, you gotta learn to hold your own. You know.
Let me guess,
Yeah, I
Dr.
need this
Pepper's a
grade.
first-year physics
Parents are
student.
going to be really mad. Searching everywhere for glow proof, and I think Dr. Pepper's my last and only hope.
Now, what's the glow proof, Dr. Pepper? Guess there isn't any.
Another day.
That's it. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. That's it. It's over for me.
Too bad. You'll fail your astronomy class. Boo, big whoop.
I have glow proof.
It's astronomy.
Yeah, I got glow proof.
Astronomy.
You trying to get your homework done? I got glow proof.
No, I need it from Dr. Pepper.
We got
wait,
the whole
Dude, you
blood
couldn't
gangster
have
gang
possibly
in
made
here,
it more
do we, or
obvious
what?
that you're baiting.
What's going
That yeah.
I thought you said it was pastrami.
Yeah, pastrami class.
Hey,
Is that different from astrology?
what's
No.
what's the ultimate knob jockey doing in here?
You talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Who else would I
shoe
be
fits.
talking about?
Oh, thank
Shoe
you.
fits. They share the shoes. They pass them around. They are all Cinderella.
It's like googly. What's your
Yeah, Google
your
quick.
name?
I need this done.
Like googie goo. What?
Well, I'm working admin now. I don't debate flat earth. I work in admin.
Ah, you saw the devil on the road, did you? You're not talking to me. Did I insult you or something?
I'm employed by Crit right now. I can't engage.
Did I just hear you asking someone for globe proof?
Yeah, I was curious what Dr. Pepper has. I've never met the guy.
Yeah, we've heard from everybody else, and he's our last hope. I'm still holding out that he's got something for us.
Hmm. At least you're still positive.
Well, since we clearly don't have any glow proof, do we have any flat Earth proof? How have we definitively ruled out that we live on a globe?
That's what it's come to. Now you're like, man, it still could be. Can we absolutely rule it out? Like, it could be.
Yeah, can we?
Man, that's desperate.
I just want to know.
Can flat surface be proof?
Have you ruled out the globe, heretic?
Yeah, water did that.
How did water do that?
Well, it's not curving when it's at rest, is it?
I don't know. Is it?
You don't know? Well, okay, go check
This is
some
your
more.
proof.
Go and find out.
I don't know. Do I own the rights to it? Maybe I should. physics textbook told me that it's horizontal. Why would they lie?
That was a great question. Why would they lie?
So did the engineering textbooks as well.
It doesn't look like they're lying when I check water out. Seems to check out. Could they be lying?
Wouldn't engineering say that, like, it's not flat? Wouldn't that be pretty common?
I don't know. Smoke Demon saying it could be like that.
I didn't say anything. I said, how do you know? How do you know that water is flat?
Because I looked at it. What did you do? Ignore it and then go, it's just whatever I want it to be.
No, I'm asking you.
Hey, I read your engineering.
Critique.
Discussion is so fucking brain dead. Christ.
How do we know that water's flat?
They will bring some brain
I read
cells.
your engineering textbook too. It just stated that the Earth is curved. It didn't actually provide any evidence that the Earth is curved. It just said level is curved because the Earth is curved. That's all it said.
So it seems we have a citation that says the Earth is not curved. So what was that about engineering textbooks?
Well, when they talk about level and perpendicular. Just because it's got a state in there that says because the Earth is curved. Like, you can say anything you want. But when do they use it?
We're trying to figure out why we know the Earth is flat.
I know. When do they use it in practice, though? In practice, when do they use this curving surface for engineering?
I don't know.
Don't know.
I thought we established we don't have any globe Earth proof. So where's the flat Earth proof?
Well, that would be it. Not used
What would be it?
on a curved surface.
Does that mean it's flat?
If it's not curved, then what is it?
But how do we know? How have we verified it?
Well, if you're not using it as a curved surface, then what are you using it as?
How do you know that?
Well, otherwise they would show us that they're using it on a curved surface, wouldn't they?
But how do you know? You're just putting your trust in an engineering textbook, in some engineers.
Can I ask a simple question?
No. I use this stuff every day. Every day.
Can I ask a simple question?
What have you done? How have you verified it?
Oh. Do we need to go through it again?
Go through it, please. Tell me. How have you verified it?
Well, that we use it as a flat surface.
To use it flat. Does that mean it is flat? Is that a cause or an effect?
Yeah, well, it means it's not. It means it's not curving. Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
Have you proven that?
By using it as a flat surface.
So because you use it as flat, that means it is flat.
Well, we don't use it as curved, do we?
I once used a spoon to hammer in a nail. Does that make a spoon a hammer?
Let me see that. I want to see that. You're using a spoon.
Next time I do it, I'll record it.
Right.
What makes the sun move?
I don't know, do you?
We don't know.
I'm asking you, what makes the sun move?
Well, you got your answer. Why did you reset?
Is that a productive question, Dr. Pepper? Where do you think this is going to go?
He's just going to ask it over and over.
It's a simple question that even a toddler could answer.
He said, I don't know. He said, I don't know. Do you? I don't know. Do you? Was the answer.
Yeah, I don't know. Then
Gravity.
new question. Do you? Gravity?
Yep.
Okay. Can you verify that?
Heretic, can I please play with Dr. Pepper?
Well, I'm asking him if he can validate his claim of gravity making the sun move.
No.
So
We're no longer...
conceded.
Well,
you've conceded right
gravity
away.
is at least a better explanation than I don't know.
All right.
What makes the moon move?
One sec. We're no longer... One sec. Sorry, Heretic. Can I just interrupt for a minute? For these other idiots' fucking benefit, we're no longer entertaining religious zealot globetards posing as flat earthers, whether it's comically or they're actually trying to deceive people. So we're no longer entertaining that. So if that's your intention here, please leave.
That wasn't my intention.
Who
but
are
nice,
you addressing?
Nice way to
I'm sorry.
jump. Yeah,
Could
I
you be
think
more
he's
clear
just.
on who you're addressing specifically?
No, we're not allowing Globers to cook Globers. Sorry.
Oh, why? Because you can't do it yourself properly. Go on, T-Dub.
Well, what I like is that, first of all, he did already concede from the hop that it's the sun moving. Then he went a step further and claimed to know the mechanism of it. How did you manipulate the mechanism?
What makes the moon move? What makes it move?
Okay, so just scattergun off to some other stupid bullshit.
Heretic, what did you vary manipulate in your experiment to prove that water's flat?
Oh, now you're gonna do a burden reversal, try to get him off the hook, trying to save him.
This isn't a burden reversal.
You're gonna try to
Fine,
save
look,
him.
Dr. Pepper's an idiot. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. So let him talk. Let him hang himself. Just let him cook.
Honestly, you hang yourself. Come on.
I
You keep saying the water's flat, but I've yet to see any.
Well, if I hang myself, you wouldn't have to have piped up. You wouldn't have to throw yourself into the gears if I'm hanging myself.
you-
so obviously,
you seem-
okay.
you seem
dude,
like you're trying to
you know
avoid
who
this
has
whole
you know
water
who
is
has
flat
the mute buttons in this room, right? It's not going to work.
Wow,
You're not
you're
gonna be
so
able to
hot,
own
Heretic.
So
Yes,
much
you're the mute button, Daddy. Oh, yes, you're the
Oh
mute button.
no, Janny does it for free. Jesus.
Yeah, but why does he think that he can elbow his way through and take over a conversation when I can simply turn his mic off? That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. So back to Dr. Pepper. He said he knows what makes the sun move.
No, why should I engage in you when you basically threaten people to use the mute button when they do or say stuff?
He was
you don't agree with?
interrupting your conversation. You're welcome, bro.
And I think it's fine for him to interrupt my conversation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't think that I have a problem with it. So the fact that you have a mute button shows that you are pretty much debating in bad faith. And why should I continue?
Right. Okay. So the guy who interrupts the conversation throws himself into the gears because you're doing so poorly. Right. Shutting him down so that we can just have a one-on-one conversation.
Well, you don't tell me you already muted him.
That's me in bad faith, right? So now the whole thing's just going to be about muting him, the guy who was interrupting. And it's bad faith.
You muted him. What a bitch.
So you're not going to tell us how you know the sun?
No, I mean, there's no point in having a debate with you because you
don't have any evidence. Because you have no argument.
No, because you're muting.
You have no arguments.
There's no point.
I'm muting interrupters. That's what you do with them. They interrupt, you mute them so that they don't interrupt
he didn't
anymore.
Interrupt. He didn't.
You can't follow that?
No, he didn't mute.
He literally interrupted.
No, he didn't.
And you're begging for him to because you don't know the answers to any of these questions you're being asked.
Nice try, dude. I'm not gonna debate with you because if you
of course not. You would have to have an argument. You can't debate because you don't have
people. Then there's no point. I'm sorry.
You can't debate. You have no arguments. Yeah, it'd be a lot easier with an argument.
Yeah, all good.
I think Fligagugu has something to tell the classroom. That's what he's telling me right now.
No, I don't.
Oh.
This is case for Amnesty International. Human rights was, what do you think about that? Let's do appeal. Because it was not right, muting and stuff, it was so...
I don't talk to Eastern Europeans about human rights, sorry.
Oh, great. You show now... You show now your real face, How much this accent hurting you when you hear it? When somebody is speaking third language, which part of body it's hurting you? When you hear Eastern European speaking English, which part of body?
Mainly my brain. Mainly my brain.
Yeah. We can speak Italian if you don't like English. I know better Italian. Or you prefer Croatian, It's the same. Sea level is the same on three languages,
Definitely not Croatian. Can you please not?
He's only fluent in one language, and that language is bullshit. That's what he's fluent in.
Well, attack the person and accent, Is that the point?
I mean, considering we weren't even debating, I don't know why you'd bring up that I was attacking the person, not the argument. It's kind of bizarre.
Do you know what is sea level? Maybe
you won't debate someone with a Slavic accent, and you're asking him to debate not on the person. Dude, are you high, or are you pretending to be stupid? Seriously,
who are you talking to here?
Is that your globe proof? Is that your globe proof?
Oh, we got Radwin here who thinks he can build a nuke in his garage. Remember that one?
Oh, they're fake.
Really? So how do nuclear reactors work then? How does that happen?
You didn't say that. You meant nuclear weapon. You didn't say nuclear reactor.
So you agree that we have the technology, you just think they haven't weaponized it?
well, he just doesn't understand that a nuclear reactor is nuclear fission just like a nuclear weapon. One is just a controlled process. The other is a very rapid controlled process.
Congratulations, you know physics on a 10th grade level.
The Radwin, I'm not gonna lie, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You think that you think that the physics exists and it's real, but you just don't think they put it into a weapon. You're very naive.
This guy believes that there's no such thing as nuclear reactors?
Shut up.
Well, he thinks nuclear reactors are real, but not nuclear weapons, because he doesn't understand that they both rely on the same fundamental process.
Nuclear weapons are real?
Don't take the dreams of mutual and complete destruction away from these sickos. It'll hurt them worse than dinosaurs.
Nuclear weapons? Do you think nations just randomly stop going to war as often?
Does this guy deny the existence of what happened to Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
But hold on, in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they were walking around later that afternoon picking up sticks.
Yeah, it was a firebomb, you dummy.
So Radwin, you do agree that the technology exists, the physics is legit. It's just not been
no. I said no. Why do you keep saying you agree?
So you disagree with that nuclear reactors are working under the physics that we've been told?
Still waiting to hear from Dr. Pepper on how he tested the mechanisms of the sun's movement. But good on you for recognizing it's the sun that moves. Good on you, Dr. Pepper. Nice work.
Better than the explanation of saying that it's magic that makes it move.
Yeah, okay, that's really cool. Who did you hallucinate saying that?
The Bible, I think it's called.
Oh, can you cite the Bible passage that says magic makes the sun move? Well, and also, can you tell me why anybody here cares? Did anybody here cite the Bible and go, Bible told me what the sun does?
Oh, you asked for my opinion, then I'm like, oh, who cares? Oh my God.
I think you're delusional, Dr. Pepper.
So you're asking for my opinion, and when I say it, you say that no one cares.
I don't think anybody here used the Bible to make an argument.
Cool story, bro.
And I don't think the Bible said what you said it said.
It's really cool.
I think you're just 100% delusional.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, all the way down.
He hates the Bible as much as he loves nuclear weaponry.
Yeah, and then you're going to tell us what the entire world is and what all of reality is, even though you couldn't even figure out what happened in this simple Discord conversation. You're fucked up, dude. Do you want me to take Smoke Demon off mute so he can speak for you again?
Or why not? At least it's more entertaining than you.
I actually think that I support that.
I support that.
I support that.
Right. He supports outsourcing his thoughts and his words to an idiot on Discord that he doesn't know.
At least it's far more entertaining than you are.
Well, I mean, that's subjective.
Girls seem upset.
He's mad.
The guy must be living in your mind rent-free if you're thinking about him still. Like, you muted him half an hour ago, dude.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't have a goldfish memory span, so I still remember that thing that happened literally 2 minutes ago.
A penthouse-sized house in your mind,
I still recall, from 2 minutes ago, you needing Smoke Demon to be your spokesperson.
This much mind on people. Like,
I remember
Jesus,
that,
dude.
I mean, did you forget already? I don't know. Maybe that's the problem. You've got dementia or something and just can't figure out what's going on ever.
But do they
2 minutes passes and you forget everything that happened?
Do they think as a collective, like that's why they all need to be unmuted so they can have one thought together?
Yeah, otherwise it doesn't work. If one of them gets muted, that breaks down the collective. Well, at least he knows the sun moves. I guess he gets a point there.
Of course it does. You can see it.
Yeah, Dr. Pepper knew it.
What's his deal then? He's on the fence then? He knows the sun moves, but he still thinks...
Wait, so are we certain that the sun moves, or there were moves? Like, what can we make
Dr.
a
Pepper
claim?
said the sun moves. He was even going to tell us how.
Heretic. Would you make the claim that the sun moves? Would you make that claim?
I would make the claim that either the sun moves or we move.
Okay.
Moving, so the sun must be moving.
How do you know we're not moving? What's your claim?
How do you know the sun is moving if you can't explain what makes it move?
We don't
I asked you what makes the sun move. You're like, I don't know.
Have you ever moved and not felt it, Radwin? Is that the standard evidence you require?
Not a circular motion. No, not in a circular motion.
Really? So if I spun you at like one rotation per day, you wouldn't notice it, or you would notice it?
One rotation per day.
Yeah, would you notice that?
In the North Pole?
What? No, just one
rotation per day.
One rotation per day. Yeah, there you go.
So you can't notice the Earth moving, I think is his point. That's good.
Yeah, Radwin's a bit retarded to understand it, so you have to spell it out for him. Thank you,
I
Heretic.
can't tell that this thing is happening. That's really good evidence for it happening. I love it.
Yeah, that's the evidence.
No, I wasn't even making the claim. He made the claim that it's not moving, so I'm asking him what his evidence is.
Moving.
Okay, so that's your claim? I can't feel it moving, therefore it's so...
Debunk it!
I did, and I said, so has it ever been a time where you moved and you didn't notice it? Do you think you could have that experience happen to you?
Nope.
Nope, so you can feel an infinitesimally small movement? You think so? You're that perceptive?
Wow. Is that what's happening now?
Yeah, it's one rotation per day. Would you feel that? You think so?
That's not a refutation. That's not a refutation to Earth is not moving.
I'm not the one making the claim, retard.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not a refutation. Earth is not moving. Earth is not moving.
His refutation is, I can't feel it, therefore it doesn't happen. Is that really the standard of evidence?
I don't even have to support it. I can just say.
Why are you jumping in for Radwin, T-Dub?
I don't care, bro.
You need to save your friend?
Earth is not moving.
Okay, why? What's your...
How do you know? What's your proof?
I do not have to
What's your
support
proof?
that.
Oh, okay, so now...
I have to support
it. Wait, you just made a claim.
What
Don't
is
make a
your proof?
positive claim. You made a positive
Is that a positive claim or a negative? Am I trying to prove a negative or a positive?
What's your evidence?
Earth is not moving.
What is your proof? State your claim.
Prove me
Show me the
wrong.
proof.
Prove me
Show
wrong.
me the proof.
What? I don't need to. It's a negative claim, idiot.
It's a claim that you need to defend in order to substantiate
there's no burden on me. There's no burden on me.
Yes, there is.
There's no
burden on you wrong, T-Dub. A negative claim can be proven.
Yes, there is, dude.
Yes,
if you don't want people to put you on burden, then just shut up and don't say anything. You can't say stuff and then oh, burden's not on me.
I do not have to
yes,
support
you do.
that.
You just made a claim.
No, I don't.
So they were negative. It is a claim.
So what? I don't have to support it.
Yes, you do. Negative claims can be proven by contradiction and by evidence of absence.
Can be. Okay. Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And so the burden of proof would be on you.
Do it then.
The burden of proof would be on you, and you're running from it.
So you do it then.
You've realized you fucked up, T-Dub.
So no, I did not.
Yeah, you did. You did. Like, dude, if you admit that you were wrong, we can move on. But the fact that you're saying claim and then that you don't have to back it up, that's just stupid.
No, I don't have to prove it. I do not have to support that claim.
Why don't you have to
It's a
support a claim?
negative claim. I do not have to prove I do not have to prove non-existence of something.
You can't.
Okay, the Earth is not flat.
Yes,
the Earth is not flat.
You do.
The Earth is
if you
not
claim
flat.
it doesn't exist, you need to prove that it doesn't exist.
No, I
the
do
Earth
not.
Is not flat. The Earth is not flat. You have to prove
It's
that.
actually really easy, T-Dub. All you need to do is prove evidence of absence. Evidence of absence meaning evidence of absence of rotation.
Then you go ahead and do it.
The claim.
Then you go ahead and do it. I don't have to prove non-existence.
Yes, you do. I just told you.
No, I do not.
You're using
not. Dude, if it's so easy to prove, then just prove it. You're just saying that you can't because you can't prove it. I
didn't say I could or couldn't prove it. I'm just saying the Earth is not moving.
Yeah, so prove it then. If it's that easy to prove it, just prove it.
You just don't like it, do you?
Gang raped by a bunch
If
of
it's that
Globers
easy,
right
just
now.
prove it, dude.
No other flat earther wants to help you. You're getting gang raped right now. No other flat earther wants to come in here and save you. You fucked up.
I don't give a shit, bro. I don't have to. I am not obligated to prove non-existence of something.
If it's that simple, right, dude, listen to reason. Listen to reason. If it's that simple to prove, just prove it. What's stopping you?
Okay, all you have to do is show me that it is.
Okay. So the rules of debate, you are unwilling to prove it means that you don't have proof.
Proof of what? What are you guys asking for proof of?
It's motion of the earth, non-motion of the earth.
Non-motion.
No, tanks.
You want to prove
non-motion? They want me to prove non-motion of the earth.
Yeah, there's no need to prove things that don't exist. That's what they try to do. Isn't that right?
So should we prove anything then?
Isn't that right, Jackie Chan?
Yeah,
isn't that right?
Yeah, of course. If you guys want to prove like that your car is moving, then just videotape it or something. So if you want to prove motion of the earth, then just show us your proof.
Maya, is Smoke Demon still muted? Like, you guys really, really don't like him. What did he do, by the way?
He didn't do anything.
So you mute people for not doing anything. Okay. Checks out.
Worthless.
I don't know. Is Dr. Pepper under the impression that the earth is in motion or not?
He's worried about other people right now.
Dr. Pepper knows. Come on. Do you know things, Dr. Pepper, or what?
I know that you got to prove that it doesn't move because that's the claim that you made.
Now, the burden of proof is on the positive claim of motion. We measure all things like relative to an inertial reference frame, which is a stationary frame of reference. If you're going to measure some sort of motion, it's going to be relative to something that's inertial or not in motion. So what is it that you're claiming is in motion?
Nothing. I didn't claim anything.
Okay.
That's good.
I asked what makes the sun move. That's all I asked.
Gotcha.
Don't flat earthers believe that gravity doesn't exist?
Gravity does not exist.
Why do you think that gravity does not exist? And what is your justification that pressure is what's keeping us in touch with the Earth?
Gravity does not exist. There's no application of gravity.
What do you mean that there's no application of gravity?
It's not used for anything.
What do you mean it's not used for anything?
There's no application for gravity.
Okay, so it's not used for some reason, and therefore it's not real.
Correct. It's not used for anything. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I'm not going to get into it.
Is there an application for the strong nuclear force that we use?
That's wise. You're a wise young man. Anybody else? How about you, Jackie Chan? You got something to say about gravity?
But do you know something what is not used for anything but exists? No.
Can anyone show where gravity's used for anything?
We use gravity when we let go of helium balloons.
Well, it sure got quiet from the peanut gallery. Having fun with you little wieners out on T-Dub. Come to find out, you're not swinging too much, are you?
Boys with a bulldog mouth and a hummingbird ass.
I have a question.
Make it polite and concise.
Yeah, for sure. So, if a force doesn't have an application, right? Does that mean it doesn't exist? So, for instance, like the strong nuclear force wouldn't exist because we don't routinely use the strong nuclear force.
It's something you made up?
No, I mean, I didn't invent the strong nuclear force, and I'm not an expert or a physicist or anything like that.
Who invented that idea?
I don't know who invented the strong nuclear force, but some very smart physicist, I guess.
Oh yeah. So does it make it real then?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so yeah, so answer to your question is, yeah, if there's no force, it doesn't exist.
Well, so you're saying... Wait, hold on. So your argument is because I don't know who invented it, or because... My argument isn't that somebody smart invented it, therefore it's true. I'm just answering your questions honestly. But my original...
I don't what you were talking about.
Okay, my original question was the argument against the existence of gravity is that we don't have an application for gravity. But
do we?
So, well, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. But would that mean that other fundamental forces that are posited by physicists, like the strong nuclear force, because there's not like that I can think of an application for that either? Does that make other forces not real?
Something made up for you guys to talk about. Same as gravity, made up.
Got it.
So since they're made up, does that make them real?
Yeah, you don't know what it is. Radwin just demonstrated you don't know what it is. So how can you then insert it into a conversation about what you think you know if you don't know what it is?
Well,
it's a problem, isn't it?
Not necessarily. I don't claim to know everything. Well,
yeah,
no, I mean, like,
you're just saying that it's true. Like, you don't know how it's validated. So what makes it true?
So I don't think you're listening. At no point did I.
What makes it true? What makes it true?
At no point did I posit that the strong nuclear force is true.
You're positing an idea that you don't know what it's about.
No, I'm just curious. No, I'm just curious of the your epistemological justification.
No, you're not curious about that. You haven't demonstrated that the strong nuclear force is something that you know about, and you're laughing because I'm exposing that fact. The fact is, you don't know what it is.
That's right.
No, I don't know very much about the strong nuclear force at all.
That's the problem. You don't know what it is, yet you're inserting it into an argument to claim that it either exists or not exists. You don't have no idea what it is.
So if
how can you use it? How can you use it in an argument? I don't get it.
So if a physicist were to come on and explain
who cares? That's an appeal to the physicist that you have no knowledge about, because you're making something up in a room right now that you thought you had like some argument, but you don't, obviously, because I'm pointing out the fact that you just brought something up you don't know what it's about. Duh.
I think you need to calm down, because I'm not actually telling you what to believe. I'm not actually positing the force. I'm just trying to understand why you do or don't believe something.
Oh, you're giving
us a if your argument is that you don't believe something because you don't understand it,
you're not going to tell us what our argument is. You don't understand what the strong nuclear force is. You said a buzzword that you have no knowledge about what it is, and it sucks because you're trying to figure a way out of it and saying, well, you think... No, you said strong nuclear force. We're asking, what is it? And you're like, well, I'm not a physicist. Then how can you bring it into an argument about something you think may or may not exist?
Well, because the strong nuclear force like gravity would be considered a fundamental force that physicists talk about.
That's the claim. That's a claim.
Right.
How do you know it's true? How do you know it's true? How do you know it's true? How do you know it's true?
Well, I don't.
There you go. See, that was easy.
But I've actually said that from kind of the very beginning.
Then why would you bring it up if you have no knowledge on the topic? How are you going to use it to substantiate anything that you have to say?
Well, what argument do you think I'm making here?
One that you don't know anything about. One that you don't know anything about.
One that you want us to pretend with.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. All you got to do is demonstrate or substantiate, I should say, the claim. There is no substantiation. You're just saying buzzwords, and you're saying "Thus saith the scientist."
Alfred,
I have no knowledge on this.
Trying to I understand what you want to do, which is to argue with somebody about whether or not the strong nuclear force exists.
No, I want you to demonstrate that the knowledge, that your claim has any substantiation. You haven't substantiated it within the argument. You don't know what it is. You don't know what it does. You don't know anything. Dude, you just said a buzzword, and you think we're going to be like, oh, okay, let's beg the question with you.
No, I'm not positing a claim. I'm assuming ignorance in this situation. No, I'm not.
You are positing the claim is a strong nuclear force right now exists in the physical natural world, and you can provide evidence that it does.
So you aren't listening then?
Can you?
You aren't listening.
Can you provide?
You're just arguing with somebody who is not in this room right now. Because
you're in the room.
You're not arguing with me because I didn't say the strong nuclear force exists.
How do you know it exists?
You must not have heard what I just said.
You're not answering the question. That's a deflection, right? That's what we call deflection.
No, it's not.
How do you know it exists? Answer that question.
I've already answered it.
Which is?
So are you going to continue arguing with somebody who doesn't exist right now?
Which is? You're just deflecting. It's an easy deflection. Yeah, it is.
Nope,
you don't want to substantiate how you know it exists.
So I think your problem here is that what you want to do is you want to argue with. Hold on, you want to argue with a physicist. I'm not a physicist.
No, I want to argue with somebody that knows. And if you're the guy that's advocating for the position that the strong nuclear force is a thing, then demonstrate how it is. Tell us your knowledge on it, and so that we can understand. Well, okay,
I'm not saying that.
Then why did you bring it up?
Because I'm bringing up an example of a knowledge claim.
You don't know.
I'm trying to understand. No. Hold on. Let me finish what I was going to say.
You don't know it, dude.
I want to understand why you accept or reject a knowledge claim. That's all I'm interested in.
First of all, the claim isn't substantiated. Number one. Number two, no, it's not substantiated by you. Okay, so you haven't demonstrated that the knowledge of the supposed strong nuclear force has anything to do with the physical and natural world at all. So as far as we're concerned, you're talking about some fantasy notion. Unless you substantiate it in some kind of way, a demonstration perhaps, then we'd be able to have something to talk about. But it doesn't sound like you know what you're talking about.
I'm not asking for you to accept whether or not the strong nuclear force exists.
Then why did you bring it up?
So I kind of just answered that question.
For no apparent reason?
No. So you're not listening.
Dude, you're bringing up some idea of something that you may or may not exist in the physical and natural world. And then you're trying for us to engage in it like it's something.
No,
why?
All I'm trying to understand is why you believe or don't believe something. That's it.
Yeah, because it's not substantiated. Wouldn't that be the
right. And so my question was, if you don't have an application for something, is that what you would consider the most important justification to substantiate a belief in something? That's all.
No. It's not a belief in it. The thing, if it's demonstrated, then it doesn't require belief. Because
sure. That's fair. No, that's fair. An acceptance of a proposition then. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if the proposition has some kind of evidence to back it up, of course, we're going to have something to discuss. But right now, as it stands, you're bringing up a topic that you don't have any knowledge on. So we could just hand wave dismiss it. We're like, dude, we don't need to talk about it. Even though you're upset about it, you're like, dude, I think it's something that we need to discuss. No, we don't. You didn't substantiate it. Can anybody do it?
I'm not asking. Hold on. I don't think either of us are upset here.
What? No, I'm saying, can anybody in the room substantiate it other than you? Because it seems like you want to call upon, some magical physicist or something that's going to come in here and be like, "Oh, I can tell you all about it." I mean,
no, I don't. I'm not under any illusion that some physicist is going to come and discuss the strong nuclear force. I just want to understand if well, I think you kind of just answered the question, which was essentially you would only believe something if there's evidence to support it, which is, I think, totally valid.
There you go with belief. You're taking a lot of liberty with the word belief.
Okay,
here.
You would accept an argument if based on the amount of evidence to support it.
That's better.
Would you also accept that evidence can exist independent of whether or not something has a use? Like, could you demonstrate something
that has a practical use would mean that it's just applicable to the thing that's being discussed. So if you brought up, I don't know, whatever it is, and then it's got a practical use, then yeah. But I mean, if it's not demonstrated to have a practical use, I mean, it's going to go against the fact that it's not being used practically, but it might have, an existence in the world, even if we don't use it. It can still be existing. But the thing is that with what you're proposing here, however, you're saying something that you don't have any knowledge on, so we can't even go to the step where you substantiated it existing. That's the issue.
I'm just talking about why you believe or accept what you accept, or how you justify your knowledge claims. That's it. You just answered. Hold on, you just answered really well. That was, if you had just said that, I would have been like, oh, okay, cool. That's all I wanted. I'm just trying to understand you. I'm not trying to argue the strong nuclear force with you. But you're so excited. But you're so excited about it. I'm just using it as an example. You could use any scientific proposition, or any knowledge claim. But what you're doing is you're pivoting to you're pivoting to focus specifically on whether or not the scientific proposition in question is immediately verifiable, or if I'm able to immediately verify it for you. And that's not the point of the question.
Well, it is,
so
because
you answered it already.
If you want to bring it into the discussion, then at least the basis of it, I would say that you could just have, a topical knowledge of it, at least so you could demonstrate that it has some sort of relevance. But because you're not able to do that, then it just seems like you're really just using a buzzword at this point, that you have nothing to do with anything about it. Like you just said a word and it sounds fancy. So you're like, oh, that sounds cool. Let's use that word. But there's no substance, dude. If you would at least have some topical knowledge on it, we'd have better discussion, but you don't.
I think you're projecting a little bit, but
projecting.
I understand. Really? Yeah, I think so, man.
You did not substantiate what the strong nuclear force has anything to do. You don't know what it is, dude.
That's not even the question that was asked. Why are you repeating yourself?
Well, it's important because you apparently don't realize that you keep bringing it up. So
no, the only person that continues to bring up whether or not the strong nuclear force needs to be substantiated in this argument is you.
Yeah, because it was fundamental to your premise.
It was.
Otherwise, you would have let it go. You would have been like, I better not use that because I don't know anything about that.
It could be any knowledge proposition.
Yeah, which you don't have any of.
But you seem to. On that. So what you're trying to do, this is a rhetorical, and this is a really kind of a sad rhetorical argument, which is rather than focusing on the intent of an analogy to understand a different question, you're focusing on the specifics of the analogy.
Yeah, it's the structure of the argument.
It's like saying, would you rather, your wife or your dog be hit by a car? Well, what car are you talking about? Where is the car? Can you tell me about the car? That's not the question.
That's not even analogous. But what you're trying to use is something that may or may not exist according to you, and you bring it into the argument as if it has some sort of relevance. And then when I asked you about what knowledge do you have of it, you came up bankrupt. You're like, well, I'm not a physicist. So, well,
both of us don't know much about the strong nuclear force. I think that's at least I can be honest with it.
The problem is you're that's projecting. How do you know what I know?
Okay, fair enough. You might know a ton about the strong nuclear force.
Well, the thing about it is, even if you brought it up and you didn't substantiate it, like it just loses all its relevance.
Well, wait a second. Wait. What is the strong nuclear force?
Yeah, I don't have to answer that. It wasn't something I brought up.
Okay.
I didn't bring it up. I did not bring it up.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll take my answer.
Take your answer. You didn't. I didn't. That wasn't my claim. What was your claim? Did he leave?
No, I think we're done.
Okay. Was that it? Hope so.
I think this sum it up in a nutshell. Like basically, he was asking going the long way about it though was what's the standard for knowledge, right? What's the standard for saying that something is beyond belief and has become knowledge, right?
Bingo.
But this was a tangential argument that was brought up. Then I guess if that was the actual basis,
yeah, I think it was a result of answering a question that wasn't being asked.
So Alpha did cover it, like saying that, like, okay,
yeah,
so
he did.
Something may self-evidently exist, right?
I tried to give him credit,
right, and it have no apparent practical usage, right, or application, right? But so that's not the only thing, but it would be one thing that would.
Right, because I was confused because what it sounded like was being said is if you don't have a practical application for some kind of phenomenon, that's the specific requirement for that phenomenon to exist.
No, that's absurd.
That's why I asked.
But it is a part of being beneficial to. The reason why we would advocate for a position of saying that it's practical, whatever it is. So,
like take flat Earth for example. Okay, so we have observational instances, we have measurement instances, and then we have practical use instances.
I mean, you can ask him questions if you want, dude. He's actually demonstrating to you, the difference between,
No, I'm just listening to him. I thought he was still talking.
Oh, he's not talking right now.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no. I think it was all asked and answered. I was just curious about the your epistemology, basically. But you're essentially using the same standards that pretty much any empiricist would use, right? Like any scientist would use.
Right. With something like strong nuclear force, like that's like because that isn't something that's just like very apparent, right? It's not like we don't have like microscopic vision.
Right.
And things like that. So there's things that occur in reality which would then lead to questions being asked, which would lead to more investigation, and then like the development of microscopes and things like that.
Or even the tests. The tests to try to demonstrate. If the strong nuclear force exists, you would expect XYZ. Based on, you'd
have to be careful with that one.
Yeah,
that's verging on affirming the consequent logical fallacy.
Yeah. And then you could also tie that into a pragmatic fallacy, which would be that something works, therefore the premise must be true. So there's a lot of things that when you're walking down that path, you could wreck your whole worldview because you think that something's existing because something else is working because of the thing you think exists.
Sure.
If I see rainbows, that means unicorns exist. I saw a rainbow, unicorns exist.
Is that like an attribution what's the name of that fallacy? It's an attribution fallacy where you like assume or you infer an explanation.
And then appeal to either the thing that you observed or something working in the way that you think it might.
Right, whether or not that explanation accurately, has like some kind of causal explanation. Kind of like how not all correlation is causation, but in order to have causation, you must have correlation.
Right, correlation doesn't equal causation, exactly.
Cool. Well, thanks, guys. Real nice talk. All right, I'm gonna peace out.
Yep, cheers, mate.
All right, it's Hanny's turn. Check. Is mic working?
Yep.
Yeah, loud and clear, man.
Okay, let's see if Hanny will talk to us. Help me with my globe homework.
What problem are you stuck on?
The first one.
All those clowns left at the same time, huh?
I can't believe it.
Just like they joined at the same time, right? That was was it a coincidence? I don't know.
Probably a coincidence.
Probably, yeah.
I don't know what they think they're gonna do. Like, hey, let's go disrupt the conversation. Like, let's just do this thing that never works in this room that we have no control over. Isn't Hanny gonna help us with my globe homework?
There's also this Auto person. I don't think I've ever met Auto. How you doing, Auto? If you're there.
Auto or Otto, like the bus driver?
What?
Uh-oh. I know how to get her to talk.
It's from Australia.
Hanny, Newton was superseded by Einstein. Deal with it.
Also, veganism is bad for you.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, that one. Throw that one.
Unwritten, can read my mind. I'm undefined.
You're so cringe.
This person sung to you before, Heretic?
Yep. This is a common occurrence.
I thought that was an angel in my room.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's heavenly voice.
That's hilarious.
A long time to realize that some people hear music a totally different way. And then my son's band and orchestra teacher, she had this little machine where she did objective ear test to tell if someone really could, hear the tones and hear when it was one higher, one lower, and all that. And but then the parents got upset because they didn't want to be told that Johnny was not as gifted as they thought. So then she stopped doing it. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, I just stopped at this rest area on when we first made it into Georgia, and yeah, it was the bathrooms in there. Singing inside was amazing.
Oh, good acoustics.
Yes.
Stayed in there a little too long, Flatsy.
Oh, this is actually a nice feature. Their little chat appears in little clouds there on the right if I don't open the chat box. That's a new thing. On the computer.
You ladies were torching it the other night. Good job.
You mean when we were here?
Yeah, ladies' night.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I'll take the thank you since nobody else is speaking, but I will speak for everyone. Yeah, hopefully one of them will want to talk to Annie if she wants to talk, because didn't get along so well the last time we talked.
Any debaters? Looking for some debaters here. None? No flat earthers want to step up to the plate? Debate a scientist?
You know a scientist?
Yeah, me.
Oh yeah? What kind of science?
I do it all. I do it all.
You do pseudo?
No, just real hardcore science.
What about Bush League? You do Bush League science?
I don't know, is that like a strain of weed? What are you talking about?
You know, just kind of ragtag. You know, you and your buddies and nod and such.
What, like a co-rep team? What are you talking about?
Yeah, your cohorts. Like, you say something imaginative, then you high five and you call it science.
Dude, I already won this debate.
You did? Oh man, tell me some science, brother. Tell me some.
I don't think you can comprehend.
Tell me, man. I'll try. Tell me something scientific.
Water.
Water. All right. What about it? Water. Is that about it?
Could I ask a scientist a question?
I think we lost Mr. Science. He was about to tell us something scientific about water.
He just said water, thinking that's going to be scientific, I think.
Water sucks. Gatorade is better.
Water, like from the toilet?
There's better choices. But, if that's where you dip your cup, we'll see what Mr. Science says.
All my haters are my motivators.
Right. High five.
So what's up, Flat Earth?
Department.
What y'all doing?
Yeah. You tell us, man.
Yo,
do not burp into your mic. Hey, bro, do not burp into your mic again. Don't burp into your mic again. Do you understand? Don't do it again.
Yo, Roto, what's popping?
I will just kick you.
Did you hear what
I
T-Dub
heard
just
what you said.
I don't want to hear that stuff.
Well, can somebody repeat what he just said, though?
Yeah, don't burp in the mic, bro.
No, we don't have to repeat it. It was very nice and clear.
Yeah.
Okay, Roto, what's popping?
Yeah, not much, man.
Can you go to the public library for me real quick?
No.
Yeah, but I need to get you on webcam because you're on phone right now. I need to get you on a computer or some shit.
No, that's all right.
Public library has computers.
What else you got?
Well, what you got, man? Are you a flat earther? What's popping?
So are you.
You said you're a flat earther? Is that what you said?
Yeah. So are you, is what I said.
So am I.
Yeah.
I don't know about all that.
That's true.
I'm not trying to get all that stigmatism.
It's for real, dog.
Dude, the world's not flat, bro. I don't know who told you that.
Yep.
Hate to burst your bubble, the firmament type bubble, but the world's not flat.
Tell me. Tell me all about it.
I mean, we can go into this heated debate if you don't want. If you don't want to just chill, I don't mind debating.
Why's it got to be heated?
Because it usually ends up with 5 other people chiming in, and the whole Discord goes into flames. And
depends on what you say. How goofy it is.
The truth is like a fire, bro. It burns everything in its path.
Okay. Well, it's also cleansing, isn't it?
Indeed.
Well, let's go. Let's
all right, so would you mind explaining to me, like the old simple thing, how are diamonds made on a flat earth?
I started on ladies' night. If you ladies want to take it.
Like, how was a diamond formed on a flat earth, if you don't mind?
Is it
Yeah, go ahead, because It's not very interesting to me, but yeah, go ahead, Roto, and then we'll start ladies' night after you guys are done.
Yeah, man, Timmy's an idiot and he's kind of annoying. So
you see what I'm saying? You see how the chat goes into flames?
No, man, no. I was just going to pass the paddle. These ladies were about to take turns spanking you.
Right.
Hey, yeah. I mean,
But
what's the
y'all
question?
still can't explain how diamonds are formed on a flat Earth. I'll just
The
leave it
same
at
way
that.
they would be anywhere else it has no relevance to the shape of the Earth whatsoever.
It does actually. It's called tectonic plates.
Oh, plates.
Yeah. And the heat in the core of the Earth and all the metals and the pressure, right? Flat Earth doesn't have all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Verify the core. We've never verified the core.
Diamonds.
Never dug.
Diamonds. Thank you.
I'm not going to have a conversation with you if you don't let me finish my sentence. So,
Look at your wedding ring, ma'am. Please.
I'm
Where's
not
it come
even
from?
going to entertain that ploy. We've never dug further down than 10 miles, so all of your
You know
ideas
why? Because it's hot as fuck. That's why.
Yeah. But there's no proof of your claim about
There's
the core.
proof of temperature that they took down there, though.
Yes, there's obviously heat inside the Earth. We have volcanoes, that's correct. Does not prove a shape in any way.
Your mom.
I don't understand where this is coming from. Like, where when you were born in America, did you just say, "Oh, my government's lying, my schools are lying, my parents are lying, the world is flat"? Like, where is this coming from?
She got it from
are you
Discord.
asking me? Yeah, I mean, you were asking me the question. I'll
She
answer.
got it from
but
Discord.
Nope, neither of those things are true.
Yep.
If you would like me to answer, I will. But if
Blind
it's
leads the
rhetorical,
blind type of shit.
okay, I'll just mute you because we were having a conversation and you're extremely rude. SDFGH.
It's not really nice.
Yeah, it's not nice when you're rude. Do you really want to know the answer, State Department, or not?
Yes. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, good. Because sometimes people just ask rhetorical questions that they think they know the answer to, and they're not actually interested in the real answer. So it was the year 2015. I'll try to make this short.
You don't have to. We're all listening.
Yeah, except for that dude. I couldn't even find him to mute him. Maybe he left.
I sorted it out for you, Mary Mom.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I was getting my master's degree in science education. It was a
What year was this again? 2006?
2015.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a physics class. We were assigned to address a common physics misconception that students might have and write a term paper on how we would demonstrate to them their misconception and what we would do to show them the scientific view. So at that time, Flat Earth was a large part of popular culture. There was a rapper named B.O.B. that was writing songs and talking about Flat Earth on Twitter. I think her name was like Tila Tequila or something like that. She was some kind of famous person talking about it. Anywho, a lot of young people were talking about it because these popular figures were discussing it. So I thought that would be a good idea to write a paper on why they were wrong, because just like most people, just like you coming in here, I assumed that the only way someone in 2015 would still be thinking that the Earth was flat was if they were stuck in the Stone Age, unwilling to progress in their thinking, so on and so forth. So I began to do searches for information on what I would do to demonstrate that we definitely lived on a globe. The further I got into it, the more questions were raised that I was not able to answer. I started to get very worried. I wondered how I was even going to write this paper because I was supposed to be writing with evidence for the globe, which I couldn't find verifiable, testable, repeatable scientific evidence for it because it's not actually there. I was shocked, just like you would be if you followed the evidence where it leads, that actually, even though you assume that some smart scientists proved it, they actually did not. So that's how I got into this topic.
Did you get your degree?
I did, yep, the next year, yep.
Nice.
Yeah, I got an A on the paper, but then I laugh at it now when I go back and read it because it's like one paragraph I'm arguing the flat Earth, then the next paragraph I'm arguing the globe, then the next paragraph. I mean, it's like I'm surprised I got an A because you're supposed to have a thesis and stick to it, but I was so confused by it because then I also got some really bad information because at that time a lot of the information came from the Flat Earth Society, which is an organization full of bad information. They basically just sit there and argue about flat Earth models all day, and their purpose is to discredit the truth that the Earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears. It was very hard to find good sources. The main thing I found were questions, and then I would not find scientific sources to answer them. Questions such as, if a helicopter, rises up, why can't it just hover there, wait for the globe to turn? Why does it have to have any forward motion whatsoever? Things like that. Thought questions.
Well, let me ask you, do you think satellites are real? Bare minimum. Do you think they're real?
There are objects in the sky. I mean, some people call them satelloons.
No, internet satellites, imagery satellites, GPS. Do you
we
think
can have objects? No one is denying there's objects in the sky that are giving off signals. That does not mean they're orbiting a sphere, because we've already geometrically demonstrated that.
But they're orbiting Earth, correct? They're orbiting Earth, correct?
No, they're just up there in the sky.
Yeah, but nothing
along
can
a
just
path.
sustain itself in the sky. You know what I mean? Like planes need fuel. Like a satellite can't just.
There's a lot of evidence to show that they're balloons. Yeah. Just like what?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say they're balloons. Satellites
there's different devices
man-made objects.
Yeah, there's different man-made objects up there. That the government has a lot of technology. We're not aware of all of it, nor do we need to be to demonstrate that the Earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears. I mean, have you ever experienced it any other way?
Yeah, but I mean, we've been launching satellites since 1957. Right, this isn't some new.
Yeah, and how does that prove the globe? How does that prove the globe, U.S. State Department?
It proves gravity. One thing.
Nope.
A common thing that all of y'all deny exists. Because if gravity didn't exist, then how are these satellites orbiting the Earth?
How does a satellite prove gravity? Please show me that cause and effect relationship with a natural observation, a hypothesis, an independent variable, dependent variable.
Well, let me give you an example. If I'm at the surface of the Earth, right, and I pick up a water bottle and I drop it, it's going to fall. If I go to Manhattan and I get on top of a skyscraper, I get farther away from the surface. If I hold a water bottle over the edge and drop it, it's going to fall to the ground. If I go to the top of Mount Everest, the largest known point in our planet, and I drop a water bottle, it's still going to fall. So there's proof right then and there. Okay, right there. You can drop a water bottle in your house.
Sorry.
That proves gravity. You can't see gravity, right? I can't physically show you a picture of it.
This is not. This has to be a back and forth, because I asked you a specific question which you did not answer.
You said, how can I prove gravity exists?
And you didn't, because you didn't prove the cause. Nope, you did not. I asked for a cause.
What do you mean the cause? It's
an independent variable.
Gravity is the outcome of an object's mass. You know that, right?
No, it's not.
That's the whole idea.
No.
If you were to switch
you're going against social norms. That's all you're doing.
I'm not, actually. Mass attracting mass is a form of.
So why does the moon orbit the Earth, ma'am?
You're not going to let me finish my sentence. Is there anybody in here who wants to have a conversation that wants to let me finish my sentence, or are we stuck with this guy? Or
you just asked me, how can I prove gravity? I'm asking you, how does
U.S. State Department, stop. You gotta let her ask questions, I mean, she was about to finish the sentence.
Real? Is the moon real?
Are you gonna?
No,
I'm just gonna mute you.
You can't just gish gallop. I mean,
hold on.
I'm willing to talk to you, but you can't just gish gallop from one thing to another.
Yeah, U.S. State Department, you're gonna be muted unless you let the conversation flow. You just can't start interrupting and talking over people. You understand? Answer is yes or no. Do you understand?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Because
Mary,
I asked
me a question.
Hold on. No, you have to either concede the last point, or we can continue to discuss it.
Are you not going to let me answer the question?
you didn't. I already gave you a chance, and you gave me no cause, and you did not
Yeah,
give
but I'm
me
not done. I'm still
experimental
explaining.
proof.
You can't just
Dropping
explain gravity with
no.
one sentence.
Dropping something and having it drop is not proof of any cause. All right, go ahead. Let's hear your proof.
Okay, thank you. First off, do you think the moon is real? Why does the moon not turn
Obviously,
in the sky?
the moon
It has
is-
one face. It shows one face only. There's a dark side of the moon and there's a light side of the moon. And it never rotates. Never. You know that, right?
That's
it's
pretty silly
tidally
because
locked
just
to the
so-
earth.
the dark.
Why
and
does the moon
light,
just wander
dark
off?
And the light.
Why doesn't
do
it
you have
just
to-
float away? Why does the moon
hold on.
stay
Before
there?
let's go back. Let's go back to you dropping things. You went with a water bottle, drop it up.
So
hold on. You went
can
with.
you answer
Hold on.
that,
I'm speaking.
Mary? Why the
State
moon doesn't just
Department.
float off
Are you
into
gonna
space?
stop? Are you gonna stop? Do I have to mute you again? Because you're
You act like she doesn't have the answer.
Yeah,
It's okay.
you're
She's
gish
got the answer. Let's hear it.
You're gish galloping away
You're
from
protecting her. You're protecting her right
No,
now.
I want you to go back to the point
Why doesn't
that
the
we were
moon
talking. Because
fly
you
away
went to
like a
the
balloon?
I swear,
Hello?
dude, I'm going to mute you, bro, and I don't want to, man.
I'm muting you right now.
Okay, well then you're
So,
blocked. You're actually
lady,
gonna get
why does-
banned. You're banned. Bye.
It is ladies' night, just so you guys know.
I did not know that. Is it?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
I thought it was on
didn't
Friday.
hear-
Sorry.
Yeah, we changed. It's all good. I mean, it's up to Dandelion, whatever she wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if you guys wanted to talk to him. It's just he was not really willing to have a constructive.
I just wanted him to. I just wanted him to switch the water bottle to a helium balloon. See what happens.
Yep, that's a good question. Why don't you answer that?
Why doesn't the moon float away? What's going on?
We're not moving to the moon yet. I already told you had to either concede that.
I know you don't
point
have
or
the
go
answer.
further.
I know. You can't explain it. I get it.
Mary, Mom, can you ask him if he muted me?
No,
You
I
can't
didn't.
mute elbow. Okay, good.
Okay.
Because you can't.
So
mute before the
basically, it's called
conversation
gravity,
makes it
Mary.
chaotic.
It's called gravity. I know you're. It's profound. Whoa, gravity. But the
No,
Illuminati
again-
didn't create gravity. Satanists didn't create gravity. Okay. The
says
the
who?
deep state
What is
didn't
your
create
name?
gravity. All right.
U.S. Fleet Department. You are talking to a person here. You don't really. I mean, I'm just here to give you a little pro tip on social, cues here. You don't really have a good sense of like who you're talking to in the room, okay? Because you just go on and you decide what
I'm
I
talking to
think.
you.
Already, yeah, I know, but you obviously don't understand who you're talking to. All right. So you think you can move on to the moon? I am not going to have a discussion about the moon and what's happening there when you can't even prove your gravity on Earth. So Albo proposed a very good question.
So
about
why do things fall by chance? Like for instance, this water bottle.
Same thing that was just demonstrated to you through the Socratic method through questioning that your water bottle is more dense than the air, so it's going to fall where your helium balloon.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me if humans were less dense, they just float away?
100%.
That's like that is such a child's play on gravity.
Maybe you should go back and re-educate yourself like a child. I think that would be a good idea for you. Because when you came to this earth,
because things are heavy, they don't float away. Okay.
yeah, that's right. Because there's no proof of your imaginary gravity spinning spaceball religion. It's just your belief.
Oh, so now you're an atheist.
No, is this how? Do you usually have like success with this?
You
form
said
of
you said
conversation?
spaceball
Because you
religion.
keep putting things into my mouth that I never said. I
but
did
you
claim
mentioned
that
religion.
you have a religious belief. Yeah, I didn't say anything about my beliefs. I said you have a religious
So my
belief.
my spaceball religion has an agenda to take over the world, right?
That's what you're saying. You keep saying things, and
I
I'm
mean,
not
you
saying those
mentioned it.
things.
Obviously, you have some sort of agenda.
Nope. I'm really just here to have a conversation with
Look,
people who are interested in talking
normal
about the world where they live.
Normal people know why, humans procreate, why bees pollinate, why the water does what it does, right? We have the scientific method to figure all these things out.
That's right.
Okay?
Yep. So what's the scientific method? Tell me what the
So
steps are, please.
we can understand on our location, right? Where am I? I'm in my house. How do I know that? Because I know. I don't need to prove that I'm in my house. I know I'm here.
Nope.
Right?
Nope. That's not the scientific method. That's just some kind of weird philosophy you're into.
No. It's
Scientific-
literally common sense. It's common
The
sense.
scientific method is an agreed upon systematic way to determine cause and effects relationships in our world, in which case you have to make a natural observation, develop a hypothesis, have an independent
How do you
dependent variable,
observe? How do you
carry out the
observe everything at one
experiment,
time?
collect your results, analyze your data, draw a conclusion, decide whether your results support your hypothesis, and then if you need to either throw out your hypothesis and create a new one or revise your hypothesis and test again. If your results seem to uphold your hypothesis, then you need to have your procedure all written out so that someone else can repeat the same test under the same conditions and get the same results. It's not just sitting in your house and thinking, I'm here. No, that's not the scientific method. You're wrong.
Tasty.
I could just start linking shit in the side chat. You can read all day on how the world is a globe.
Yeah, I usually do read all day, but not links from some guy who doesn't know you shouldn't come into a Discord and burp on your mic first thing, because you made a really bad impression on us, and it hasn't changed since then. Do we have any other
but
globe believers?
the motives are still the same.
I think Carter's capable of having a civilized conversation. I don't know if he's available. I don't know if the other ladies want to talk to this State Department dude. Are you there, Carter? Carter's a globe believer. You could, if you want to become a better globe believer, you don't actually want to know the truth, you could stick around and there are some globe believers that are capable of having a conversation with people, actually listening to what they say, letting them get to a natural pause in the conversation, taking in what they say, perhaps recalibrating what their original bias was against the person that they seem to have already decided who and what they are, and then actually learn from the conversation and from new connections that you make in the world. That's a good way to go through the world when you meet new people. Does anybody else have a question?
Sorry, it looks like State Department and Carter are the only two viable options at the moment as far as globers are concerned. And Carter says he's just texting for now.
Okay, fine. I'll keep trying to talk to him, but what's the point? It's not like we're having a conversation. He's not really listening to anything I'm saying. Okay, I see what you put there in the text chat. Observing ships on the horizon demonstrates the curvature of the Earth. No. U.S. State Department, again, you are behind on your globe logic, your globe illogic, I should say, your globe rhetoric. That was once a claim. Most self-respecting fantasy globe believers won't even claim that anymore. We can demonstrate multiple occasions, and you can go and demonstrate it yourself, whereas when you think that ship is disappearing from your view, you could bring it back into your sight through either binoculars, a zoom camera, or other high-powered equipment. We are able to see things on the water in particular, since it lies flat and level, much further than we would be able to see if we were on a globe of the dimensions claimed. So, yeah, we should not be seeing ships on the horizon that we do see. In fact, at a 1-foot observer height on a globe, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. So if those ships were disappearing beyond that imaginary curve, then we would be able to observe that. And in fact, we don't observe that. Not only don't we observe it, we have many tests of this geometry of the globe, such as the Black Swan oil rigs that are distance markers that clearly show the horizon is beyond the oil rig at more than 10 miles, as well as multiple laser tests and long-distance observations that show that ships indeed do not disappear over any horizon. Do you have any response or rebuttal to that, State Department? I'll have to unmute you just a minute. I'm going to have to go back to my phone because I'm having trouble doing that on the computer. Any substantive response?
Yeah,
on
so you
that
can look
topic?
in the side chat, Miss Scientist, and those are all the mathematical formulas, the equations, and everything you need to know. And for all the special people in the chat, you can read this. Try to keep it professional in the side chat, Flat Earthers. I know you like memes, but we're trying to be serious here. Thank you.
I see your visualization there, horizon distance visualization at 21 minutes after the hour with no source, no indication of how they got this measurement. We
It's
prefer
math.
to keep...
Simple math.
Oh my
Math
gosh.
never lies,
I'm
ma'am.
not going to be able to keep it up with this guy. He is just so dense. I'm sorry.
Math doesn't lie.
We prefer empirical measurements or actual math. So you would have to show me the calculations, the source, and how you got this information. I would be happy to show you the observations that I'm talking about. Would you like to see those?
Yeah, sure. Post your rebuttal.
I mean, I'm not rebutting your little rainbow graph there at 20 minutes after there because it's not worthy of a rebuttal. It's not, you can't just like draw a little graph on the computer and say this proves the globe. That's completely absurd at its face. Do you understand that? I mean, do you understand how that's not?
I mean, they do this in real life. The U.S. Coast Guard does this all the time. You know that, right?
No, I know that
Yes, they do.
they do not. Yeah, no,
Yes,
no,
they
no,
do.
no. No, I know that
They
when
do.
it matters, any kind of Coast Guard or military organization treats the Earth as flat and stationary, including
No, they don't.
navigation across the water.
called
Yes,
a
they do.
topograph.
When's the last time you navigated across the water, U.S. State Department?
And just because your flat map on your desk is flat, that doesn't prove the Earth is flat.
I can see that you don't want to learn, right? Like, at what point, what age were you when you decided that you already knew everything and you didn't want to learn anymore? Can you tell me that?
We go to school to learn.
Oh, he was 12. You can tell by the way he acts. He was about 12.
Right?
No, yeah, that's right.
Wait.
Yeah.
So why aren't y'all questioning math at this point? If you're questioning everything, then why aren't you forming your own math, your own science, your own physics? Like obviously, obviously, all of it's wrong, right? All physics are wrong. All chemistry is wrong. All geology is wrong.
Nobody claimed that. Nobody.
So why are you cherry picking science here? oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's lying about space. So why are you cherry picking science?
Let me know when I
You'll
get
say
to
one thing, but then you'll
want me
say
to
another.
answer? Okay, are you interested
go
in
ahead.
my response? Okay, thank you. Neil deGrasse Tyson is an entertainer, not a serious scientist. No serious scientist takes him seriously.
He has a degree from one of the most prestigious universities in the country. Yeah, he might be funny, but trust me, his degree is very serious.
Well,
It's not funny.
Many scientists who understand there's a difference between
Stephen Hawking was funny.
Many scientists who understand there's a difference between empirical science, what was always traditionally understood as science, and the claims of astrophysics, which do not use traditional empirical science. They're more in the realm of science fiction.
So
Okay,
yes,
wait,
they will
wait, wait.
call them. They will
Wait,
call
hold on.
themselves scientists, but they are not using the scientific method. They are not making a natural observation.
Let me
They are
ask you a
not
question.
testing phenomenon that are observed in the natural world. And in
Wait,
fact,
let me
they
ask you a
often
question.
act as if the natural laws that we observe and test in this realm don't apply in their fantasy realm, even though they pretend that they do in some occasions whenever it's convenient for them.
Well, let me just ask you a quick question. Do you know what an ecosystem is in biology?
Yes, I know
Okay.
what it is.
So you're not going to find an African lion in the San Francisco Bay, right? It's just not part of that
Agreed.
ecosystem.
We found
Okay.
no. It's 26 minutes after the hour. We found something we agree on. It's
So
wonderful.
wait.
Tuck it up on the wall.
You know, space is technically almost like an ecosystem, right? Like you're not going to find
No,
a
it is not.
human
No,
floating around in space.
nope.
So what I
You
mean to
can't
tell you
claim-
is, wait.
Nope. You can't
You could
claim
go
fairy
to
tales
the
about your
Los
fantasy
Angeles
realm.
Planetarium and look in a telescope, an actual telescope, during certain days, and they will show you Mars, they will show you the moon, they will show you different planets, okay? And it's not fake, okay? Galileo was doing this shit. This shit's real. You can look up in the sky and see these planets. So
That is
why
correct.
do you think
Another thing we agree
these
on. We
round
look up in the
planets,
sky and we see them. Yep, we agree.
why do you think these round planets don't have a similarity to Earth? Why do you think Earth is flat and completely different from everything else in space?
Great question. Yep. So this is a common question. I'll give you an answer. Throughout history, when we did do, as you say, we looked up in the sky. Many cultures did. They saw the stars, what they called the fixed stars, which moved in a fixed pattern throughout the year, the constellations and so on. Then they saw the wandering stars. That's where the word planet comes from. They saw these wandering stars that didn't seem to be acting like the other stars, and they called them wandering stars, and that's what we see as the planet. The Earth was not considered to be a planet because it's illogical to look at something that's away from you and decide that that is what you're on. There's no reason to think that. You know, if I see a bird flying out my window, I don't think I must be a bird. No, I think that's a bird. I'm a person. I'm standing on a flat stationary Earth. There's no motion detected. There's no verifiable, testable, repeatable cause and effect
Okay,
relationship
wait,
that
ma'am.
demonstrates any kind of motion. You don't like my answers, so you try to talk over me. So
I'm just
I will wrap up this sentence very soon. I promise. No verifiable detecting of motion. No proof of any curvature anywhere. So that's why we know we're not like them.
Okay, if that's the case, and you say that, you know, the Earth is flat and all this, why is it wintertime in Australia and summertime in America? You know, why do we have two different hemispheres?
The sun is clearly moving, and it's clearly
Right.
is
But how far
causing
is the
some
sun?
areas to be warmer at different times and other areas to be warmer at other times. Like, you don't
But how
need a
far is the
planet
sun?
to do that.
How far?
You don't need a planet to do
Because I
that.
know.
I know
I know
that
how
you
far
know
it
what
is.
I know that you know what the story is, but they've never gone there. They have not
Well, then why does
verified
it take
that
8 minutes for
story.
light to reach Earth? And how do we know that?
Well, I mean, the speed
I
of
could go
light
on my
has.
iPhone and see exactly when the sunset is going to be and when the
You
sunrise.
don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. You know. Can you just answer my question? What age were you when you decided you already knew everything and you weren't going to learn anything more or change your opinion about anything? What age were you? Think back. You can take a minute to think about it if you want. If you can't answer that question, then we're done.
I can answer it right now, actually.
Okay, let's hear it.
Let's say when I got into college, okay, and yes, I'll give you a good example. The Bible, right? If you're raised in a Christian household, you're told that like God created the earth and He did it in a certain amount of time and all this stuff. And then when you go to college and you go to geology class, they'll tell you, oh well, Earth was created this such and such far away, and this is how the universe was created. And so obviously, I don't subscribe to the college's way of how the world was created, right? Because they have a certain agenda, right? They're not religious, they're scientific, and they can only prove things based off of evidence. And if you can't prove God exists and you can't show no evidence, then in their opinion, God's not real, right? So college is not going to take a religious standpoint. They're just not. They're going to take a scientific standpoint. And you, as a believer, if you're a Christian, you have to look at this and consider the source. And yes, you still want to pass the class, but deep down, you're.
He probably muted you because you didn't really give me a number, but I'm assuming you're saying in college. It was a very convoluted answer because I guess you're saying that college challenged your Christian beliefs. But when I was first going to college, I actually found it interesting that it was some of the religious people who were the most willing to challenge the professors, like, for example, on evolution, on radiocarbon dating, and so on. And they actually had some really good arguments, and they were actually more using the scientific method more convincingly than the professors. These people really impressed me. So if you'd stayed along that kind of tact there, instead of, because now it seems whatever it was that changed in you, now it seems like you are now just spouting the party line. Now you're just kind of like, oh yeah, whatever Neil deGrasse Tyson says, that much must be right. But around here, we're still looking for empirical evidence. We're still questioning narratives that can't be empirically demonstrated. That's what we're about here. So, I mean, if you're at all, I think it's really interesting. Like, if you just want to hear, NASA propaganda, you can just go turn on your TV. But if you want to come in here and talk to real people who ask, and if you want to add, the questions you're asking are decent. They're from some website that says 10 things flat earthers can't answer, which then I went and answered every single one. But you don't want to hear the answer, so you talked over half of them. You came in with this preconceived notion of what flat earthers were because someone's told you that or you read that somewhere. But now you have a chance to actually talk to real people who, I'm here to tell you, I mean, there's many people in this channel. If you stick around and try to take the conversation semi-seriously, I mean, you might learn something. And we might learn something from you. I mean, I'm willing to learn something from you, but first you have to be willing to have a serious conversation. Like, I'm just going to end up getting totally frustrated with you and I won't be able to keep talking to you if you keep being so incredibly rude like you've been.
So, 300,000 people died in the Haiti earthquake. How does an earthquake happen on a flat earth?
There's no need for a spherical shape to have an earthquake. There's no need for a spherical
flat earth is not going to have tectonic plates. I'll tell you that right now.
Why not? They can be flat.
Why not?
Yeah, that's the question. Why not? Yeah, that's the question I asked.
Because that's what a globe earth does. Globe earth has tectonic plates. Flat earth doesn't.
Okay, so we understand.
So where's the core of the flat earth, by the way?
Okay, hold on. Hold on. No, we're not just going to jump onto the core here. You're on tectonic plates, all right? I just want to make a general point about that, which will also apply to your next topic and the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that. You've been told all these things happen on a globe. You've been presented from a very young age when you were still in the concrete operational stage as a child, when you should have been only learning from that's why it's called Piaget's concrete operation.
Wait, ma'am. You do realize, I know you like to make fun of me or whatever, but you do realize.
I'd be totally serious. I'd be totally serious. When you were can you just let me seriously, if you don't want to talk to me, no one's forcing you. But if you're going to ask me a question, you have to at least let me answer it. You were given a story when you were still in the concrete operational stage where you should have been only learning about things that you could hold and experience in the real world. It's been demonstrated many times that children don't pick up abstract concepts properly until they're into adolescence. So that's why in a proper educational system, they would not be introducing these fantasy globe models to you that you can't see or experience when you were still in the concrete operational stage. So because they implanted this fantasy globe model in your mind and then told you about a bunch of other stuff that actually is true, that does work, that you got it all confused and you think it has to be on there. So you have to that's why I told you you'd be better off. Is he gone? I'll just finish my
So,
talk.
do you know what mantle?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Give me 30 seconds to wrap up, please. That's why I said you'd be better off.
Staying off topic.
I said 30 seconds. Nope. The topic is you, U.S. State Department, because that's what you keep bringing back. You're not interested in what I have to say, so I'm saying you'd be better off going to your childhood state, relearning and imagining, what if the globe wasn't real? And just imagine that's even possible, because that's not even a possibility in your mind. You're sure you're right. You're sure NASA's right. You're sure you live on a globe, and everything you say, ask, that's why you can't really hear what I'm saying. You have to go back to that place and say, what if? You always should be able to re-examine your principles. You always should be able to deconstruct any fundamentalist belief that's put into your brain as a child and say, oh, if I was just coming here and no one had told me that, is this what I would discover about my world? No. And that's what will make you a more powerful and successful and interesting person. Or you can just keep being the way you are. I mean, if it's working for you, how's it working out for you? Like Dr. Phil would say. I mean, how's it working out for you to be rude, obnoxious, not listen to people, not really care what other people have to say, think you're the smartest person in the room? Does that work well for you in real life?
So, can I talk, or are you just going to hit the mute button again?
I asked you a question. Now I'm ready for your answer.
So, let me ask you a question. How would a flat Earth generate internal pressure systems, convection currents, which is required for the heat and pressure differences of the rotation? And how does a flat Earth have mantle convection? Go ahead, Miss Scientist.
We do not have to explain.
Because the tectonic plates
Thank you for muting him so I could actually answer. Because you asked one question, then you would wait for me to answer. Like otherwise, just go talk to your mirror. If you just like hearing your voice that much. We don't have to explain every single phenomenon that happens in the whole world in order to understand that the geometry of the globe is false. Your tectonic plates, heat inside the Earth, pressure inside the Earth, in no way, shape, or form proves a sphere. I mean, we observe that this is what happens, and we accept reality the way it presents itself. I mean, I suggest you try it. I'll just keep going back to that. You might want to try accepting the reality the way it presents itself. All right, I'm done with that one.
Yeah, but we do track plates. We can figure out where the plates are, and a flat Earth wouldn't allow the same wave refractions, the patterns that these plates have on a globe Earth. So yes, I can explain the phenomenon, and yes, so I do know why the Earth is a globe. Thank you very much.
My gosh, demonstrate why the waves.
No edge-driven crust movement. No edge-driven crust movement.
That makes no sense. Demonstrate why. Nope. No, you have to demonstrate it then. Obviously, you need to educate me. Why is it necessary to have a globe for these phenomena? Please demonstrate. Thank you. You could put it in the chat. We'll wait.
So you think that there's like an ice wall or an edge or...
Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. State Department. You see that every time you get put up against a wall, what you think is a gotcha, you never concede the point. You don't provide any evidence for me. You just move on to your next. Now you must have found a new website that's like 25 questions that flat earthers can't answer. And then I'm going to keep answering every one, and you're going to keep jumping on to the next one, and you're going to keep not conceding my point. Like, why should I just keep doing this? My voice is going to get tired. Can you concede your plates, or you can come back later and give me your amazing evidence? That's fine. You don't have time to research right now. We can put that one on the shelf. Let's do that. If you have amazing evidence of your claim,
Ma'am, the flat Earth model has no scientific valid explanation for tectonic plate behavior. Okay, period. And if you have some, put it in the chat. No. You have no scientific valid explanation for tectonic.
That's ridiculous. Tectonic plates exist and occur, and we accept them the way they are. I mean, what do you mean? That's the evidence. It works on a flat Earth just as well as on a globe. I'm asking you to prove your extraordinary claim that you need a globe for tectonic plates. I mean, plates are flat.
Plate tectonics, earthquakes, mountain formation, continental drift only make sense on a globe. Do you understand?
Okay,
do you get
I
it?
understand. No,
You don't get it.
No, I don't like this. I don't like this tone with you. I asked you for some evidence and verification of your claim, which you do not have. So just say, I don't have the evidence right now.
I do have the evidence.
Later. Okay, well, let's see it. Did you already put it in there?
I'll post all my sources in the side chat, and you can go through every single one.
All right, well, he's working on that. Does anybody else have a
No, I don't need to work on that. I have that.
Underclock, Mars, etc. Anybody new? Because we've been talking to this guy for a while.
In the chat, but I don't mind asking you. So, you're a flat earther, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, sorry, I just joined, so I'm not sure who's what.
I'm kind of annoyed by that guy, so if you hear an annoyance in my tone, it's not supposed to be toward you, it's that guy.
None taken. So, I missed a lot of the tectonic stuff, but it had me thinking a really weird, odd question. What do you think, or what do you believe is under the dirt? Like, someone was saying that we have only dug like 8 miles underground. Do you believe it's like dirt all the way down, or do you think that like if we kept digging we would get to hell, or do we like dig to the other side and we just like fall into space, or like what happens if we just keep digging, like hypothetically?
That is a great question. Yes. And so we definitely do not, there's no evidence that we're on a disk. There's no evidence that we're in any kind of fantasy realm of outer space, because there's no evidence that the claimed near vacuum of space actually exists. So I'll cross that one off your list. I've definitely eliminated that possibility. But as you already brought up, since we have only dug, I think it's like 7.8 miles, something like that, into the Earth, there's no way for me to know. So like, if I were in that field, which I'm not, I mean, I could come up with a hypothesis, but then how would I test it if our equipment is not going to go further than that, as well as it being extremely expensive? So I'm just not really in the realm of like writing science fiction like other people like that, but we are just so busy here, like trying to hold people to empiricism for things that we actually can test and observe, such as the geometry of the flat Earth and the lack of proof of curvature of rotation of any kind. We do have a speculation Sunday, which I invite you to come back and ask that question, because you probably get a bunch of people that probably would speculate on it. I'm just not the one who's, I'm just not going to do that, because I do believe in the scientific method, and there's so many things that could be explored on Earth, such as that we could do, much more easily, that already are being done, such as exploring the ocean realms, that's probably number one for me, is so much of the ocean is unexplored. That's what if I could explore anything, that's what I would do. Get a boat and go out there and mess around.
What does that have to do with the topic of today?
Who's asking that?
American Defender here. How's it going?
Good. Yeah, he wanted to know what we think is under the Earth if you keep digging, since the claims of what are in there cannot be verified and are entirely theoretical. So it's relevant to the topic. Yeah.
Listen, I've been waiting for someone. Listen, I believe in the hollow Earth, and nobody believes in me. So, this is the perfect day to come in here. So I'm happy you brought this.
Weirdo. Yeah,
Sunday,
genuine
Sunday,
question.
come back Sunday. This is May 7th.
Yeah, it's not trying to
Thursday,
gotcha
Friday, Saturday,
anyone
Sunday.
or anything.
Yep, come back in 4 days there, American.
I thought we were talking about if you kept digging.
Yeah, I just said we'll talk about that on Speculation Sunday, since it can't be tested empirically, and that's what we are holding.
You're speculating what's happening under the water. I mean, it sounds like you're speculating.
I can go under the water. I didn't speculate on what's there. I said I would explore not just what's under the water, but, how far can I go in my boat, and what happens if I go too far? I mean, that's what I would do. But I wouldn't. I'm just saying that's just not a topic that's interesting to me. I mean, it's kind of interesting. You could force me to come up with something, but I'm just not going to, because we're talking about how the geometry of a sphere is not what we observe and experience on Earth. Did you know that, American?
Well, I mean, if you just sailed forward without stopping, hypothetically, with nothing blocking your path, you'd hit the ice wall, and beyond that, it's nothing but ice.
I don't know I don't know what you mean about that. That sounds like a claim that you'd had. Do you have any evidence of that claim?
I mean, I don't have evidence. I mean, I've known people that go to Antarctica and they told me they just went straight and they hit a wall of ice. It's called the
You've
ice
known
wall.
people. Wow, you must have some special friends. So few people have gone there.
No,
And in fact, it's such a tightly controlled area that even if you did, through permits and have enough money to be allowed to go there, ask for permission to go there, and then went on a tightly controlled mission there, you would not be allowed to freely explore. You would be shown what they wanted you to see in a certain little circumscribed realm, which is a very tiny part of actual, so-called continent of Antarctica. So the fact of it is that none of us actually know what's going on there. So,
Well,
I
do
mean,
you
it's
have any
interesting.
personal anecdotes?
Well,
I've
didn't
never
a
been
bunch
there.
of YouTubers, including a bunch of like flat Earth people, go down there recently? I remember there was like a buzz on YouTube about that.
Yep, that's right. Yep, I heard about that.
So what happens if I do just sail straight? Do I fall off the flat Earth?
No, you do not. Nope, there's no evidence that there's any kind of edge anywhere. There's nothing to fall off of. That's kind of a cartoon type image of flat Earth that's been put into your mind. It's like a discrediting. So let me tell you something, American. Oftentimes when there's an idea that goes against a norm, especially a highly profitable norm, such as the globe fantasy promoted by NASA and many other corporations, they don't want their racket to get shut down. So they're going to put out, they're going to it's called controlled opposition. They're going to get ahead of the public opinion. They're going to put out nonsense memes about the flat Earth that has nothing to do with what people who have actually gone out, measured, tested, and observed the flat Earth think. So I'll put the observation list in the chat. I don't know if U.S. State ever went and looked at it, but if you're interested in looking
Wait,
at
so
a
can I
small
have like a
sampling,
model of what the Earth would look like in your eyes?
there's how could I possibly have a
Well, I mean,
model
round
of an
Earthers
entire
have a representation of what they believe
Yeah,
the
it's
Earth
fake.
is.
Yeah.
So do you have a representation of what the Earth would be, or? I mean, if you're trying to convert me here, like I
I'm
want
not
some
trying. Oh,
clear-
please! By all means, I am not
No, we
trying
don't want
to
you on our
convert
side.
Well,
We don't convert people. We don't need you.
speech
Enough.
without change is just yapping, all right? And I
Okay,
want
so-
to be enlightened. I want to be intelligized.
You are going in so many different directions here. I don't know if my link came up there because I'm trying to put it on my phone. I'm having a lot of issues here, but at some point I'll probably get you these observations. But yeah, a couple things that you said there. One is, yes, our observation, what we have observed and demonstrated, is that I'm going to have to send it to myself, I guess. I'm sorry. I'm just having issues because I can't seem to put things in the chat in different places. What we've observed and demonstrated is that this fantasy globe model that they're telling you that you live on is not accurate, and it's not necessary to come up with a model of the entire Earth in order to demonstrate that we see too far to be on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles claimed. But the other thing that I wanted to say is that we are not trying to convert people, because it's more of an opportunity for you or anybody else who comes in here. Like, what we're trying to do is to make the information available, and then some people are ready to deal with the information and to follow the facts where they lead, and other people are not. They'd rather just stay on their fantasy globe ball because it's easier, it's less effort. You get, you think you get more social acceptance that way, but really, if you were someone who was able to get to the point where you were able to explain why the globe model is false, you might find that you would get more respect in your life by going against that claim because it's nonsense. And, people who have sense are able to detect logical arguments and respect them. So you might have a better friend set. You might find a better friend set if you started using your brain. All right, I finally got it for you, I think. Good. Right. Yep. Well, came to the right place then, because there's a lot of really, smart people who are willing to educate you. We're supposed to be having ladies night here, but I'm not going to just keep talking for hours here if no other ladies are here. So, do you see the observations there at 50 minutes after the hour that I tagged you with? You see that? It's a link. You have to open it. It says Flat Earth observations from around the plane.
Yes, it's taking a while. I think it's loading.
Okay. Yeah, so it says up there, because we are given, at the top there, we are given specific dimensions for the globe model. We can use those to calculate and predict how far we should be able to see objects in the distance. There are many long-distance observations that are considered globe killers because they would be impossible to see if the WGS-84 globe model were an indication of reality. Oh, yeah, and then there's a link there. I forgot that was even in there. If you're into podcasts, do you like podcasts?
I don't do that. I don't do any of that.
You don't like podcasts, yeah, because I forgot there's a link to the Flat Earth Discord podcast in there. So anyway, but the main thing I was trying to point out to you was there's the visible light Flat Earth observations. There's a list of those. You might be able to find one that's near where you live. A lot, they're all around the world. So, but there's several of them that are in US of A. Then there's the infrared light Flat Earth observations, the mirror-based Flat Earth observations, the laser Flat Earth observations, the radio wave Flat Earth observations, the microwave Flat Earth observations. So all of those using different parts of the electromagnetic spectrum to propagate waves through the air that if we lived on a globe, they would not be able to reach the target indicated. They would not be able to hit that target because the target would be around this alleged curve. Does that make sense?
Somewhat.
Okay, so what part doesn't make sense?
Well, I mean, I say somewhat as a general statement. I understand the total grasp of it, and I don't deny it or anything. I just would have to do a lot of more on my own research. I don't trust knowledge blindly. I like to be a trust abhorrent person. I like to do my own research, but I take into consideration what you're saying. I wrote down some notes, and I'm going to research on this. All right. So yeah,
you totally should do that. That's what I did. I didn't even come. I was invited to Discord for a long time before I came to it because I just wanted to get my research totally, where I knew exactly what I was demonstrating empirically to myself without talking to other people about it. Because the fact that you have that mindset is amazing. Because if you try to go out and I'm trying to find you this other book too, in case you're interested in paper books. If you're someone who is easily swayed by other people, and you want to stay on your fantasy globe, you'll easily find people who pat you on the head and say, "Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, yep, we're here with our British accents, sounding like we know what we talk about because we're using 4-syllable words." And we're here to tell you, yep, they don't know what they're talking about. Definitely, go right back onto your globe. It's perfectly fine. But if you're somebody who's willing to actually investigate this, it's not, you can demonstrate it to yourself with, fairly simple logic, And then once you do that, then you're kind of impervious to these, silly people who don't know what they're talking about, who try to tell you you're still on this globe that has no evidence. That's not what you experience. It's not what anyone experienced. It has no empirical evidence, no verifiable, scientific, testable evidence of rotation or curvature of any kind. So this book, I haven't actually reread this. I I remember really liking it at the time, so like I'm not saying I endorse every single thing in there, but I know it does explain like the 8 inches per mile squared pretty good. He goes through the formulas and stuff like that, and the mathematics of why the geometry of the globe doesn't work. There's another one that's even older. Now I'm trying to remember what that one's called. It'll come to me. I don't know. Do you like paper books or do you prefer websites or videos or what? Is he gone? Or am I gone? No, I'm still here. Can you guys still hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. Sometimes I lose my audio, so like sometimes I think I'm just out here on an island. I don't know, Jenna or Flatsy, are you guys here? Like, I don't know if they want to participate or what, because like, otherwise I'll just end this at the top of the hour because I've like talking the whole hour. It's kind of like, I just can't go on forever. But
yeah, I'm here. I've been listening. You've been doing great.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to jump in on any of these guys. I guess they're gone. They ran away. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. U.S. State Department. It was just, becoming agonizing to listen to.
Yeah, because he's just so rude. You know what I mean? But like, once you have that personality and you're like that old, like he said, he's already been to college, so he's probably like in his 20s or 30s. Like, probably in his like early 30s would be my guess. Like, I don't know if you can change your personality. You probably have to, I mean, I don't want to like wish this on him, but you probably have to have like a major life-changing event of some sort to like actually rethink your, method of dealing with the world, which he has a lot of defenses obviously up and stuff. So you're just not going to ever get through to a person like that. It's just, how could you ever get through to them? But maybe somebody else was listening that was useful to them. I don't know. Maybe there's something we'll get through. You never know. I mean, people say, and I remember that when I was young, it was like people would say weird things to me, and then years later it'd be like, I remember when that person said that weird thing. It turns out they were right about that, So you never know.
He never supports anything he says. I mean, like he'll throw stuff in the side chat, but it's just an elephant hurling fallacy. He won't clip anything particularly out of it, which which supports or like his point. Specific point. He just wants you to read like hundreds of pages of material that he probably hasn't even read.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, I could see that. I mean, I didn't even look at everything that he posted, but just the little things that I did look at. Yeah, you could see that it was just something he just searched up and threw out there. It's like, yeah, I'm going to talk to you about that when you don't even know what you're talking about.
He's what we call globe Earth bingo.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, you guys probably like all got bingo, right? You like filled the whole card.
Yep, twice.
Yeah, them
I won
all.
2 prizes.
Yeah, you guys should totally do that. I remember doing that with I think it was with the Gold Monkey. We used to do that in 24/7. It was fun. And Matrix Red Pill did that.
Timmy's one of my favorites. He's been around for like a while. Like he really hates me. Like
that's Timmy that I was talking to.
Yeah. Tracksuit Timmy used to be his original name, and he changed it.
I like that better. Yeah, I wonder why he changed it. That's much more apropos. I could see him like sitting there in his tracksuit. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about me for a second, Crit. I was going, I don't hate you, Matt.
I know.
What are you talking about?
No, Timmy, I mean, he used to like go to the other channels and be like, this fucking Crit guy, and and like someone would say, dude, what'd you do to Timmy? I go, I don't know. I really don't know. He just detonated one day.
That makes me even more worried about him. If he's been around here for a long time, you guys have been talking to him, but apparently like he's not made any progress at all. I mean,
well, you heard him. Like, how are you going to make progress with an attitude like that? You're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm guessing he's possibly intellectually challenged or something.
Oh, rocks thrown.
We're not like he's like not challenged, but he has like Asperger's or like fetal alcohol syndrome or something like that, where he gets hyper focused on like how cool space is. So that's what he's really worried about when he sees a flat Earth channel. He doesn't see the flat Earth channel. He says what he sees is your space isn't that cool. Your other space lore.
Yeah, and it's not. I mean, I thought that long before and then I found out it wasn't even real. I'm like, yes, I never liked it. I mean, I understood like the intellectual appeal about like, Star Trek and all that stuff. Like, my dad and my brother watched it and like I would watch it and stuff. And like, some of them they had like interesting stories, but only because they had like human stories that just happened to be set in this fantasy realm. But like the actual place itself seemed like hell to me. You know what I mean? Like no air, no naturally growing plants, no animals. You're just in this like endless vacuum of nothingness. It seems horrible.
You need all this protection from ultraviolet radiation and flying space rocks and green aliens and whatever.
Don't get us started on Star Trek, Mary Mom. Last time we did this, we had a 4-hour conversation about it.
Okay, I won't. But I do want to say for in the TNG shows, my favorite was always when they went back to Earth, right? Like those shows I actually liked when they went to like the academy and stuff, and they went to France, Picard's home. Those were
and he'd have to go in. Yeah, he'd have to go and sit in front of the Federation.
Yeah,
and justify what he'd done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because he broke the Prime Directive like every other episode.
I like when they go back to Earth, but back in time. That's the episodes I like.
Oh, those are good too. Like when they went to San Francisco and then they met Mark Twain. Yep. What about Mars? Have you guys talked to him before? Mars with a little planet there. I guess it's Mars.
I was just about to ask. It says he's an Abrahamic room mod.
Are you there, Mars?
Yeah, I'm just listening in.
Okay, well, if you ever have a question, feel free to chime in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I just saw in the chat that my that book I put up there, it says this book reveals the mother of all conspiracies. Always in here telling him it's not a conspiracy, the flat Earth, but not every source is going to be perfect. But there are some good chapters in that book. The math chapters are really good. He has a bunch of stuff about flight paths that's interesting. There's some good stuff in there. Oh, and he has the whole thing about he has a really good thing exposing one of those so-called Earth images and how the proportion of the continents are all off and all that stuff. You know what I could try to, I wonder if who was there? Heretic was there and some other people were there last night, 24/7, that young kid with the astronaut in his profile picture. I wonder if we could get him over here. I wonder if he's even in this server. I'll see if I can find him. Because he said he would come back. Oh no, Tracksuit Timmy's sending me a message. I don't even know if I should read it.
Well, we can just talk among ourselves. Don't feel like you have to just sit here because there's nobody for the ladies to talk to. So
I liked your recount of how you got into this. Like that was interesting. It reminded me of but Benjamin, like because he was set to debate flat earther, and he was researching, and he was like, I can't use this shit. This isn't proof. Like, and he's like begging his audience. He did the live stream. He's begging his audience. Anybody out there's got someone got some clove evidence? I'm supposed to debate tomorrow. Oh, what's going? He's always crying, you know.
I didn't hear that, but that's interesting because I wish I could remember like one of the first YouTube videos I found that was some kind of one of those like globe promoters. I don't know which one, but I remember like clicking on him like, oh, this guy's gonna show how flat earthers are wrong, how we're on a globe. Oh my gosh, like 30 seconds into it, I was like, what? This is your proof? Like, it's just propaganda, like zooming in, fancy music, claims, no evidence whatsoever, like making fun of flat earthers, all the stuff they do. I was like, wow, if this is the best they have, like, I'm really in trouble here. This might actually be something to this. Yeah, it's pretty scary. But they appeal to, and I have to try like not to, I do try not to be like upset with people who are fooled by them because they're designed to fool people, right? Like if we all have our own life paths, so like some of us are more easily fooled than others, and so like if somebody's kind of like a naive, gullible person, that wasn't properly educated on how to evaluate claims, wasn't trained in logic, so on and so forth, is used to just accepting spoon-fed propaganda, they're just going to fall for it hook, line, and sinker because that's what it's designed to do. It's designed to appeal to their emotions, for their desire for security, for their desire to make fun of other people, to make themselves feel better, all of those things, and they just fall for it. It's sad.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's like Tracksuit Timmy and people like Raiden, right? So they just have this misconception that, like, because they just tag the word science onto things like that, it must be true. Like, because Raiden, like, why don't you accept what the scientists say, right? Not that it's even a scientific inquiry, that science can even be used to prove like the shape of the earth, but like because he uses a computer and like he has maybe wears corrective eye lenses, or he can turn on his TV and that sort of thing. Like, so there's this stuff to do with science and technology, right? And then he sees imagery of the earth from space, and he just automatically assumes that it's all one bundle, one parcel, right? It's all encompassing, right? The globe Earth included into our scientific understanding of reality, right? That's the only place that they're coming from. They don't want to question it, and they don't want to go into what we talk about. They just want to challenge us on why we don't want to join the belief system.
Yep. That sums it up well. Yeah, and they don't even, because of the way science is portrayed in mass media, like they also have a misconception about like what real scientists do. They're like hyper specialized, doing like relatively boring, like mundane stuff. You know what I mean? They're like in a lab, like testing like one tiny little thing, and then they know their little area, so that even if a person didn't have a reason like to go out and like they could have a very good scientific mind and could be even willing to follow the evidence where it leads, but if they're just specialized in their own little laboratory area and their little job or whatever it is they do, like they don't have any reason to go out and investigate it, then they're not going to. Like there isn't it. There are. I mean, it's like we're the ones, right? We're the ones like sitting there. Not just us, but like flat earthers in general are like out there trying to test this stuff because somebody's got to do it.
Right. Yeah. They kind of like have this like this idea that like just people in white lab coats just know it all. They're biochemists, they're astronomers, you know, they're just all of it, right?
Yeah, and if it were true, those people would know. But no, that's not the case. They would not. They don't have any reason to investigate it. Most of them probably don't want to. Yeah.
Yeah, a fun question that's been getting asked lately. Shout out to Meta Tetrix. Is when they claim science proves the globe, we say, oh yeah. So what branch of science, what field of science deals with shapes? and they're like, and at first they're like, you can hear the cogs, almost hear the cogs turning in their head, right? And then they'll say, geometry. We'll say, oh, so mathematics, not science, right? It's hilarious. It's a brilliant question. So simple too.
Yeah.
Hey, T-Dub, do you think that mathematical truths are going to be analytic or synthetic?
Brad, no, I'm not talking to you, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, you're a brain dead retard. Notice how this retard is making claims about math, but he doesn't know what math is? What a brain dead retard you are, T-Dub.
Okay. Sure, man.
No, I just disabled that video of that person. I don't know. Is that what you guys usually do?
That only disables it for you.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. How do you? There's no way to like disable it for everyone.
I just kick them out.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we've tried to. Well, the problem is the server side. It fucks up some of the stuff they try to do on other channels. So we just basically got to disconnect them or whatever.
Okay. Hi, Flatsy.
Hi there, guys. Sorry, we're kind of getting settled into our Airbnb, so.
Oh, you're
gotta
on a
forgive
trip.
me. Yeah. Well, my husband is working out here in Georgia, and he brought us along with him and got an Airbnb.
Nice. Do you like it?
Yeah, it's a camper.
Oh, wow.
But it's
I didn't even know you could get Airbnb camp. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a camper, and it's really nice.
Around here, actually, that's a train caboose that's made into like a little, place to stay. That's cute.
Yeah, it's a cute little camper. Like, we kind of want to live in a camper. We've been talking about it so that, my husband can just go on the road and do the work that he does all over. And this has kind of given us a little taste of it, actually, so it's nice.
Yeah, I thought about doing that before I bought this house I'm in now, but then I've got too many kids right now to make it really feasible unless I got a giant one, or we'd still be kind of smashed in there. Maybe when they're older and like I don't have to take them all.
Yeah, that's enough yapping. What's your argument that the Earth is flat? Go ahead.
Well, we'd be happy to talk to you about the Earth, Mark. We didn't know you had a question. So have you heard the arguments against the globe before? Mark?
Look, just go ahead and give the argument. That's all I'm interested in.
Okay, well, the basic argument is that if we lived on a sphere with a 3,959-mile radius, then objects would drop off in the distance out of our field of view at a rate that can be determined through geometry and predicted, and then we can go out and measure, do we actually see this phenomenon happen? Do we ever see anything disappear over this curve? And we find out that we don't, because we don't live on a globe.
Yeah, sorry. So what inference rule was that argument following that you just gave, ma'am?
I can come up with, if you want me to put it into, the modus tollens argument is a good way.
Yeah, I want you to give a formal argument instead of just uttering a declaration.
Okay,
So
sure.
try again.
Yeah. I pretty much did, but if you want it to be
No,
more
you
formal,
didn't give an argument. You didn't give an
it's
argument.
fine, dear. I understand what you're asking for, dear. If we lived on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, then at a 1-foot observer height, the horizon would be at 1.22 miles in the distance. And we can go out and we can find an instance that we measure in reality. For example, this argument is commonly used with the oil rigs in California. We find that the platform hill house and the platform habitat are much further than 1.22 miles out, and in fact the horizon is over 10 miles behind these oil rigs. So we do not observe this 1.22 mile horizon at a 1-foot observer height. Therefore, we do not live on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, what was the third premise there?
There's no third premise. That was an if A, then B. If not B, then not A. Modus tollens logical argument. There was no
Yeah,
third
so that's not modus tollens. You have to give a formal inference that the argument follows, like an inference rule. So just form it into an inference rule.
Nope, that is the argument. If you want to argue the argument, then we can. We're not going to argue the format of the argument because that's a perfectly sound argument.
I agree that modus tollens is sound, but I don't think your argument follows that inference rule, and you haven't made it clear. But the point is, just give an argument for the first premise.
I'm not going to give an argument for the first premise because that would be your argument. You give me your argument. The first premise is if we live on a globe of the radius 3,959 miles. So do you think you live on a globe?
That's a conditional statement. That's a conditional statement that you're giving.
Yeah. So go ahead and tell us your full proof.
Well, on the conditional statement you're affirming is true in order for the entailment of your argument to follow. So I'm just asking you to give an argument that establishes the truth of that conditional statement. In no way is there any rational force for me to give an argument. You're the one that has the burden of proof.
No, I don't have the burden of proof. No,
yes,
because
you do.
No, I do not, because the claim is that we live on this globe. I'm not making that claim. You are.
Sorry, I haven't affirmed any claims. You gave a formal argument that establishes the conclusion that we're not living on a globe.
I disprove
that's not what you
your
did?
claim. Yeah.
I never affirmed that we're living on a globe, so now you're being dishonest.
So you're a flat earther then?
I haven't made any claims. I'm just internally
He's not here to discuss the topic. He's here to critique your understanding of formal logic. That's all he's here to do. He will not take a stance or affirm anything.
That's poisoning the well. I mean, obviously, what I'm engaging in is this Socratic. You shut your mouth. All right, shut your mouth, old man. I'm not talking to you either. Shut your mouth. Don't address me. You're a side character.
Your response is irrelevant. But if you want to continue on with him, then go for it, man. But yeah, it's going to be just going to be a dead end.
I'm not really interested. I mean, yeah, he's really hostile, like not that pleasant to talk to. It's, Wednesday night, 10:20. I have to work in the morning. I don't particularly feel like dealing with a child like that.
Yeah. He likes arguing about arguments.
Well, then you should go to some kind of arguing about argument philosophical server instead of this one where we talk about reality.
We call them debate bros. He's a debate bro. Debating about debating.
Yeah, his thing about the inference, we're not even trying to make an inference here. We don't need to make an inference. Why would we make an inference? We're just making measurements. So
It's a denying the antecedent. So
I like just talking to ordinary people that are curious about the topic. Isn't that what you like, Flatsy?
wait, what's that?
I said I like talking to ordinary people who are curious about the topic.
Yes, me too. I mean, it's just I don't usually engage with people that don't have any interest in actually understanding our position.
Man, we got Maywin in here, but he's deafened. Why? Why be a glober and sit in a flat earth server, in a flat earth VC, and just deafen yourself? I don't get it.
He's helping us out with the black swans in the chat.
Oh, is that what he's doing? I didn't even look in there.
Hello. Why's Earth flat?
Hello.
Why's Earth flat?
You said why?
Yeah, why do you think Earth is flat? Even though that isn't true?
Come again? What?
He's doing his best not to try and expose his accent. We know who you are, man. You're not that good.
Louise.
Is that Twonga?
No, it's Joe.
Oh, Joe, that other idiot.
What are you talking about?
You idiot.
I don't know
You
who
reckon?
Joe is. But anyways, the Earth isn't flat, just letting you know.
Okay. Tell
Yeah.
us why.
Well, science.
Bingo.
Yeah, science.
Okay, have you got any other buzzwords? What else?
NASA.
Yeah, keep going.
Basic common knowledge.
That's not a one-word answer, though. You got to do only one-word answers.
Okay, school. Yeah, I don't know what's funny, even though I just told you the truth. So, I mean, I guess it's funny when, you get told the truth and you're coping.
That's all right. It's ladies' night, so I'm going to mute. Sorry. Go ahead, Dandelion, or one of the other ladies.
So what's the truth to you, smart boy?
What's the truth to me? What is reality? What we can see?
Yeah, you ever seen the curve of the Earth?
Yes, actually, I have.
Oh, really? When?
Through Google Maps. Google Earth, excuse me. Google Earth.
Funny. Every time I look at Google Maps.
Well, no, excuse me, Google Earth. I said Google Earth. My bad.
Oh, okay, that's not valid at all. Google
But
Earth.
you said
That's not like the real Earth. Like it's a CGI until you start zooming in, and then it's all flat again.
Well, hold on though, right? Do you know what a driveway is?
Excuse me?
Do you have a driveway, or are you in like an apartment?
Yeah, I know what a driveway is.
Okay, so you have one, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Go on.
Here's an idea for you. Go outside, walk down your driveway, then walk back up, and then do that
You know,
again
that's
two
funny.
times.
You know, the driveway is intentionally sloped, right? That's not earth curve.
Well,
Your sloping driveway is not earth curve.
how do you manipulate the earth even being curved?
What do you mean? How do you
Well,
manipulate the
yeah.
earth?
Well, the driveway is still the earth, and it's curved. And you said there's no curves. You said it's all flat.
That's your driveway, buddy.
Well, hold on though. But then I can go.
That driveway is going to be in a horizontal orientation to somebody else's driveway 100 miles away.
Well, hold on though, right?
They're not going to be like dipping down below an earth curve.
Yeah. If you want to cope about that, right? Even though that isn't true, right? You can go on the road, and there's a slight curve.
Yeah, roads. That's cool, right? So
Yeah.
doesn't okay, but what about over water, right?
Yeah, there's curves too there.
Is the water curving?
Yeah, I can show you water curve.
Well, the water curves.
Yes, I can show you water curve right now in real time.
So have you ever seen like a mirror reflection on the surface of water?
No.
You've never seen that? Okay. Well, it is something that happens. There's actually a name for it. Did you know that there's a name for those mirror reflections on water? No, you didn't. All right. So it's something called specular reflection, right? And it's only possible because these bodies of water rest flat on the surface. They don't curve, right? And to the best of my knowledge and yours, and correct me if I'm wrong, isn't most the Earth's surface water?
Correct.
Isn't it more water than land on this? Okay, so yeah. So if large bodies of liquid or large bodies of water seek level, right, then at no point should we ever say that it's curving. Right? We call it sea level, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're telling me, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Ask your question, bro.
No, go ahead. I want to listen.
No, you sound like you were about to have a good question. Go ahead. I want you to feel free to ask those questions.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I want you to do it first.
All right. So let's just say we do some long distance observations over water, right? Because water would be the independent variable or the constant, right? It would be the constant variable. The water is not really changing, right? You go out and it's nice and calm at the beach, and you can see for miles, dude. You bust out your camera and keep seeing. Boats go over a curve? No, they don't. No, they don't. You can watch with your naked eye what looks like boats going over a curve, but as soon as you pull out your camera and you zoom in, there's that boat again, bro. Nothing went over a curve, it just went out of your optical limitation.
Okay.
So I know that like a lot of people that come in here saying the Earth's a globe, they use arguments like that, and they like to say, "Oh, well, boats go over a curve." They don't, though. We've got plenty of examples of bringing boats back into view. So, the fact is that if we're not seeing curve, we're supposed to see curvature, right, at a certain rate, and we're not seeing that certain rate. It's supposed to curve at 8 inches per mile squared, right? If you do all the math, I don't know how good you are at geometry and doing all that, but if you do the math, right, and you put your camera down at 1 foot, you're seeing 10 times farther than you should be seeing for a globe Earth of its alleged dimensions, dude.
Okay, that's a very interesting piece of information. So, so I have a question. How does the horizon when a boat goes over the horizon, what happens?
Boats don't go over a horizon; they just go out of view. They just go out of your range of view.
So you're saying, okay?
It's called an angular resolution, right? Your eye has a limit to how far it can see. And there's a whole lot of atmosphere, there's a whole lot of weather going on between you and the thing you're trying to see. But you can pull out a camera and you can cut through a lot of that, and you can clearly see the boat that you thought went over a horizon. The horizon's horizontal. That's another issue. Horizontal is plus 90 degrees to vertical, and you can't. How are you going to get 90 degrees on the surface of a ball Earth? If your baseline has to be straight, right? Your baseline has to be straight.
Real quick, I have one question. So you said there's no curves on the Earth, right? Before I continue, like with my other question, right?
The Earth's not a ball, right? Earth's not a sphere.
Okay. So you're saying that it has no curves, okay? But what about hills? How does that work in mountains?
Yeah, that's called a straw man. To the point.
How is that a straw man? Wait, that's a legitimate question. I mean, isn't a hill a curve?
No, no, not at all. A hill is not. No, a hill is not Earth curve.
Wait, so what is a hill then?
A hill is a hill. Do you know how the height of that hill is measured? Do you know how the height of that hill is measured? Do you know what it's measured from?
Okay, yeah, I don't know. Tell me.
That the height of that hill is measured from something called, wait for it, sea level. Holy crap.
So why do hills curve then?
Why do hills? Oh my god! How old are you? 5? Like these are things I expect like a little 5-year-old to
Okay,
ask.
but hold on though, right? But
I mean, why do hills curve? Why hills?
Do hills not curve?
That's completely asides the point. You know what?
Hold on though. Hold on, no, it isn't. Do hills?
Yes, it is.
Do hills curve?
Not
I'm
a
gonna
hill
look
of
that up
water.
for you. Okay. Do hills curve?
Not the water. You don't have a water hill.
Hills are often a type of curve and require early. I'm going around that.
That's cool.
So when I looked it up, right, it says
I
hills
feel
are a
like
type
I'm
of curve.
arguing with a 10-year-old.
Okay, but it says on Google that hills are a type of curve.
That's cool. I don't give a fuck what Google says.
Okay, but hold on. That kind of like that's a strong man right there, right? Because you said that there is no curve on it. But a hill is a type of curve.
So are you gonna stop with your caramel macchiato? Stop talking over the top of me, and let me finish my point.
Cool boy, try and pay attention, because your laughter is telling everyone how dumb you are. She's explaining why you are creating a straw man. Now pay attention this time.
All right, so you're creating a straw man by saying, well, hills have curves. Yeah, hills have curves. But that hill is not the entire Earth. So you're, like I said, so you're picking a straw. Now, to finish my point on that, the height of that hill is measured from sea level. It's called an elevation angle. All of these points of land above mean sea level have an elevation angle, and you cannot get that angle without a straight, flat, horizontal baseline.
Okay, it's interesting, but I'm confused though. You said that's a straw man, even though your whole argument is that
it is.
Hold on, real quick, please. I gave you time to talk. Please, just 2 seconds. You said that the Earth is flat, all the way completely flat, meaning there's no curves, and it's
No,
no. Isn't it the flat Earth theory?
This is how you're straw manning.
Well, why
What you're
are you
doing
interrupting me?
is a straw man.
You were complaining when I was interrupting. Now, okay. So again, right?
Go ahead, Jenna.
Again, you are trying to double down on your straw man, and it's getting very boring. Shut up and listen to what she has to say. For a third time, she's probably going to try and... I hope that you're patient enough to deal with this idiot. Try and listen.
I'm going to try to be as patient as possible. Now, sea level doesn't curve, right? We've established that sea level does not curve. And we've also established that most of the Earth's surface is more water than it is land. So with that being said, you're getting triangles. You know what a triangle is?
Well, I know what a triangle is, but what do you mean?
You almost said what's a triangle. You almost said what's a triangle.
Okay, but I don't have an argument at all. But your whole theory, right? Hold on, I'm reading someone in chat. What do you mean my argument, right? Your whole point is that the Earth is all the way completely flat, right?
No, I never said. Okay.
Okay, so what do you think? What is the flat Earth then?
Said that.
I never said that. I never said that there's no bumps or indentions or pits or divots or. I never said that, right? Flat, as I'm saying it, is used as like an adjective, right? Like an adverb, right? Everything in a horizontal position in orientation to the next.
Okay, hold on though. You said bumps and curves. I'm talking about hills. They curve.
Yeah, that's a straw man. How do you not understand that?
Look in the chat.
How do you not understand how that's? I don't.
Jenna,
I don't
can
know
you
what
please
you're
look in the
having
chat?
trouble understanding.
Look in the chat, please.
What part are you not understanding?
Hills are a type of curve. Do you see that outline?
Yeah, that's nice. That's a straw. Okay, is that one hill
How was
the
that
whole
straw man?
damn
Can you
Earth?
explain to me?
Is that one hill the whole damn Earth?
Okay, there's multiple hills though, and there's multiple curves.
Is that one?
What's your whole argument? Hold on. Your whole argument is that there's no curves, but the hills prove you otherwise, meaning your theory is wrong. According
It's not
to
a
you.
theory. I need you to look at something for me, okay?
Yeah.
This is at 70,000 feet.
Okay.
And there's all you see is a flat horizon, and the mountains and hills and everything that are on the Earth become unresolvable as 3D. It begins to look like just a painting on a canvas. The higher you go, the flatter it looks. The less you can resolve these hills and these mountains, and that horizon stays horizontal. It stays flat. Would you like to see one from 350,000 feet up?
Sure.
Because at some point, the horizon should have already been arcing left to right. Here we go. At 350,000 feet up. So, smart boy, can you tell me why we're not seeing Earth curve in these extremely high altitude flights?
Well, you're saying, well, I can't really explain that, right?
No, I'm asking you a question.
I'm about to answer
I'm
it.
asking you a
Hold
question.
on.
You just gotta answer it.
Yeah, I'm about to answer it. So let's wait. Okay. But yes, it is viewable from above, from that angle they're, specifying as, flat, right? And I can show you an image where it isn't flat, but anyways, right? These specific images right from the angle, yes, they do look flat. However, that still doesn't change the fact that there's hills, which disprove your whole theory, right? I was saying that the Earth is flat.
Look at the horizon. Look at the horizon. Hold on. No. Look at the horizon. Do you know what a horizon is?
Yes, I know. Hold on.
What's the definition of horizon?
Yes, I know what horizon is.
Well, I want the definite. Give me the definition of horizon so that I know that you know.
Sorry, I'm barging my way in. Sorry, we have to address this. We're not saying that the Earth does not contain any undulations. That would include curving surfaces such as hills and valleys. We're not saying that. We're claiming that it does not curve in the manner which would make the Earth a sphere. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Okay, yeah, but that contradicts your theory.
Okay. No, it doesn't.
It does, but go ahead.
So anyway,
we'll give you another example. Another example for you. Just a quick one. An LP, as in record. Are they perfectly flat? or do people just call them flat?
Wait, can you repeat it one more time, please?
Records, as in LPs. I know it's a bit before your time.
I know.
Are they flat?
Well, a record is technically flat, right?
Okay,
no, but they've got little undulations on them. They've got little hills and valleys right across the thing.
Yes. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. But yeah, you just called it flat. Isn't that interesting? Same thing we do to the ground. We just call it flat because it's easier than saying planar with topography.
Right. So, smarty boy.
Yeah.
The texture that they put on walls, right? That orange peel texture.
Yeah.
Right. Would you still consider your wall flat?
Well, I still consider my wall flat.
Yeah, you touch it and your wall's flat, right?
Well, yeah, it is still.
Well, yeah. Okay, that's the same damn thing, right?
Not
Flat,
really.
flat and textured, right? Flat and textured. Yes. You can have both of those things at the same time. You can have flat and textured.
See, that's not the situation with this, though, right? It is
the situation with this, except it's called topography and not texture.
Okay, hold on. Excluding,
Except in
hills, right?
Minecraft, right? They're called texture packs, but
Yeah, aside from hills, right, we have mountains. What else?
Again, right? Quote unquote texture. It's called topography instead of texture. It's topography. You can have topography on a plane, on a planar surface.
Okay.
So what's the issue here?
Well, so I want to confirm this one more time. You're saying your flat Earth theory doesn't say that the Earth is completely flat with no like bumps or anything, correct?
Flat Earth theory, my hind theory. It's not exactly. It's not a theory.
Theory. I mean, it is.
It's not a theory.
It's been explained to you here multiple times. We're talking about the lack of curvature, the lack of a globe. We're not talking about topography. We're talking about the geometry of the sphere, which is claimed and does not exist. So do you or do you not understand that? Because she just explained that to you many, many, many times over. So you need to either concede that point and move on to another one. She's said that to you many times. What part don't you get?
So, Dandelion, I don't think you did. You just made an incorrect statement.
Smarty boy, you're not getting it, bud. No, you're not getting it. Okay, the horizon is horizontal. You still didn't give me the definition for horizon, right? So it's where the sky and the earth appear to meet, right? And everywhere you look, at 70,000 feet, 350,000 feet up, that horizon where the sky and the earth appear to meet is constantly flat, straight, and level. There is no curve to be found. Hills, mountains, valleys, canyons, none of that makes a damn difference. It's just the same as the texture on your freaking walls. It's really that simple, man. It's really that simple. And we use liquid. We use liquid to determine level.
Okay.
Constructing over large distances, and at no point ever is Earth curve ever taken into consideration because level doesn't curve. We use liquid to determine level. So at what point do the Earth waters curve?
Okay. But yeah, okay. So ask that question. At one point does the water curve? So
yeah, if we use the whole question, right? If we use, which we do, use liquid to determine level, at what point are the Earth waters going to curve? What's that distance? Do you have that?
Okay, so wait.
You know that this dipshit is just deliberately ignoring all your points.
I'm not ignoring her. I acknowledge that question, right? And I won't lie, I can't answer that one, right? And I'm not dodging it though, right? I said I can't answer that one, right? But if it's okay, I have a question though. Just one. That's okay. It's pretty simple. So you claimed at the beginning though that the ground had no, like the regular ground had no curves, but the hill is a regular ground, isn't it?
Never claimed that, for the love of Christ.
So now you're changing up your argument because multiple of you said that in here.
Oh my God.
Enough with that. That is old news. We've gone over it. We've covered
Okay,
it.
so it's not old news though.
No need to go over it again. No, you're going to move on to something new. Or I can just boot you now because you're a demonstrated liar. We demonstrated you to be a liar 2 days ago, and you got booted for that on another account. That's also called ban evading. So if you would like to continue to talk, right, with the ladies, you're going to have to move on to a new topic because we've covered that already. When they're done with you here, and nobody else wants to speak to you, I'm booting you.
Okay, why are you booting me though? I got unbanned already.
Okay, so now that we've established that the waters are level and that the Earth's not curving,
Well,
and it's
we
like
didn't
texted
establish
on the
that.
walls,
You didn't address me at all.
what's next?
Let me correct you. You didn't address me at all, according to with the Hill's argument. But go ahead.
I did address you, and I'm not going to do it again.
Well, you didn't address anything good arguments for my argument.
Absolutely did, and I'm not going to go over it again. So
okay,
you're
if that's
dismissed.
how you feel.
No, you're dismissed.
I'm dismissed.
Does anybody else have any questions about the globe? Hi, Lifologist.
Hey, Shalom. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Good. Yeah, I saw you were answering there about the topography. That was a good answer in the chat.
Yeah, he is. Oh my goodness. It was not a sequitur to conversation.
Your mouth says there's a feedback loop.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sound good. Simple Jack's here. Do you have any questions, Simple Jack? Oh yeah, Half Pint's in the chat and in the voice. I don't know if he wants to talk.
No, I'm just chilling.
Okay, welcome. Maywen's going to have a question in 10 to 15 minutes.
Let's put Twonger up.
Hi, Twonger.
You guys had, I don't know if Half Pint is in the VC, but Half Pint, you were up in the chat asking about, I'd like to see a science experiment that proves that it's flat. And I clapped back at you. And I said, I'd like to see a science experiment that proves that it's a ball, right? So let's start there. Let's get Half Pint. Twonger's had enough airtime. Come on, Half Pint. There we
You
go.
can take a rocket up to the Kármán line and plainly see it.
Right out the gate with take a rocket to space. Oh, God. Love your enthusiasm.
I guess that's it for the flat Earth, eh?
Yeah, no, taking a rocket up it's not going to do anything. Rockets go up and they come back down. You know, what goes up must come back down. Not what goes up goes into space and floats away. Sorry, it's never been like
Definitely not what goes up hits a firmament.
that. Yeah, well, what goes up isn't going into this place called space that you believe in, right? And aside from that, like, I want you to address this whole need for a science experiment to prove a shape or non-shape.
We're talking about the shape of a natural object, though. So, I mean, a citizen scientist should be able to provide an experiment, right?
No, you don't need science for shapes. Who told you this?
I was talking about the shape of a natural object. It would be an observation in the natural world, therefore science.
Are you saying that a globe Earth is a natural object? That this just a ball? It's natural. No. You don't need.
No
you
shit,
don't
Sherlock.
need science. You don't need science for shapes.
You need science for determining things about reality and the natural world.
That's nice. That's wonderful. But you don't need science to determine whether or not the surface of Earth is curving. You need measurements.
Yes, and you can utilize
geometry.
measurements in a scientific experiment.
Yeah, no, you just need geometry. At no point ever would I take my science book to my geometry class.
No, science would be, or geometry would be the application of that into Euclidean space. We're talking about the measurements of the natural world.
Yeah, you are in a category error when you asked for a scientific experiment to prove flat. I find that very humorous, very comical, actually.
Well, I don't find it humorous. I find it misleading that you are committing the category error, such as to say that geometry is the apt field when we're not talking about things in Euclidean space.
Yeah, geometry is quite necessary. It is a very necessary topic in this discussion.
And you can utilize geometry in science.
No, you're not utilizing geometry in science.
Yes, you can.
No, you're not taking your geometry book to your science class, or vice versa. This is where you're in a category. This is where you're in a category error. Okay, you have a globe Earth in your mind, right? And it's got an alleged size, right? It's got a radius, it's got a circumference, it's got a diameter. Do you know what those values?
Science?
Do you know what those values are for this globe Earth?
No, I don't care. Is chemistry a science?
No, don't care. That quick, he gave up that fast.
Is chemistry a science?
He gave up that fast. He said, "I don't care."
Jenna, may I just point something out? I don't know if it you caught that or not, but one thing that did slip by is the guy seems to misconstrue the position that it's not that we're saying math or geometry or whatever, probably not geometry specifically, but math in general. It's not to say that math can't be used in science. It's to say math and or geometry are not sciences in of themselves.
Well, I'll ask you then.
Right.
Is chemistry a science?
Not all of chemistry. Synthetic chemistry is not a science. No.
I know you hate James Tour QE. I'm not talking to you. Is chemistry a science?
I don't hate James Tour, you fucking idiot.
I mean, you can carry on.
You can't broad brush chemistry. You can't broad brush biology. You have to get hyper specific within each discipline.
Yeah, please continue. I just wanted to point out the math thing that seemed to go in one ear and out the other.
Tour, you're a fucking idiot, dude. You're an idiot. You don't know what
so much for ladies' night, huh?
Hell, third grade general science, dude. What is a scientific hypothesis? Yeah, you better go on Moot because you're fucking done.
You obviously weren't trying to have a conversation. You were trying to preach.
No, I'm not having a conversation with a pretender clown. No.
Go ahead. Do the whole heretofore. You should have asked this question. Go ahead.
I'm going to expose you. So what is a scientific hypothesis?
You're going to do your little song and dance.
You got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. This is the end of the conversation, dumb fuck. 2, 1. You'd fail third grade general science. Shut the fuck up.
Just glad I wasn't having a good conversation with you.
Shut the fuck up.
So shut
up.
Chemistry a science?
Shut up.
Yes. Do we have hexagons and different shapes within chemistry? Yes, we do.
You're a dumb.
The classification of things
you
into
wouldn't know what natural
is not
science was.
necessarily
if they climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire, you're a fucking pretender clown.
You need new material.
Mouth. Shut up. You don't know what science is. Get your dumb ass out of it. Did he leave?
No.
You should.
Bitch.
You should, bitch.
Nice. Do you think of that one up yourself?
You're a bitch. You don't know what natural science is. You don't know what a hypothesis is. You'd fail third grade intro to general science. You're a dumb fuck.
Do you get any of your insults from your own mind, or is it all from your drill sergeant?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, great. Just shut the room down.
The fuck up.
Flat Earth debates, everybody.
Shut up. You got nothing.
He was already wrong, in the frickin' wrong, when he asked for a scientific experiment to prove flat.
Yeah,
well, I just proved that having shapes in science works.
You're a dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up. What a clown. Just tattoo pretender clown retard on your forehead and be done with it. You're fucking done.
Why would I want to look like you?
You're done. You're fucking so bad. They didn't even ask you the question. You just came out unsolicited and bashed yourself in the face with a spade shovel. Gotta love that.
Like straight out the gate. Straight out the gate. Dude, just shoots himself right in the damn foot.
All this posturing really is not in place of reasoning or argumentation or
No,
science.
that's what you did. When you come right out the gate asking for a science experiment to prove flat, you're already fucking retarded.
I know that your cult has made you think that that's the case, but it is not at all the case.
Just shut him up.
I've already highlighted how you have
shut the fuck
in chemistry that can
shut
be
the fuck
important in
up.
the
You don't want to know what chemistry was. You wouldn't know the difference between chemistry and
we're not talking about chemistry.
Shut your fucking mouth. Can somebody
imagine
fucking
James
mute your
Tour not
dumbass?
being as much of a zealot as he wanted to
Thanks,
be?
man. It's about fucking time, don't you think?
Yeah, he thinks his chemistry argument is going to save
Holy
him from
fucking
lack
shit!
of
Why did it
food.
take so long?
One sec, that just wanted you to be aware we haven't officially ended ladies' night yet. That's all. Just wanted to get that in there.
Ladies' night? Is that what it's?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
It's all good. It's all good, man. It's all good.
When do we officially enter it?
I'm not sure.
I don't know, but I hope you're wearing your best nail polish, QE.
I'm not, because as soon as
Still
it
being
starts, I'm out.
Yeah,
It's
it was
still being
officially
advertised as a
2
live
minutes.
event, so, yep.
Yeah, officially it would end in 2 minutes, but sometimes it goes longer.
Yeah, I don't know. It's up to you, ladies. I've been here for 2 hours, so I'm about at my expiration date. But
I apologize. I didn't notice. I didn't scroll up to see ladies' night up there. Is it every Wednesday night?
that's the plan. That's the plan. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we forgive
I'll try
you.
to remember.
Okay.
No, it's all right. Q. It's fine.
What do you think, Jenna and Flats? You want to end it at top of the hour, and then, but I mean, we could just hang around, but it doesn't have to be the official event.
Fucking nuts, knuckin' futz. You couldn't challenge a second grade retard on a peanut butter sandwich, you fucking. What the fuck?
Who are we talking about now?
Oh,
Fucking nuts,
That
knuckin'
boy-
futz, and fucking nuts.
Oh, we're looking at the
That boy
chat.
couldn't find his way out of a wet paper bag.
Shut the. This fucking guy. What a clown.
Yeah, I think we'll end the event I think we'll end the event at the top of the hour, and then we'll just.
His physics knowledge. Fucking
be
guy
good.
doesn't even know what a hypothesis is. He's going to challenge me on my physics knowledge. You fucking. Get your dumb ass out of here.
It's funny that he thinks he needs any of that chemistry, any of these other sciences to determine that Earth is a globe.
No, that's half pint. That's half a fucking brain. Not fucking nuts. Fucking nuts. Not him.
Okay, well, thanks, people, for being here for Ladies' Night. Thanks for your support. I think we accomplished some things, and it was
What'd I
nice
miss?
talking to everybody. Oh, I don't know, nothing earth-shattering, you know. Kind of the same old little trolley type people.
Oh.
Nobody really exciting or actually the guy who was the most promising to me, American something or other, he just kind of ran out of here. But I liked him the best because he said he was going to research the stuff I told him and he was going to decide for himself, which that was good. Yeah, he didn't fight against it. I guess maybe if we even began to reach that guy, maybe it was worth it. I can't remember what that guy's name was. Let me look. I don't know. American something or other. Oh, yeah. American Defender. Hashtag MACA. I don't even know what that means, MACA, but that's the one. He's an American Defender.
America is the greatest country in the United States.
So yeah, I mean, I guess that was my favorite one. Even though we only talked to him for a short time, he seemed
It was funny
seemed to
that
take
was
things
followed.
seriously.
It's funny that was followed up with the U.S. State Department.
Yeah, that guy was a trip. Yeah.
Tracksuit Timmy came in on you.
Oh my gosh, that guy! I could barely contain myself talking to that guy. I wasn't even getting paid to talk to him, but I managed to do it. He went through the 25 questions flat earthers can't answer, and then I answered every single one of them, and then he went on to the next one.
What? The flat earthers? Another stereotype fallacy. Did you ask him if he ate his boogers?
I did not ask him that. If he comes back, next time you can ask him that.
Yeah, no, he should eat his boogers because Craig Fight the Fight Girth is a baltard and he eats his boogers. So therefore, the douchebag tracksuit Timmy must eat his boogers, right? Same thing. Flat earthers, right? Flat earthers do all the
That's
same
right.
thing.
Yeah, exactly. That was about his logic. Yes, because we all went to Antarctica and we all did this thing and we all believe in the Illuminati. Yeah, that was about the level of conversation. You got it right there. Yeah.
May Wen, you're another dumb fuck. His physics acumen is below the level of high school freshmen in their algebra-based physics class. You dumb fuck. Algebra physics. You eat your buggers,
I
don't
said
you?
what I said.
You eat your buggers. You said what you said. It's so fucking stupid. It's moronic.
Just to be clear, you think that all distance have 30 degrees of range? Like you think you can't measure distance without 30 degrees of variability or 30%
What?
variability?
Shut the fuck up. We're talking about algebra physics. What a
I know,
fucking
but do you
clown.
think you can't measure
Is this like I don't know, addition theoretical physics?
Do you think you can measure distances?
I don't think you really get what it
The
means.
fuck up. Do you think measure distances? Yeah, linear distances, yes.
Okay, so do you have a map with the scale on it? Of the
You
flat
have a
Earth?
map.
Yeah.
All maps are flat Earth maps. Number one.
I know.
Number two, linear distances, globetard. You can't measure linear distances.
Okay, so do you have a map of
Not
the flat
okay.
Earth, the scale
Not
on it?
okay. Not okay. Linear. Define linear.
I don't know. You used it.
Oh, you don't know. You don't know what all distances are linear, you fucking glue sniffer.
Well,
Define linear.
Well, you could also have rotational.
Define
you could have
linear.
angles, right?
Define linear.
It would be between 2 points, I would assume.
Between
Straight-
2 points. What's
straight line between 2 points? A distance between 2 points, a straight line.
Distance between 2 points. That's not what linear means.
In a straight line?
Yes.
So do you think you can have angular distances?
Yeah. So how do you have straight lines on a globetard?
Yeah, but you just asked me to define linear
How
distance.
do you have straight lines on a globe?
You think you can't
don't.
translate? You think you can't
measure
translate
distances.
angular distance? You think that's
You
not a
can't
thing?
measure angular distance. That's going to be in degrees. That's not fucking linear distance.
And you don't think you can trade?
douchebag.
You don't
Shut
think you can
the fuck
translate
up.
that
Shut up.
with radius? You don't
Shut
think
up.
you can do that?
Shut
You don't
the
think you can do
fuck
that?
up. Shut your
Okay.
fucking mouth.
You
You're
think you
already
can do that?
screwed with distance. You can't measure distance on a globetard. Dumb
You
fuck.
think you can't measure
You
angular
can't measure
distance?
distance on a globetard. No, they're linear. There are no straight lines on a globetard. No.
Do you think there's no way
None.
to translate
Zero.
that?
Zero.
So you think circumference, like you can't measure?
You think circumference? I didn't say anything about a circumference, dumb fuck. I said
So you-
linear distances, dumb fuck.
Wait, so you
Linear.
can?
You said linear. Are there straight lines on a globe?
I was just asking. Do you think you can measure?
Are
angular
there
distance?
straight lines on a globe? I'm asking you.
So you can't measure angular distance?
Yeah, I say you can't measure. Fuck off.
I'm trying to speed run getting muted.
Yeah, I'm trying
so
to
I'm just
speed
gonna
up.
keep
You're a
asking
dumb
until you
fuck.
answer.
How many times have I exposed you?
None. Do you think you can measure
Yeah,
angular
right.
distance?
None. No, we're not talking about your IQ. I asked, how many times have I already exposed you?
The reason you can answer this
fucking
question is
idiot.
because you know you can.
You're a dumb fuck. Piss off.
Well, meet me.
You've been
I'm trying to speed run it.
exposed.
I've been muted faster. So
You've
it's
been
kind of-
exposed,
but-
clown.
Do
Yeah.
you think you can measure angular
Hi.
distance?
You think you can get fucking linear distances on a globe? Dumb fuck.
Do you think you can measure angular
Dumb
distance?
fuck.
Do you think you can
Dumb
do that?
fuck. Linear distance. You can't have linear distances
Do you
on
think
a
you can measure
curve
angular
because
distance?
curves.
How would you measure the angular distance, bro? Like, what are you talking about?
Fuck.
You could translate, change
Dumb
the
fuck.
theta.
Why is
Change
he
the
still
theta.
talking?
Change the theta times radius.
Why is he still talking? Why is he still asking questions?
Yeah, he's still just
Provide an
he's
example
asking
of
the
what you're talking
same
about.
question over and over again. So ask the question, get the answer, and then listen to the answer.
Yeah, can you measure angular distance?
Give an example of what that even means in regard to the
Theta
Earth.
times r.
In regard to the surface of Earth, what does that mean?
Change in theta times r.
Change in theta times r. Do you get a linear distance?
Do you think you could do that just to
Do
start?
you get a linear? Here we go again. Linear distances are measured linearly. What is
think you can
linear?
translate
You
it?
already said it, right?
Do you think you
Stop
can translate that?
fucking jabbering through me,
Then
dumb
mute
fuck.
me.
Hey, dumb fuck. Yeah, you're
Then
going to
mute
get
me.
muted because you've
I have no
already
problem
been
with that.
exposed. Bye-bye,
Okay.
dumb fuck. Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Bye. So can we measure like
We're going
dumb
on to the
fuck.
next
No.
caller. Who's it? Carter. I think Carter wanted to jump in.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
He's done.
So can we do that? Can we measure
No,
angular
you can't
distance?
have linear distances on a globe for the 12th fucking time, mods.
So you can't translate it?
Mods. Hello.
Yeah,
Get this guy out of here. We need to make a safe space. Make the safe space.
The answer is no.
Okay.
He said no. All right.
Okay, so what do you think like change
Oh,
in theta
no.
times
No,
r?
that's
No,
is?
there's
What do you
no,
think that
there's no what if after that. You asked a question, you got an answer.
So do we agree that you can multiply
Yeah, I'm trying to
a
be
change in
safe,
theta
dumb fuck, from
times
a guy that
radius?
says linear distance, and he's got a globe. So linear is straight lines. There are no straight lines on curves. They're half brain. Dumb fuck.
multiply
I'm not
change
trying to
in
be
theta
safe. I'm trying to
times the
stop
radius.
the dumbest motherfucker in here, but I'm not getting any fucking mediation.
True, we need to
So
make the
I'm
safe
having
space.
to deal with a dumb fuck who's got diarrhea of the mouth, who's just been
Yeah.
exposed. May
Make the
West
safe
is in the
space.
corner belly laughing, but he's going to keep on talking.
Why do you just bring me in?
Right? Why do I? You're next, May Wen.
Actually,
I'll
yeah,
fucking destroy you next after two.
Yeah, after you make your safe space. Make your
How do
safe
you make a
space.
safe
Okay.
space? Dumb fuck.
All right,
Get
so
your
Maywin,
fucking
you're
ass out of here.
Yeah, Maywin, go ahead. What you got a question for Kiwi?
Yeah, okay. I kind of have like a kind of troll question, but just bear with me. All right, so I think gravity is a force.
Oh, really? Well, you're about 110 years out of date, dumb fuck.
Okay, so please explain.
So you're 110 years out of date.
Okay, so
Gravity's not a force.
Maybe stop.
Gravity has never been scientifically validated. Even in your own religion,
cult
it hasn't been a force in 110 years, man.
okay, so
Not okay.
okay, 1 second.
Oh, where are you guys? Come on, safe
General
space.
relativity. Please explain to me why I should believe in general relativity and why it's true.
What the fuck are you
All
talking
right.
about?
Well, I
dude?
mean, called it on.
Please
Now I
explain to me
got
why general
fucking
relativity
half
is true.
pint, half brain interrupted.
Guys,
Oh, sorry. No, I got unmuted. I was.
You fucking
yeah,
moron.
Half pint. Put yourself on mute. Control your mic. Maywin's asking QE a question. I mean, don't be a complete like dumbass.
Okay, he said that gravity was a force. He shouldn't be even be in this discussion. Do I
Okay,
got to
so-
post? Do I got to post? No, we're stopping right there because that's your premise. So you said gravity is a force, correct?
I believe it is a force.
You believe, so you accept without evidence that gravity is a force, is what you just said.
Yes.
Do you believe in
Yeah,
God?
he said yes. Okay, dumbass.
Do you believe in
Time
God?
of death. Let me get you a time of death. 1 second.
Never.
Something like that.
Time of death.
I will never die.
Yeah. You're dead right now. Time of death. 10 minutes after the hour.
Quantum, what do you think
Are we
change in
ready?
theta
No,
times
not
radius
quantum.
is?
Not quantum. Are we ready?
Well, he's
Mayweather's
dead,
question.
so he can't talk anymore. What do you think change in
No,
theta times
no,
r is?
shut the fuck up. Shut up. I'm dealing with one person mods. Hello.
Make the safe space mods.
One
Come on,
person
guys.
at a time. I don't need a
Tuak,
safe
no, you
space
you
for
need to
dumb
stop.
fuck.
He's still going through. He's going through the evidence now, so you need to listen.
So, May Wen, at 10 minutes after the hour, can you go through each of these citations for us? We want to hear you read them out loud.
I want you to justify why general
No,
relativity is
I'm
true,
not
and I should
justifying
believe it.
shit. You read those citations right now.
I don't believe in general relativity.
I don't give a fuck what you believe or don't believe. You said that gravity is a force, and I'm going to post, I already did, about 13 citations from the highest of the high of your scientific priests who say that you're full of shit.
But I don't think it's true.
Shut him up. I'll go through them since he doesn't read my stuff well. Should I go through them?
Oh, wait. You did. Never mind.
Shut
Today's Bring Your Own Globe Day, is it, May? When you don't agree with the current system, you still believe it's a force, and now you want us to somehow support that for you.
Right. So what I want you to do is
Right. Yeah. So it's Bring Your Own Globe Day. We're not arguing your globe. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not Bring Your Own Globe Day. Yeah. You've got to stick to the current beliefs that you're believing in.
I'm not talking about a globe right now, buddy.
Well, your own pseudoscientific priests tell you that it's not a force, and it has been a force for 110 years.
Right. So you call it pseudoscientific.
It doesn't actually exist, but we'll get to that in a minute. You think that's funny?
I mean, yeah, I do. Here, I'll explain to you
okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Once we're done proving to you that your pseudoscience priests tell you that it's not a force, but you're one of the left-wing fuckwit faction anti-flat earthers that just make shit up.
Right. So
we're going to show you. Yeah?
Yeah.
So, from George Musser, Scientific American, I'll go through all of them. Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity, with the express purpose of expunging non-locality from physics. Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance as if by magic, and general relativity snapped the one in two by showing that the curvature of space-time, and not an invisible force, gives rise to gravitational attraction. From De Sitter, way back in the day, 1916, monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society. In Einstein's new theory, gravitation is of a much more fundamental nature. It becomes almost a property of space. Gravitation is thus, properly speaking, not a force, May Wen, in the new theory. From Caltech, Einstein came up with the theory of general relativity in 1915, a prototype of all modern gravitational theories. Its crucial ingredient, involving a colossal intellectual jump, is the concept of gravitation, not as a force, May Wen, but as a manifestation of the curvature of space-time. From Brian Cox, there isn't really a force, May Wen, of gravity at all. We'll skip Georgie Musser's definition again. We'll go to Universe Today. In general relativity, gravity is not a force between masses. From the University of California, Riverside, strictly speaking, gravity is not a force, May Wen. From Phys.org, according to this theory, gravity is not a force, May Wen. New Scientist. So although Earth appears to be pulled towards the sun by gravity, there is no such force, May Wen. From Phys Libertex, the answer is that gravitation is not a force, May Wen, between two objects. From Physics Hypertextbook, gravity isn't a force, May Wen. From Joylyn Bluefield, PhD Physics, Cornell University. So to summarize, general relativity says that matter bends space-time, and the effects of that bending of space-time is to create a generalized kind of force that acts on objects. You're almost saved. But then he destroys you in the next sentence. However, May Wen, it isn't a force as such that acts on the object, but rather just the object following its geodesic path through space-time. How you like me now?
Do you believe in general relativity?
Do I believe? No, I don't.
I think what they might be saying is it's not a force.
So it's not a force, May Wen. Is gravity a force? Is gravity a force, May Wen?
Is general relativity true?
Is gravity a force, May Wen?
Well, I'm saying general relativity
Is
is not
gravity
true.
a force, Maywin?
I'm saying yes because general relativity is not
so
true.
yes, it is.
It's a force because general relativity is not true.
Goodbye, dumb fuck. You're done.
You haven't proved why general
You're done.
relativity is
Yes,
true.
I have. I have demonstrated it. Yes.
No, you haven't proved why
Yes,
it's
I
true.
have.
All you said is
Yes, I
gravity is
have.
not a force. No, you
Yes, I
haven't.
have.
Hey, mods,
Yes, I have.
mods. When QE says you're done,
Yes, I
that's when you
have.
have to
Shut
mute
the
the
fuck
other
up,
person.
half brain. You dumbass.
What I want you to do is
Hey,
to
dumb fuck. What you want?
be like general
What
relativity
you
is
want
true. That would
is
be
you're
so fun.
fucking smoked.
Yeah.
You're fucking smoked, dude. You're done.
Hey,
That's
so
it.
do you want to prove
It's
why
all
general
over.
relativity is
It's
true?
all over.
No, we don't want to prove general relativity. What we've done is shown that in your belief system, general relativity superseded Newtonian mechanics and your force.
Well, I don't believe
very
in general
simple.
relativity.
He doesn't believe in general
Yeah, that's
relativity.
right.
Yeah.
Bring
So
your own
I
ball
need
game.
you to prove why it's true, and that would be awesome if you could.
I need to prove that it's not a force in your religion. I just did.
You need to prove why general
I just
relativity
did.
is true.
I don't need to prove shit. I didn't claim
do.
general
You
relativity.
do.
Your fucking pseudoscientist just slam-basted your dumbass.
Right, so you don't believe it's true.
Right. No, I don't believe shit. It's not
You don't believe
scientifically
general relativity is
validated.
true.
It No, it's not scientifically validated.
so
It's
how
not a
can gravity
scientific
not be a
theory, dumb
force?
fuck. I was still
General relativity
talking.
is not even
Dumb
true.
fuck. So now that we proved that gravity's not a force in your own
You
religion,
haven't.
now we're going to get down to your scientific validation of this force.
No,
Please.
you haven't.
Please, what's the hypothesis of your non-force gravity?
No, we can't move on from this because
Yes, we can.
simultaneously,
Where you're
general
already
relativity is
toast.
not true, but
You're
then
already
also
toast,
it
dumb
proves
fuck.
gravity is not a force.
You're already
so which one
toast,
is
dumb
it?
fuck.
Which one is it?
Scientifically validate your force of gravity.
Oh, so now you're trying to move on.
Scientifically validate your force of. I'm gonna
buddy.
kill it twice.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy, I'm not your buddy,
I'm sorry,
pal.
Dewey, but you
I'm
cannot
not
have
your
it both
buddy,
ways.
pal. We want the scientific
You
validation.
cannot have it both ways. I'm sorry.
Scientific validation, motor mouth. You
Brother, I'm
can't
sorry.
shut up because you're fucking retarded.
Yeah.
So we want the scientific validation right now.
Oh no, I just believe.
Oh
it's
no!
true.
Fuck off! Put him on mute. Oh
You know,
no!
I just believe it without
Oh
having any
no!
scientific
Shut the
validation.
fuck up. Next.
That was a
Half
close one,
brain.
QE.
Half a brain. Can
That
you
was a close one. You
scientifically
almost learned
validate? Of
something.
course, he'll talk right through me because he know it's his dumb ass. Yeah, half a pint, half a brain, dumb fuck. Can you scientifically validate gravity? Yes or no? I could do this all night. Scientifically validate gravity. Half pint, Mr. White fucking Knight that wanted to interrupt the discussion. Come on now. Come off mute, crayon muncher.
I couldn't have interrupted a conversation.
I
You
couldn't
already
have.
had them
We want
muted.
the scientific validation of gravity. Half pint, focus now. Get the Adderall drip out. Start central lining that shit.
Wouldn't Adderall help me focus?
Half pint, scientifically validate gravity. So, what
I
are you
don't know
going to
who
do
you
first?
think said that, old man.
So, what are you going to do first? What's the first step in the scientific method, dumb fuck? You have no clue.
All right, I thought you were.
I thought your favorite color was purple. I thought my dog ate my homework. I tugged on Superman's cape. Cat pissed right in the corner. Right? Scientifically validate gravity. First step in the scientific method is what?
Observation.
Wrong. It's observation of a natural phenomenon. Yeah, you couldn't tell the difference, right? So, let's say I observe. So you said observation. So I look at a fucking tree. What's the hypothesis for a fucking tree, dude? You're a glue sniffer, man.
A tree is a natural phenomena, you realize.
Yeah, it's not. It's a concrete noun, you glue sniffer.
I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about science, not grammar.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about your sister's cavities.
I know you wish you were. You wish we were.
I don't know.
Don't you?
Oh, you're
Yeah,
going to scientifically validate gravity or what?
Did I make that claim, Huey?
Did you scientifically validate gravity or what? Yeah, May Wen. GR proves gravity isn't a force within your own religion. And I also say,
so if you weren't a bitch, you'd unmute him and talk about it.
And I also say, because I'm using these people right here in your fairy tale religion as hostile witnesses, because they believe that GR is true and it debunked Newtonian mechanics, but quantum mechanics debunked Newtonian mechanics.
It makes
However,
you look really
I know
strong
that
to
you
talk.
shut the fuck up. But I know for an absolute fact GR is pseudoscience, and I can demonstrate it, you fucking idiot, May Wen. And I'm proving it right now with dumb fuck half a brain. Scientifically validate gravity, half a brain.
Have you ever heard of the Cavendish
No,
experiment?
it's not what I heard. Scientifically validate gravity.
That would be an experiment.
Yeah.
The Cavendish experiment.
Cavendish experiment was debunked over 110 fucking years ago, you idiot. And it's not even an experiment.
It is an experiment.
It is an experiment.
And it wasn't
so how is
superseded
it
by
an
general
experiment?
relativity.
What is the observed natural phenomena, dumbass? What did Cavendish observe, dumb fuck?
The natural observation was
the natural observation.
Yeah.
He's made the same statement that Newton was not superseded.
It doesn't stop what was.
All right, what was the Cavendish experiment?
So, Cavendish's experiment, not natural observation, glue sniffer. What was the natural phenomena observed that led Cavendish to conduct a scientific experiment? He needed a hypothesis first. So, what is the Cavendish hypothesis, please? Take it from the paper.
You're not aware.
Go to the original paper and pull out the fucking hypothesis. It should be in there, right?
I don't know. I don't know how you haven't checked.
I don't know how. I don't know how I even checked. What? Huh?
Go back on the stream. Maybe you'll understand it if you hear it in a second.
Go back on. Why should I go back on the stream when I asked you what is the scientific hypothesis in Cavendish's original paper, dumbass? Just go get it and post it.
I'm not your errand boy. I thought you were talking to someone else.
It's your claim, counselor. You fucking idiot. It's not my responsibility to fucking demonstrate your claims, clown fuck. My God, did IQ suddenly drop since I've been away? Holy fucking shit. So I got to go into Cavendish's paper and pull out the scientific hypothesis that doesn't exist in that paper to prove your claim. Have you snacked on paint chips from the 70s?
That's what I'm doing now.
I know. Good night. Don't take him off mood. He's a dumb fuck. Not embarrassed, May Wen. You're a fucking retard. I already exposed you. May West is in the corner belly laughing. How many times now, May Wen? 30? 40? More? Yeah, deafen yourself, moron. Just chat skank your way. I can go all night, man. Let's go. 0 half pint. Dumb fuck. You can't recover. You don't know what gravity is. You don't know what the Cavendish non-experiment is. You don't know dick. That's been demonstrated here this evening. You don't know what a hypothesis is. You don't know what the scientific method is. I'd be shocked if you could go get a fucking loaf of bread from the grocery store without fucking it up. So chat skank your way. Ain't gonna help you. You know this is recorded, right? Next.
Will the next contestant please come on down?
Or them bastards. If one arrives in a minute or so, just keep them busy till I get back.
Well, Kiwi, I was about to tell you something.
I like how they project their failure onto others in the side chat.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
How's the composition fallacy, Carter?
Yeah, I was just about to ask the same question.
Because it's a part. He's saying the water glass is flat, and so the entire surface is flat.
Oh, I didn't see where he said the entire surface of Earth is
That's
flat.
what he's gonna say.
Oh, that's what he's going to say. So you're a mind reader now. Oh, I see.
He can't say anything else, so whatever. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making a claim about flat Earth, right?
Well, actually, I haven't scrolled up, but I saw him say water is flat. You might lack a little detail there. You know, like he's talking about the surface, particularly when it's at rest, right? being described as flat. That's a true statement. I don't see how it's a fallacy of any kind.
Sure, it doesn't mean the entire surface is flat, though.
No, but he never stated that, yeah? And you've added that little piece yourself. But you
Okay, this is silly.
So you would also be stating that National Science, Air and Space Museum, Science and Pre-K, is also fallacious when they state that water at rest will remain flat unless acted upon by a force.
How? How's that fallacious?
Well, you're stating that water being flat's fallacious.
Why did I say that? I want you to repeat back to me my
You just
logic.
stated that water being flat was
you understood.
You just stated that water being flat was a composition fallacy. So has National.
Yeah, why did I say that?
So is National Air and Space Museum here in the citation? Is that also a composition fallacy? That water will always form a flat surface. That water will always form a flat surface unless acted on by another force, such as wind.
Why did I say it was a composition fallacy? Just tell me. I know why I said it.
Yeah, because you added your own little piece to what he had stated.
That's not answering the question. Why did I say it was a composition fallacy?
He said it was a composition fallacy. He said you said it was a composition fallacy because he said water was flat, and then you yourself came to the conclusion that as a flat earther, he was then going to state to you that the entire earth is flat due to his glass of water being flat, which is something that you added and something he didn't state.
Sure. So the museums aren't saying that, right? Your earlier example, they're not doing that. They're not talking about the entire surface. So try again.
No, we're talking about water, which covers 70% of the earth, that will always form a flat surface unless acted upon by another force.
Yeah, that's your composition fallacy.
So what force do you have that's curving water? 70% on the earth.
Why does there need to be a force?
Because without a force, water will always form a flat surface. And 70% of the earth is water.
You don't know that.
I don't.
You know that it's flat locally, but you don't know the entire.
Water will always form a flat surface unless acted upon by another force. So again, 70% of the earth is water. You're claiming that it's not a flat surface, that it's curving. So what is the force that's curving the water?
Gravity.
Gravity? He can't say that. We just went through that. You idiot.
What does it say? Okay, whatever. Yeah, gravity.
Yeah, gravity. Gravity's not a force.
Yeah. Are we going down that again? He's been here a little while.
Okay, let's move on from that one.
So
anyway,
not a composition fallacy
That's
then.
hilarious, man.
Why not?
Why not?
Why is it not? Because I just fucking dismantled your argument, you peanut.
So if water curves, then there's a force.
If water curves, that's a force? What the fuck?
Again,
right?
water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted upon by another force. Now, you claim this is a composition fallacy. I'm stating it's not due to the fact that it says always form a flat surface. 70% of the earth is water. You're claiming it's curving. So again, what is this force that's apparently acting on this water that it's no longer flat? You've said gravity. We've just been through gravity. Your fucking argument and your composition fallacy is null and void. That's it. So, not a composition fallacy.
I don't think it has to have a force acting on it. It's still curving.
So you disagree.
I disagree with your premise.
So you wouldn't pass science in pre-K then? We need to go all the way back prior to pre-K.
Yeah.
Okay, what is gravity?
That's your claim.
No, I mean you're talking about science. You're talking about my education. So what is gravity? What did I learn?
No, that's your claim. You said
What was I
gravity.
supposed to learn?
You said gravity is the cause of
No,
water
they said a
curving.
force.
Yes, you did.
They said a
You
force.
said gravity.
And I said,
Fucking
I said
we
it
got it
doesn't have to be
recorded,
a
dude.
force.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh my
You're
god,
clown
you're
dumb
not
fuck.
you're
Shut
not
the fuck
listening,
up.
dude.
You already said gravity.
Shut your dumb ass up, bro.
Gravity,
You're not
that's what
listening.
you said. You're not going to talk through me. I got compression, baby. You fucking idiot retard. Yeah, you said gravity. So it is upon you, counselor. What is gravity? Scientifically validate gravity right fucking now.
It's Newtonian physics. It doesn't need to be scientifically validated.
Newtonian physics, it doesn't need to be
Mechanics.
scientific.
So
we can just make it up.
Be scientific.
No.
Physics
Oh my
doesn't need to
gosh.
be science. Shut your fucking mouth. So physics
just use
doesn't
the
need to be
equations, you
science.
moron.
Shut him up. Shut him up. He fucking screwed the pooch. So physics doesn't need to be scientific, is what you just said. Get your dumb ass out of here.
The hypocrite.
Fucking clown. Mods, when you hear some stupid shit like that, then when you get the trigger from me, in case you missed it, yeah, then you need to mute him. All right? And stop wasting my fucking time.
Why even come in here if you're going to mute everyone that talks
Shut
to
the
you?
fuck up. Half brain. You should still be muted, you fucking moron. You don't even know what a hypothesis is. Why is he off mute?
I don't know. It's 40 minutes up already.
Mute him again. We need another 40-minute break from his fucking ignorance. White knight, dumb fuck.
Are you guys having a party in here?
Yeah, we're having a party. You weren't here. I came back. You weren't here. So I had to fucking take over.
What do
It's
you
not
have, Carter?
fall. The leaves aren't fucking falling yet.
Oh shit!
It is for me.
It's fall somewhere.
We call it autumn, though.
Newtonian physics doesn't have to be scientific, Alpha.
Oh really? Carter was saying that he didn't say gravity. I heard him say that.
I know.
Why did he do that? Like, oh, I didn't say that. Really?
Because
He
he's a
did.
fucking idiot.
They were trying to get Andy Hold My Beer came in here earlier, was trying to get Indio to go over there and talk to Shoe Bill or Larry. The surveyor?
Yeah, I know Larry, the dumb fuck. Yeah.
He wanted some of the 24/7, well, specifically Indio, to go talk to him. He's like, he should go over there and, thrash him over there on that. So I was like, you can't do that over there.
What,
They have control of the mute button, and the whole point about it being over here is that the mute button is essential. Like, we can't be without it. Otherwise, we can't hold him to any of the points.
Yep.
So he wanted us, or Indio, and
To go where?
To go
Omnivores.
Land the Misfit
fuck that.
Toys.
Do you guys know that Rich Evans is a mod there?
Omnivore server, is it the same as
complete dumpster fire, absolute garbage.
No, is that the same server though as Geo's?
No, it's like another thing that's going to crash and burn. Just another new version of the dumpster fire. It's basically taking GF6 and pretending like they're Gamma Pandas.
Oh, they're trying to do what Gen
they're
Panda servers doing?
trying to outdo Gamma Panda. It's supposed to be like a trap and troll thing where they try to say, "Hey, come over to this server. We've got all these bells and
They're
whistles."
Gamma Pandas?
Yeah, it's a complete shit show. Like I said, like Rich Evans.
Sounds crazy.
is
What does
their
that mean?
mod.
Gamma Llama Gamma Panda Ding Dong.
Gamma Panda? What are we doing?
Gamma Llama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. Get it right.
He's an anti-flat earther, Gunwrath. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
He's so retarded, dude.
I think
He's got
there's some
fucking
things.
birds humping and
We
shit.
don't know everything. I think birds aren't real.
You don't think birds are real?
What are
you talking
gamma?
about?
What are gamma pandas? What are we talking
Don't
about?
worry about it. Like we're talking about the subject of
It's a
the Earth.
username, dude. This is someone's username.
Yeah, that's my username.
That's great.
Okay, so there's multiple people with the same username.
All right. I don't know what you.
All
I'm
good?
just trying to be.
You all
We're
good
good,
over there?
Maggie. Go ahead and ask him.
I'm trying to be
Fucking
excited
hell.
about what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah. So we're talking about the shape of the Earth conversation. Do you
Yeah.
think it's a globe?
I think it's up for debate.
No, it's
Debate.
not really. But go ahead. What do you got?
Debate. Hold on a
It,
second.
it depends, man. Like, it depends what
Hold
you're
on.
looking at.
No, it doesn't depend, dude. No, it doesn't.
Tell me.
There
what
is
it thinks.
no. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. You said it was a debate. It can't be a debate.
I think it's
The
a little here and
nature.
there.
Shut him up. You fucking idiot.
You kind of mean.
Shut the fuck up.
All right.
You
Tell
said-
me about it.
You
Tell me
said
about
you
it.
can't fucking stop talk. Shut your fucking glue sniffing mouth, you fucking moron. It's not a debate. You don't debate the nature of reality. That's objective. The only thing that's up for debate are subjective topics. You idiot, oh, clown fuck. Right? So objective. Like silicon. Does silicon exist? Does tree bark exist? Does chamomile tea exist? There's no fucking debates on that. When's the last debate you heard on fucking does tree bark exist? Gunwrath, dumb fuck.
I wanted to answer you, but I was like muted. So
Yeah, you were muted for cause. Because you wouldn't shut your fucking trap.
I barely said like 20 words this whole time.
Shut the
dude.
fuck up. Yeah, but what you said was fucking stupid.
I was just asking.
Yeah. Do you get it now? So,
No,
any
you
of your
didn't- you didn't really
premises
say
that
anything
come out of
yet.
that blowhole of yours, that's dumb fuck, we're going to stop you immediately, whether it's 20 words or 3 dumb fuck words. If you fuck it up right off the bat, we're going to stop you. Get it?
Not really.
No, I'm sure you don't. Why don't you ask your
I
slobber
barely-
nurses? Just ask your slobber nurses to explain it to you. Just keep him on. He can't handle anything. Fucker couldn't tie his shoes without that fleet. Unless Miggy, you want to take a shot at that, that's up to you.
Well,
Good
I
luck.
usually like to dismantle them in every which angle because I tire them out.
Dismantle him. You ain't gonna
Yeah.
get a word in edgewise with that dumb fuck. Go ahead. Let's hear this fucking train wreck.
Oh shit! Let me see. Gunwrath, are you there?
Yeah.
All right. So, what evidence did you bring forward to substantiate that the Earth is a globe?
I didn't say it wasn't, dude. I'm here to hear all sides.
Oh my
I'm
god!
Not sure, I'm not
so
sure
you
why I
don't
was
have
muted.
any. So you don't have any opinion on what the shape of the Earth is.
I'm just excited to be here, man. I'm not sure why I was
Answer the
muted.
question, dude. Do you have any idea of what the shape of the Earth is?
I think it could be round. It could be flat. It could be either or. I think that both sides have good evidence.
Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have round and flat penny.
I think Quantum
LP,
is like drunk or something,
CD,
though, and he's kind
right?
of being.
So round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours, you fucking glue sniffer? So you fucked up again within 3 words. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have a round and flat penny, LP, CD. You get it? Gunwrath, dumb fuck. So you have to be hyper specific. Flat Hulu, you're back feeding. Go on, moot.
All right. I have a new theory.
Yeah, a scientific theory?
All right, so
All right.
all right, so
Is that a scientific theory?
planes,
Is that a
right?
scientific theory?
Yeah. Explain to me how.
Yeah. So, what is a scientific theory,
buddy,
first,
Quantum,
before you
dude.
begin?
You
I'm
are
not your buddy, pal.
Quantum. You are.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I'm not your pal, guy.
You sound like a Reddit mod, like a
Shut up.
power.
Shut the fuck up.
All right, anyway,
Shut up. Not anyway.
planes,
Shut the fuck up. Flat Hulu Lulu. You're back feeding. Go on mute.
I'll get him.
Fuck. You want to try him again, Alpha?
Maybe. I don't know.
I could give it a shot.
Oh wait, you go.
Yeah, see what he's got. All right, so how excited are you?
Immediately start talking. The fucker didn't even know he was on
because
mute.
I know what this is. I know,
I know what you're gonna do. I know that you're a dumb fuck.
I do this all the time,
dude. Gun rate. Pay attention, all right?
No, I say you guys are always going to unmute me because you need someone to talk to. And I'm always going to talk.
We don't.
It'd be boring as fuck.
Here. Okay, fine, fuck it. Just to prove the point, I got to kick you out of here now. No one needs you in this channel. Fuck no. We've had 3 speakers try to get through to you, and it's like talking to a brick wall. Just get the fuck out of here. You dumb fuck.
He's like, you need me. No, we don't.
Oh, here, demonstration. I do not need you in this chat. Bye, dumb fuck.
Well, we do have Yo-Yo Cool Guy crying to his mummy in the chat and white knighting, so we could talk to him.
Yeah, go for it, AJ.
AJ? You're the MC. Shit.
Well, I don't know. He's gonna say some triggering things, man, if I get him unmuted, so.
All right, AJ, take over.
Oh, I'm good. I'm waiting for Yo-Yo Cool Guy to come forward with some sort of
that's
evidence.
What I'm talking about. Holy shit. So, who's going to MC Yo-Yo Cool Guy?
We could let Yo-Yo pick. Like, Yo-Yo, who do you want to talk to? You, like, your choice.
Don't fuck up within the first 3 words.
Yeah, you haven't. Maybe he's having mic issues. We see your mic lighting up, but nothing's coming out.
There's a light on, but nobody's fucking home.
That was evident from the chat.
Hey, Yo-Yo Cool Guy, drop out. Come back in. Yo-Yo, drop out. Come back in. See if your mic works then. Yo-Yo. Holy shit.
Just a heads up, we made it safely to Georgia and to our Airbnb.
Yeah. Nathan was unaware of that, and I told him, I said, hey, listen, Flatsy's going to be out. We finished chapter 6. We rewrote it. And then we're into chapter 7. So we rewrote the science chapter. We're into chapter 7, Earth rotation. And we're hitting the ground running, man. It's like broken field running. This is where it gets fun.
Nice.
Just to let you know, but we're gonna have to go through all those chapters again so you can check the grammar. Grammar's pretty good, but punctuation might be a little bit off.
Yeah, I can do that. I'm just here without my PC, so I'm gonna have to just do it alongside you guys. But I'm good at catching it when Adam's scrolling through. You know,
it's in Skype. Well,
I know, but I'm on my phone. I'll see if I can get it.
Well, hit that shit up in Teams on your phone. Damn.
Didn't Skype like just shut down like earlier this week, or they said they're going to?
I think so. I haven't pulled it up. I was scared to hit Skype. I think I'll hit it right now. Let's see what's happening.
Yeah, I was like, damn, that's still a thing. That's like using
No.
Skype and
No, it's
Yeah.
it's not a thing anymore. No, it's not. You got to go to Teams. No, it won't pull up. In fact, I got to get rid of it out of my scroll bar because I'll hit it accidentally. Unpin from taskbar. Bye.
What's the story
All
on Half Pint?
He's a fucking glue sniffer, dude. But you could go at it.
Because we
Take
got
the observed natural phenomenon from him for Cavendish.
Oh, observe natural. We've been through the whole rigmarole with this idiot. Alpha, why don't you ask him the question?
Well, I was just gonna say we have him. We got Carter. I know I've heard Carter already. So
I think you'll have fun bonking their heads together, especially half pint.
Yeah, you can go for half pint, man. Go ahead, ask him the question.
Shit, he
half pint's a sock. I can't quite put it. I can't quite put it yet. But if you let him talk a little bit more, maybe I'll be able to find out.
Oh, he dipped. He fucking boot scooted this fucking clown.
You know it was gonna.
Yeah,
Carter wasn't too bad. Yeah, he was just calling out fallacies that weren't fallacies and adding to them. But you can have a crack with Carter if you want.
And we
He's
got
already
Flip.
dealt- He's already dealt with Carter.
I wasn't here for that.
It's like get Carter or like throw Mama from the train.
Then we got what was that guy? Shit, he left too. Never mind. I just said his name once and gone. Okay.
They all shit themselves when Alpha came in and brought in the big guns.
That's what
I feel like the moment I'm get ready to start talking to them, they just like start going. Carter's gone. Like, okay.
Well, they were trying to get him.
Oh, we got Naxi. Who's that guy?
Yeah, I've spoken to Naxi before.
Is he FE?
Nah.
No. We got Simple Jack.
Try getting him to care.
Oh, Simple Jack he's indifferent?
Pretty much, yep.
Oh, jeez. A half pint's just chat skanky now. He's not wanting to commit to the VC.
I'm flat Earth now.
Half pint can totally mic up, and we can continue having the conversation about the Earth, because I mean, I just made it very clear to him that there is not a single lens type that is going to cause what should be curved to appear straight. And he was very confused on that, but we seem to have cleared the confusion on that. And I was showing him a bunch of huge field of view shots of nothing but a flat horizon from 70,000 feet. And according to their mind ball mythos, you're supposed to be able to see the direct arc of Earth curve, right? That's left to right Earth curve. You're supposed to see that from 50,000 feet. So where in the hell is it if it's not there at 70,000 feet? At what point is that direct left to right Earth curve going to appear? At what altitude do we need to be at? Your lens is not going to fucking matter.
He's only in the text, Jenna. He's not in the VC.
That's because he got spanked.
See, Naxi, are you there? Hello, Naxi.
Maxi pad, speak up.
I get stonewalled. Okay.
How does that medicine taste? Your own flavored?
All right, Carter's back. Let's see if he unmutes.
He deafened himself.
wonder if Flat Hulu knew that he was hot micing. I don't think he did. Hey, Matthew.
Oh,
Hey, what's
shit.
up? What practical
up?
use does...
What's up?
What
He said, what's up?
Yeah.
Your sister's ankles.
Oh, shit. Yeah, what practical use does a globe Earth have?
For the most people, not really any. But if you're like into designing GPS or satellite TV, it'd be helpful.
What about geodesy?
That's what the guy said earlier. So far,
he said geodesy, not geodesy.
Yes.
Yeah, geodesy. I mean, you know.
Fucking Daza. Geodesy.
He's just back in pre-K sounding out the words. It's all good.
That's funny. It's funny.
I like to rag on Daza for being a double speaking ding dong.
You guys just reminded me. I remember the first time I read Rendezvous, and how I pronounced it was like I read it out. I read it out as Rendezvous.
Rendezvous?
Yeah.
Where did you cite it from? Amazon.
Shut up.
And this is the person that's looking over your book, Quantum? Uh-oh. Just kidding. I'm just joking.
None taken. It's all good. I just made a mistake.
I went to an art show once and saw like some art that was made by Pablo Picasso.
Picasso? Okay. Picasso?
Picasso.
For a Cinco de Mayo, I ordered a quesadilla with extra fajitas in jalapenos.
Yeah, just all you got to do is talk to Phil Bellum. He'll tell you all about how to pronounce words.
Bellum.
That pronunciation is his speciality.
It's not
typing.
Cinco. It's not Cinco de Mayo. It's Cinco de Mayo. You
Cinco de Mayo.
In the de Mayo.
And these guys'
right.
typing skills are great too. Like you'll be sitting there like 5, 10, 20 minutes later. Yes.
So along these lines, spend 9 seconds watching the video that I just posted at 59 past the hour. If you've never seen this, it's a classic.
Pronunciation manual.
Yeah, it tells you how to pronounce hard to pronounce words.
What, hors d'oeuvres?
Hors d'oeuvres.
Hors d'oeuvres? Is it sorbet or sherbet?
Everybody knows that's horse to ovaries.
Oh shit! We got Sonny in here. Only give him 5 seconds, Sonny.
5 seconds for what?
Before they're disconnected. You got 5 seconds to answer.
Dude,
Right.
One.
you never heard somebody be that like aggressive as Sonny was that day. He was just like, answer or you're banned. I'm like, God dang.
And I can't even ban anybody.
He was going hard in the paint.
Yep. Felt like somebody needed to do something.
Ah, you did something for sure.
It had to be someone, so I guess it had to be me.
He was trying to blow some people off their Wildcats ass.
Yeah.
I reckon we're just about to crack 100K. Alpha.
You going for it, huh?
She's come back.
Bitcoin come back. You can blame it all on me.
Miggy, come back.
Yeah, I'm on day shift now, so.
You can blame it on Kiwi.
Oh shit! That even rhymes.
That's badass.
Yeah, QE does tend to make it awkward in here.
You can blame it on QE as long as you cite Amazon.com.
That's good.
Someone read out what I posted. I want to hear them read it out aloud. I love it.
How English becomes German.
Really?
Well, tough shit. Well,
You go on, someone read it out aloud. I want to hear it. It's so funny, man.
What? Just that title and the part?
No, the whole thing. Read it out in the voice chat.
Sounds like Sylvester the cat wants to be speaking on that. Offering Thuckatash.
Since everybody else is chicken, I guess I'll read it. The European Commission has just announced an agreement whereby English will be the official language of the European Union after German, which was the other possibility. As part of the negotiations, the British government conceded that the English spelling had some room for improvement and has accepted a 5-year phase-in plan that would become known as Euro English. Okay, in the first, oh shit. In the first, I can't even get through the first part without laughing. In the first year, S will be replaced with a soft C, such as certainly spelled with an S. This will make the civil spelled with an S, servants jump with joy. The hard C will be dropped in favor of a K. This should clear with a K, confusion with a K. And and keyboards can with a K have one less letter. There will be growing public with a K at the end. Enthusiasm in the second year with a K in the middle. The second year and the troublesome PH will be replaced with the F. This will make some words like photograph with a F 20% shorter. And the third year, public with a, holy crap, you got to read this. In the third year, the public with a K, acceptance of the new spelling can be expected to reach the stage where complicated changes, all with a K, are possible. Governments will encourage with a K the removal of double letters, which have always been a deterrent to accurate spelling, accurate spell with a K. Also, AI will agree that the horrible, oh my God, horrible mess of the silent E in the language with no E at the end is disgraceful with no C and should go away. By the fourth year, people will be receptive to steps such as replacing TH with Z and W with V. During the fifth year, the unnecessary O can be dropped from words containing U, and after this fifth year, we will have a real, sensible written style. There will be no more trouble or difficulties, and everyone will find it easy to understand each other. The dream of a united Europe will finally come true. And after the fifth year, we will be speaking German like they wanted in the first place. If this made you smile, please pass on the other people.
That's good. So hard. It's so hard to read. Good job, Sonny. You did it out loud.
What the fuck was that Herm shit?
And the accent was good too.
You try to read that out loud. See how you do.
No shit.
Numpty. Don't be a numpty.
I left for a couple minutes. I was just hearing, I don't know, Hitler.
Oh shit! I'm gonna have to read it over then.
No, you're not.
I knew you would say that. That's why I said I'd read it over. Just for you.
Just for me. Thanks, Sonny.
Yep. Yeah.
I like it was like, we'll all be speaking German like in the first place, like they wanted in the first place.
Exactly.
Well, tough shit.
Yeah. Alpha, that's copyrighted.
I have that as one of mine.
Elbow, I still haven't seen Righteous. Hey, Flatsy, have you seen Righteous? Flatsy. Flatsy. MrsAmazon.com.
Calling Flatsy from Amazon. Didn't get her attention. That she must be out of it.
She's busy. Yeah, I'll get her. Yeah, Elbow. I'm serious, man. He's been fucking MIA.
How long you been out?
How long? I've been out. I've been out the past 2 days, man. I was fucking not feeling well. But now I'm on top of the mountain.
I was worried about you the other night. I almost freaking messaged you, asked you what the hell was up.
I just wasn't feeling well, man. Doesn't happen too many.
Somewhere.
Doesn't happen too many. Holy fucking shit!
Sorry.
Are you done? So I've been blessed most of my life with feeling well, but the last couple nights that was a little rough. I think I ate something bad. I ate some cauliflower that I shouldn't have ate. I think that fucked me up. It's either cauliflower or the cantaloupe. I ditched both of them, man. If there's any question, like I've been poisoned like 13 times in my life. I didn't get food poisoning this time, but I felt pretty fucking bad. So they got ditched quick. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I downloaded something from your website today. You'll be happy to know. Harold Jacoby navigation PDF. Started reading it.
I don't think that's on my website, is it?
Yeah, it's one of the links.
Oh, in the yeah, I got you now. Yep.
Yeah.
Did I miss something? Did I hear you say Flatsy?
Yeah. What the fuck were we talking about?
You
I
were
can't
talking
remember.
about.
You're looking for Righteous Force.
Oh yeah. Have you seen Righteous Force, Flatsy?
Yeah.
Can you appeal to him on my behalf that Elbow TV is somehow banned in Ballbusters? Can you have them lift that?
Yes, I can. Or I can appeal to you that you want him unbanned. Yes.
Yeah. Can you please ask him to unban Elbow TV? I'd appreciate that.
You got it. I will remember.
Okay.
All right, we got Noah that just joined us right now. Noah, welcome.
No, from Noah's Ark? Really?
Well, he's got Tesla avatar, so it says on his profile Noah the Sailor. So
Noah the Sailor.
Yeah.
All right. Ask him a question.
Right away, you told me to wait on that. You're confusing me over here.
All right, fair enough. He can't talk anyway. He just said it in chat.
What? Oh, my bad.
Let's stick Sonny on him.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sonny.
Yeah, what's wrong with your mic? They don't have those on the Arc.
Oh, yeah, he's a flat earther. Okay.
Just kidding. This time.
At this time. We got Alien Robot Ghost just joining us.
That's me. Here to shit on Globers.
Oh shit!
Fucking hell.
No fresh meat here today, huh?
No, earlier. I'm all right. I'm doing all right. I had my fix a couple times today, so I'm just really. This is a little dessert.
Somebody challenged him that he couldn't overcome. It was Geodesi. I just entered the room, right? Just entered it. I just wanted to listen, and all I heard was Geodesi. I'm like, what the fuck?
Coming from Daza. That's funny.
I call them globtards. I think globtard is a pretty nice, pretty good word.
That's fucking copyrighted, dude.
Yep.
Almost copyrighted.
It's not almost. It's copyrighted. Can't be almost pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not. So it's fucking copyrighted, Sonny.
Yeah, but there's a minor difference in the inflection. Globtard instead of
No, not globtard. Globetards.
I know, but he said globtard.
Yeah, I did say globtard.
Well, his
but you can change it to globtard.
Doesn't
You can change it to
my
globtard. That's
trademark. Fine. Shut the fuck up.
Change it to globetard. Everybody must at this point, from this point on.
I named them back in 2016 Globetards.
Dang.
I thought about globetard. I think globtard it rolls off the tongue easier. I think
globetard's much easier than glob. Yeah, you have to your mouth a little bit wider. Glob. No, it's globetard. It's easier.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But globular Earth theory is what they believe in, though. So
globular.
Not really
no, they don't really. No, not globular Earth. No, they don't have a theory either. Nah. All they do is just mindlessly parrot Wiki and Discovery Channel. All they really got, since we got a whole fuckload of people in here. See, all they really got, all the rest of their horse shit, you know, the dumbass shit they say, it's just a side fucking bar. All they really got, when you boil it right down to it, is fucking images from NASA. That's all they got. That's it. That's it. That's all I got.
Well, and the pretend Google Earth bullshit.
Google Earth comes
they got that too.
Comes from fucking their NASA images. So all they really have is NASA images when you boil it right down to it. That's it.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Of course, that violates the second law of thermodynamics, but poor dumb bastards don't realize it. So their gravity or shit, refraction, fucking everything else, all of it. It all boils down.
If you look up the word globular, it's globe shaped and spherical.
Like a glob.
That's why they call it globular Earth theory.
No, that's why they don't call it that.
They do, though. I swear to God.
No, they don't. Doesn't roll off the tongue.
Well, I mean, I've heard it.
No, you haven't.
I've heard it. Man.
That's bullshit.
I have.
No,
where do you think I got it from? You think I just made it up?
Damn lie. Where do you think you fucking conjured it?
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You think I made it up? You think I'm that smart? I'm
No.
not. Pretty dumb.
He said no. There's like a couple different versions they have where like glob without the E at the end, meaning like a semi-wet like mound of semi-circular stuff.
There's too much semis in there, man. You got to retract that shit.
And then there's a parth, which is pear-shaped earth. You take earth and put a P in front of it. So you got parth. Or Perth, depending on how you pronounce. That's Neil deGrasse Tyson's. Did you hear him say that Neil deGrasse Tyson said it was pear-shaped?
What about donut-shaped earth, though? Is that donutular?
Yeah, I've never heard of that one before.
Yeah, you're doing too much with that.
No, he's making shit
classic
up.
Homer's. That's classic Homer Simpson, man. You guys,
bro, you're doing way too much. Like that's.
No, we heard.
You're gonna hurt yourself, man. You need to sit down or something like this.
We heard a donut-shaped earther in here just the other day. I can,
really?
I can testify to that. I heard it.
Oh, that started with Brenda.
I thought that was just from The Simpsons. I didn't think
No,
anybody.
the
would
donut hole is space time.
Oh yeah, Brenda. What was that? 2017.
Right around there, yeah. Right around the time she said DNA was made of proteins. I was tripping over myself to get in that fucking hangout.
Made out of proteins, huh?
Oh, I'm on Eastern time.
Never heard of a nucleotide. Never heard of a nucleotide.
So I'm on Eastern time, and I'm used to you being off here by midnight, QE. And for me right now, it's 12:18, but I know it's 11:18 for you, right?
Exactly.
Well, I'm about to get off here, so I hope you guys all have a good night and smack you around some globetards.
I thought you said smack you around later. Go. Later.
Fun friend.
Smack you around a bit.
Sweet
Smack you
home,
around
Georgia. That doesn't fucking work.
Bye, guys.
Exactly.
She won't admit it, but the actual title was Sweet Home, Pennsylvania.
No,
That's what it
doesn't
was.
roll off the tongue.
Yes, it does.
I guess it could. Okay.
Yeah, it's got the same amount of syllables. You glue snuffer?
Well, so does Arizona. So does Arizona. So does
Sweet
California.
home Arizona. See, you can do it with that too.
So does Colorado. So does Colorado.
Colorado. Yeah, that works.
Minnesota. I mean,
Sweet home Minnesota. Yeah, it works.
You could do it with almost half the whole country.
Sweet home Kansas. That doesn't fucking work.
North Dakota. Even North Dakota.
Sweet home North Dakota. That works.
Yeah, but you could go Kansas City. Sweet home Kansas City.
That works. Sweet home Australia. That doesn't fucking work.
It doesn't work. We're not real sweet over here.
Yeah.
What about sweet home spinning globetard?
Yep.
What's up?
Oh, I'm into fucking blokes. Not a man until you've had a man. Go have a fucking bloke in you.
Is there a state in Australia called Caledonia?
Yeah, that'd be Melbourne. That'd be Victoria, Caledonia.
Okay, sweet home
Melbourne.
Caledonia.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah,
All right.
California is just Victoria on steroids. But
There's nothing wrong
Victoria's
with
catching up.
California, man. There's nothing wrong with California. It's beautiful there. I'd have to say, but without the politics and all the rest, just by itself, it's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the politics and maybe some of the residents.
Yeah, I got you. Fuck that.
Like a sack full of monkey nuts.
I lived in California for 3 years. 5 years.
Ugh.
Sorry about that.
Ugh.
Yeah, you were in a nice area too.
Am I a Californian after 5 years?
No, I don't
Hell
think
no.
so.
Fuck
I think
off.
the Californian, there's like, you have to see a burning a palm tree, somebody dressed up like a superhero. There's like certain rules.
Funny.
Aren't you worried
Shit, I've
that?
seen
Aren't
it
you worried
all.
that? Aren't you worried that you've got California all over you and you've got like can't wash it off?
Nah, I was in Texas for 5 years too, so no.
Oh, okay, that helps. Yeah, Texas will wipe California right off of you.
Yeah, but I
Just
went
use
to
Texas to-
California after Texas.
Oh, God, you got contaminated again. You need to come back to Texas and use Texas to scrub that California off of you.
Yeah, but then I went to Missouri, home of the Missouri boat ride. It scraped all that
That's not too bad.
California off me.
Missouri boat ride. Home of catfish and crawdads and what else? Tadpoles.
Hell yeah.
We had all kinds of good shit in Missouri.
Ticks.
God dang alligators.
There's no
Alligator-
fucking
No, they're-
alligators here, man.
Alligator gar.
I think they're all full. I think they're all full of. Aren't they all full of those big ass snakes now? Because they're
There's been snakes
overrun
here
by-
since forever.
they're getting overrun by but they're getting overrun by some kind of boa constrictor or something. I don't know,
There's no
anaconda or
boa
something
fucking
like that.
constrictors, and that's a fucking snake too.
Dude, I'm telling you, dude, like Florida has a problem with it or something.
Oh,
I know
fuck,
some of the states don't.
Florida should secede from the Union and have mercy on the rest of us.
Oh shit!
I'm serious. Fuck Florida.
Florida sucks.
You heard it here first. I know.
And I
Getting rid
second
of
that.
Florida would get rid of right the hand.
I've been in Florida. I've been to Jacksonville and St. Augustine, and they both suck.
I've been all over that fucking place. I don't like it at all.
Did you ever see Hulk Hogan?
What the
He lives
fuck
there.
does that have to do with Florida?
Yeah, because he lives there. You got to see Hulk Hogan
I
whenever you
don't
go to
give
Florida.
a fuck.
He used
Fuck
to live.
globetards.
Cool.
He used to
Fuck
live.
those goddamn globetrotters.
Never mind. Lou Ferrigno, right?
Right?
I gotta go, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna go attack some globetards or something somewhere. Y'all be good.
What was that?
Yeah, AJ was right about Victoria. I think it's pretty woke down here.
Go woke, go broke. Yes.
Yeah, they opened a cafe in the heart of like woke, one of the woke suburbs, and
Someone set on fire yet?
charged men more because of the patriarchy. And it closed. It's shocking.
I remember that. Didn't take very long.
It was in my town.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to thank the Academy. Yeah, it's terrible. Like, if I want to date, I've got to go to Sydney. I can't date here.
But where
You have to go to another state. I'm in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia.
I thought Melbourne was cool, man.
Not anymore.
We all still got kangaroos.
Oh yeah, kangaroos not far.
Yeah, kangaroo crossings, right in the heart of Melbourne. Right?
We nearly ran into one the other day.
Really? It's the way it's depicted on the Simpsons episode where they go to Australia, right? There's just kangaroos hopping around down the main street, you know.
Oh yeah, people have pet kangaroos and yeah. Yeah, have you got a pet koala? So, no. But seriously, I mean, 20-minute drive and you'll be dodging kangaroos in the road for sure. But yeah, it's pretty work. I get the train. It's not because I can't drive, and there's a station that goes right through this big university, and they should just change it to woke station because all these students get on. It's like, oh my god.
Do you already got like those rainbow crossings and shit?
There's just socialist placards all over the place, and socialists giving out pamphlets and stuff, and socialist, stalls and.
It's everywhere, man. Yesterday, my son and I drove along, right? And there was this dude, trench coat on, right? And we thought it was a dog at first, that he was walking, this big, white, fluffy dog. But as we got past, we realised, is this dude, like, he's got, like, probably a man bun, and he's big trench coat, like, nose ring, shaved sides of his hair, bit of a beard, bit of a goatee, And here he is walking a fucking goat on a leash. Yeah. I was just like, what the fuck?
Whoa.
Based.
Top knot. Yeah, you got the top knot's a giveaway.
Poor goat.
Poor man bun.
Yeah.
I'll go and see if we can stir up some trouble over at the other place. So, yeah.
All right, take care.
No one's home over there. So, oh.
What's up, everyone?
Much, mate. Not much.
What's
up, Timbo?
Hello. Oh, that's better. I had my fucking sound turned down.
Oh, right.
I saw,
Yeah.
I saw you light up, but then I was like, why can't I hear anything? What's happening?
Not much. Just waiting for someone to talk, pretty much.
What about wasn't Naxi in here before? Naxi. Was that the guy we were speaking to the other night?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the bubble inside the container, that one?
Yeah. I think so, yeah. Yeah.
We've spoken to 5K77?
One on Deafin?
Oh, he's on Deafin. Okay.
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, this shit coming out now. Gravity is result of computational process within our universe, physicist says.
What does it say in the article about it? Is that the headline?
Yeah. I've seen this is the second one I've seen in a week. The possibility that the entire universe is informational in nature and resembles a computational process is a popular theory among a number of well-known figures. So they're basically saying it's structured like a computer, then it operates like a computer. Yeah, this is saying the same thing as the last article. It's a new way to think about gravity, not just as a pull. Well, he's wrong there, anyway.
Push.
But as something that happens when the universe is trying to stay organized.
Now the universe is sentient.
Yeah.
Trying to stay organized. It's like it's got its room messy. It needs to tidy up a bit.
Mummy Universe said, "Go clean up your room." That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can't play.
with your human dolls and your little balls.
Yeah. But information. Well, yeah. Of course. Yeah. You need information. So all as they agree with is you need information. Like they're talking about God or something, are they?
It's just like computers try to save space and run more efficiently, the universe might be doing the same thing.
And how did they come up with that?
He shows how space pixelation in elementary cells can act as a data storage medium. It demonstrates how the role of information stored in elementary cells is to provide the properties and the coordinates of matter in the space-time simulated construct. Oh, this is it's all computer simulation shit.
Yeah, but is he talking about you know how water stores memory? Is it the same kind of concept?
I think so. Yeah, he's saying as a cell can accommodate more than one particle, then the system will evolve itself by moving the particles in space to join them together into a single larger particle inside a single cell. This triggers the attracting force because of the rule set in the computational system, requiring the minimization of the information content and by extension a reduction of the computational power. Put simply, it is far more computationally effective to track and compute the location and momentum of a single object in space than numerous objects. So it's saying, right, so it's trying to keep track of multiple things all together. It'll like, it's ordered to like bring them together and become one unit, right? Like the more things that can become one unit, the more efficient and easy it is to like track and organize and share information, rather than it having to be distributed across like trillions upon trillions of particles. Yeah. But
So Jupiter is more organized and efficient than the Earth?
I don't know about that. It's just an optimizing mechanism in a computational process that has the role to compress information. Yeah, man, like they are actually fucking seriously entertaining this shit.
Yeah, they just make shit up. Yeah. I reckon Flat Earth dude's onto something. It's just an AI. Make an article about a concept. This is the concept. Yeah, and then it just spits out words. Concept is the universe could be a computer program, and then it'll come up with these articles.
Right. It's like anti-entropy almost, like because entropy is like trying to distribute out like energy and out like away, like I don't know. That's what the way it seems to me. Like what they're saying is like anti-entropy, like where there's this law that dictates that things shouldn't do that, like that it should come together rather and condense rather than spread out, right? I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know.
Good evening. Afternoon. Or whatever.
Well, so mate, you're coming in a bit low there, and I've got you up full ball. Three mutual friends.
Hey, I got something that crushes the Glovers other than the Black Swan. It even crushes the Black Swan because it's federally regulated and it goes over the horizon by view.
Say what?
Yeah. I've got a interstatable record rule through a actual vessel that moves through sea has a regulation that has to meet light, right? If the vessel's over a certain length, it has to have a 6 mile vision at 22.5 degrees straight ahead, 360 degrees around, no more or no less than 180, no more or no less than 225 degrees over the horizon. Yes, you heard that correctly. It actually says what I just said there. It destroys it all. Period. There's no arguing that. As a regulation internationally to be visible as a vessel on the sea.
Over what distance?
6 miles.
6 miles.
Yes, sir.
That's a law that you must remain visible.
That's correct.
Over a 6 mile distance from any point.
That's straight ahead at 22.5 degrees. And let me mention that's 45 if you had it, right? And 360 degrees, no more or no less than 180 degrees to 225 degrees. Over the horizon, it says. Or through the horizon.
Does it just saying like is that kind of just like saying what does it mean by 25 degrees? What's that mean?
225 degrees. So from 0 to 180 is the plane, right? Below the plane would be 225 degrees.
Oh, so they're saying the top of your mast has got to be seen or something?
What I'm saying is, if there is no curve with these requirements, because you're seeing through and beyond 225 degrees, which is the horizon, right? So it's the distance of which it can be seen, right? At 6 miles.
Okay.
Right?
Alright. Did you post something about it?
Yeah, sure. Why not? It's downloaded it actually the other day. It's you can look. Yeah, it destroys everything. It doesn't matter anymore after this. I already shut up 24 and all of them, and they were really nice and quiet, but they didn't like it. Yeah, I've got it here. It's where is it at here? I think I can screenshot it too. I've got the actual website. You can look up international law for vessel lighting in or on at sea regulation through visual light or the its length or whatnot, and you'll end up coming across it. But I will get it here. Give me a minute. Yeah, because we have ships that people internationally moving about around. So they don't want to lose all their goods, or I mean, it makes sense, right? Because you don't want to right. You don't want to be seen and stuff, and you don't want to like lose all your goods or whatever. You don't care about people. Plus, people care about the goods. That's why it's the size of the ship too. And anyhow, but the thing is, that it's so cool that it's an actual international rule, so there's no getting around it. Mandated, federally rule or international must. So that's for that. I got it. Sit down with this thing. I don't need test. Is it just a search. Is it? Is it? Look at my history there, right? I actually planted it for them on the channel here.
So yeah, reading this one here, it says basic rules: side lights are red, port, and green, starboard, and shine from dead ahead to 112.5 degrees.
Rule 20. It's like rule 20.
After I don't know what you're talking about. I just like looked up what you said, and it's just giving me a couple of links and shit. It's just about lights to avoid collision.
Yeah, it states specifically light beam must be straight ahead at 22.5 degrees at 360 degrees with an uncut or an unbroken beam from 180 to 225 degrees on the front of the boat and forward 6 miles. So That's, I mean, that's just, yeah, it's crazy. uh, really bonkers.
Yeah.
And even use the specific
Around
words of through the over the horizon and must be visible. Now, if they're talking about a horizon,
Yeah.
here's another thought, bro. Check this out. Well, I asked
You'd have
him
to
this. I
post
go,
it.
can you take a vessel and can you anchor on the horizon? He goes, yeah. I go, okay. Can you anchor after the horizon? Yeah. Okay. You anchor before the horizon? Yeah. I go, okay. Well, that's 3 points, bro. Where's your sphere? I thought that was funny though too. But anyway, if you can anchor on all of them, then how far is the horizon anchoring before and after too? There's no distance in between the two, right? There is no horizon, bro. There. Get this shit out. I'm getting pissed off.
Well, there's no horizon blocking your view. I mean, there's no like wall,
Right. Yeah. So
a hill of water.
that the vision, yeah, the true horizon would be seen. It's a visual. It's a non-tangible thing. When they say you can anchor on the horizon, that's no, you can't. It's visual, right? Because the end of it is, you know, your vision, right? That's the where everything disappears at a point, your vanishing point. That's why you got an angular size. Make it smaller. It's going out of sight at a distance. Yeah. I can't find it yet. I can't believe this. It's weird. Well, you got it in front of you anyways, right? You saw it, so I think it's angle. It's I want to say it's Rule 20, and then it gives you sizes too. So then it gives you the mandatory mandates, and then after that it gives you what size of vessel you have and how far it's supposed to be seen. And the one I seen that the most was 6 miles, and that's an arguable. Maybe. Because check this out, a person can only see you at what 3 miles tops, and that's on like a really good, nice, shiny clear day. So, wow. And here's another thing too. The thing with the black swan too is what's funny is where everyone failed to get him on it, right? And this is another one that it was easily nobody ever picked this one up. They can't say how far close it is because here's the thing: something that's anchored in the city in the ocean doesn't change in size. Only if you move back and forward, then does it change its angular size. So something anchored in water, it doesn't move, therefore it won't change in size. Yeah, that should be another dead giveaway upon the moon and sun too. The same size. That means they're not moving in a distance. No angular size to the moon or the sun. But it does show you its angular distance through your shadow upon the ground. Let's do that. Versus politics.
And we are
live.
Chat, what's going on, guys?
Hello.
Yaw Angle, wow. Long time no see, dude. How have you been?
Good, bro. I got some drop it like it's hot. I got some really good stuff for you just to bring out any Glover you want, and you can destroy them with the fucking international regulation.
Alrighty. Your mic sounds kind of weird, dude.
I know. Yeah, what happened was I moved into a new property, and I dropped my. That's what I got for a couple of days, and then my internet is across the property because I'm huge.
All right. No worries. No worries. Sounds good. Awesome. Let's just rip to the panel here and take a look. Let me just peek over at politics and religion, see who's over there. Oh, nobody's over there. All right, cool. This is the place to be tonight, chat. All right, cool. Let's go through the panel. Say what's up to everybody. I got about an hour till Homegirl comes over, so you're stuck with me for like 45 minutes or so. All right. So let's take a look here. Let's start at the bottom of the panel. We just got Yaw Angle here. What is a yaw angle, by the way? You want to tell us about that? What's up with the name?
Yeah, man, it's your direction flying north, and on an airplane in between your direction, with the rudder. Anyways, yeah, it's just a direction through the axis of the airplane.
Right on. What made you choose that name?
Because it's the angle of the in between what has already been put before you.
Okay. All right. Sweet. All right. Cool, man. Well, glad you're here, and I'm sure you'll have plenty to add to the panel. Let's keep going. We have Ultimate FE Final Boss. That's our boy T in the panel. I'm gonna give him a Don DeMarco, guys. That's our boy T in the chat, man. He's always hyping us up, showing love, man. Big shout out to our boy T down there. We also have Twonger, guys. I don't even know who Twonger. Do you guys know who Twonger is? Who is that, guys?
Never heard of him. No. Just nobody.
Pretty much.
He's a clown.
Oh shit!
The clown.
Damn.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Oh, what a brilliant clip. Well, Tonger, you're just gonna sit there and let us talk about you like that, dude? I mean, you gonna chime in, bro? He's probably gonna sit there and let us talk about him like that. Let's just move on. We have Honorable Shlomo Moonbuggy. God damn, bro. That's a hell of a name, bro. You want to chime in, tell us about your name, or you shy, or what's going on? Moving on smartly, we have T Dub in the panel. We might need to get some W's going there, but shout out to T Dub, man.
G'day, g'day.
Oh yeah. Oh man, that's our dude right there. Shout out to T Dub. You've been doing this thing for a minute, man. You're like an OG now.
Thanks. I'm glad to be part of the crew.
Facts, bro. Facts. Big facts. Have you met any of these other Aussies in like real life or no?
Not that I know of. We
Not
could
that
have
you
actually.
know of. That's funny. Cool, man. I met a guy. Well, anytime I meet Australians in person, I'm like, oh wow, like I have some friends online, and we banter and talk shit. I tell them what I always say. I always like make a joke. I'll be like, yeah, tonight we're gonna crack some prawns on the barbie for you, or some shit like that. But it's been really fun learning about like Aussie lore and shit like that, so I can joke about it with people in real time. I did have a friend I used to work with. He had a lot of great things. I had two friends I used to work with had a lot of great things to say about Australia. Um, so I think one of them married a girl down there, and they live here now. Sorry. Just gonna drink some water. But yeah, man, shout out to our Aussies in the panel. We also have Resolve. We'll give him a round of applause. Resolve's usually here. He's usually here, and shout out to him as well. Honorable in the chat says, House is asleep, but I will say Twonger definitely ain't no Don DeMarco. Love it, dude. Shout out to you, man. That's a great comment right there. Damn, Twonger's just getting cooked by that chat, getting cooked by everybody. Crazy. Moving on, we have Naxi. I don't think I've seen that name before, chat. Do we know who that is?
I've got you in my sights.
Naxi, you want to chime in, bro? What's going on? How are you? You got a mic? He might be AFK. He might be shy. We'll see. Maybe he'll chime in. Dude, Slow-mo Buggy got me fucking cheesing up a storm over here. That's so funny. We also have Miss Doves. It's a good sound effect for Doves. What's going on, Doves? How are you? Let me bust open the soundboard. We should get a good sound for her. What should we do?
Hey, bro, I'm telling you, if I may, I have the killer that kills all. It doesn't matter who, as well.
Yeah, actually, let's tease the panel with that. Let's continue. We'll just rip through the panel here, and then we'll debut the bombshell flat Earth proof. I just want to say hi to everybody quickly, and then we'll drop that. Stay tuned, chat. We're gonna drop a freaking huge bomb on you guys. But Doves as well. I just want to say what's up to Doves.
She's the village bicycle. Everyone's had a ride.
And moving on smartly, we got our boy Mike, Milk, Mick. You know, yeah, all the same. He's our Canadian brother. Fucking A, right, bud? Shout out to him as well. Big fan. I think him and I are like very similar in age as well, so that's my homeboy right there, officially. Moving on, we have Julius J. Always reminds me of a producer I used to follow, Johnny Giuliano. Way back in the day. If you know who that is, shout out to you. Moving on, we have Grisp as well. Get a Grisp, chat. Shout out to you. I see you in the chat. I see you doing your thing. We have Effie Batman, another Aussie. Got the bat signal.
Yo!
Yes, sir. We got Elbow TV, bro. That's an OG right there. You guys better put some respect on this man's name. We also have.
Oh, nothing, sorry.
Lastly, we've got a couple more here. We got Daz68, another Aussie in the panel. Holy, bro. Facts. And we have Crit. And that's it, guys. We are live on YouTube, chat. We're always live. It's been confirmed. And that is the panel, guys. We're glad to have you all. All right. Yo, Angle, go ahead and drop your bomb, dude. I'm gonna put this car in gear. I'm gonna start driving home. Let's take a listen to what our boy Yo Angle's gonna cook here. Go ahead.
All right, so yeah, I'm gonna come in and clear.
Clear enough, yeah.
So there's an international law to the lights in the underway by a power-driven vessel through the sea. It's an international. Don't you? There is no way around it. Planes do have lights. This is by the sea. Now it's said as it disappears and goes away, it goes over the horizon, is what it said for the bottom. But here we go. We got this. We got this working for us as an international rule for everyone to know that a light is to be seen straight ahead, depending on the size. Now, the max size I've seen the international rule is 6 miles ahead at 22.5 degrees, 6 miles, unbroken light at 360 degrees from the point of 6 miles, no more, no less than 180 to 225 degrees, and it literally uses the word over and through the horizon with uncut beam of light. It's supposed to be seen off, and not necessarily, that's over the stern, which is the front of the boat, which is maybe up, 20, 30 feet at the most above the sea, right? And that's to say, whatever the sea or however it's calm or whatnot. But 6 miles of uncut light. Let me say this again: 22.5 degrees, which is a 45, 90 degree cosine measurement, and so is the measurements that are given, right? So it's 25.5 straight ahead, uncut light that has to hit 225 degrees at 360 degrees around, from 180 to 225 around the boat. That's supposed to be visible. That's a rule of the international way for an underway vessel. That's it.
Damn. Holy, bro, that's some nerdy shit. Did anybody catch that? I mean, can you give us? Yeah, facts. Give us like a TLDR. Like, explain it like we're five. Just like a quick summary.
What's that?
Can y'all hear me all right?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Can you give us like a TLDR, or like explain it like we're five? Just like a quick summary.
Yeah. So you're supposed to be able to see a light over the horizon, uncut beam of light, 6 miles ahead of you, pretty much on from the actual vessel. It's supposed to be visible by law. 6 miles. And check this: a person can only see 2 miles, right? So if you can be visible at 6, where's the horizon? Because if you can anchor on the horizon, or before, if you can anchor before and after and on the horizon, then how do you measure the distance of the horizon going up and going over, anyways?
Well, I guess you're just not supposed to go boating on days where there's not much refraction, right?
Well, but here, to add to the Black Swan, no, Black Swan doesn't change in size. Here's why: for the simple fact it's anchored. The only way it changes size is if you move back and forth, not the anchored oil tower. But anyhow, and it's also under government rules. They're the NOA and all that, under it's Rule 20. I mean, and I have the PDF. I have the PDF here. I can post for you guys or whatever. It's under the NABSTIN USCG government. So, and international law. So that's like end of story right there. It's end of story for anything. It's done. There's no arguing that. There's none. It's over with. Done.
Damn, well, you heard it here first. T-Dub, you caught that?
Kind of, mate. Yeah. I think I'm getting the gist.
Right on.
Crazy.
I don't understand how they're expecting people to shine their lights through the physical water hill, right?
Oh, shit.
Not giving you curved measurements. That's why, buddy. And yeah,
So,
I agree.
I'm probably gonna butcher it. So, like, you're shining light over the water, and it's being seen 6 miles, and that shouldn't. Yeah, so you shouldn't be able to see that because the horizon should be blocking it.
I would think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I guess so. They're saying like, yeah, there's like a hill of water, pretty much. Yeah.
A beam of light. It states a beam of light. Doesn't it mention the height of it, does it? No. It mentions quite literally 180 to 220 at 22.5 degrees, which is half of a 45-degree angle, a beam of light through the horizon. Does it state anything else of the height of the light being placed other than at the stern? So it doesn't even specify, it just says stern, right? Does it specify a height other than an angle 22.5 degrees? You have to be seen at 225 degrees below the horizon, which is the 180 marker, which is also has to do with coordinates.
Damn, bro. So, how did you come across this? Where did you learn this from?
Well, I told him I was thinking, because the simple fact is when I was sitting down to think about it, Black Swan doesn't move anyways because it's stationary boat because it's anchored. I thought I asked the question, okay, well, what if it can anchor? Can you guys anchor? My question was, can you guys anchor on the horizon or before or after? And it was yes, yes, yes. I go, okay, well, and what's the distance between your anchors? Or that's only 3 points. And then I was thinking, okay, well, I'm sure there's standard regulation to how that shit works, right? I started asking AI and all this other stupid questions. Can a boat, because you can't anchor on the horizon. It's a visual thing. It's non-tangible, right? Oh, I was thinking, well, how far can a boat be seen then to be? Because for a standard fjord are out there and drive, and it's visual, and a person can only see 3 miles. Well, there must be some standard of law of seeing something at a certain distance that'll give away they're stupid over the horizon. That's how I came about it.
Nice, bro. Awesome. Have you dropped it on a globe card yet?
Oh yeah, it's just silence. It's silent. I mean, Tim tells me to take a break, and I just keep. There's nothing they can do. There's nobody can say anything. They can't say anything. It's nobody
What if they
can
said
really.
What if they said refraction?
There is. Well, how would you use that for a thing when it's supposed to be visual? It doesn't matter. It's a visual safety feature. A beam of light by an international standard. So that means the whole world agrees with it.
So it's supposed to beam like for safety reasons, so they can see it.
Yes. So you're noticeably there, right?
Yeah, avoid collisions and things. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a beam of light, right? A beam.
Yeah.
An illumination. It literally specifically says a beam of light from 22.5 degrees, 180. That's where you're at, where you place your light, through the horizon at a 225 degrees, 360 degrees, all the way around from side to side, which would be your front, back, side. It doesn't mention the rear because this is now each light has an indication and a rule. So if you're towing, the length of your boat, right? So all these rules apply to your vessel and your travel. International law. It's a must. It's to be known. And that's kind of how I found out about, well, I mean, if you think about it, in all of these, in almost of these pictures that the Globers use, the Globers use to show, "See, it's not going on the rise, you know where it is." They would take an anchored boat. And anchored boats don't change in size because they're anchored. They're not moving. They're not there, dude. Maybe. So we can always pick some stupid anchored boat. Did I lose you guys?
Wow, we're still here. I hear people chime in. Who's welcome? Who's there? We have Nina Non Grata. Are you a 304? Or sorry, are you here? I hear you breathing. Nina Non Grata. We also have Oblivion popped in. Looks like Execution's just joined and left. Guys, I
Yeah,
shouldn't be
man.
reading. I'm not reading this shit. Somebody check these guys in. I'm driving.
I came in late listening to Yaw Angle talking about something, and I missed it. I'm not going to ask him to rehash it, but it sounds damn interesting.
We'll drop it. We'll drop the bomb. We'll tease it, and then we'll drop it again here in a little bit. Let's just check in with the rest of the panel. I got about 30 minutes until my 304 comes over, and then I'm out of here. But
there you go.
Yeah, so let's welcome the rest of the panel. Can someone check in the new people? I'm driving. Oblivion, you got it.
Oh, I've got it now.
Somebody got it.
Somebody's got to get it.
Rule 22.
Don't be shy, ninjas. Just check in the new people, and we'll tease the bomb again.
2, 3, 2.
I see Lorect or whatever. I saw that on here. Flat Earth Dude's here. I'm not reading this shit, guys. Somebody check these guys in. I'm not trying to wreck the beamer, guys. Come on now. Oh, man. Shit, too nice.
People are too nice, man. What's up?
Beamer too nice. Shit, the Garrett's over here, boy. All right, Flat Earth Dude, check these new people in, dude.
All right. I don't know. New people. What do we got that's new?
Go ahead, just rip to the panel.
I don't know, man.
You got
Honorable. Naxi, what's up?
Naxi, keep going.
You got Grizzly. What's up, Grizzly? Flatman. Batman. F.E. Batman. What's up, man?
W. Big W.
Of course, Crit's here.
W as well.
Six here. Right on. Y'all.
Yo.
Y'all, Geek? Y'all.
What's up, y'all?
What's up?
What's up? Kind of doing something, but I'm halfway looking at freaking halfway.
If you're busy, that's cool. That's cool.
No, I'm cool, man. I just got one of my hands is doing something there. I'm working,
hey, yo, pause.
Working on a little project there. Cool. Well, welcome everybody. If you got some subject you want to bring up, man, now's the time. Time doing now.
Yeah, we're gonna tease another. We're gonna drop the bomb one more time. We'll just teasing it for now, and then we'll drop it shortly.
I just got here, so I'm like totally in the dark. I wasn't listening. I have no idea what's up, man. But
all right, put your ears on.
Ready to help you out, CB man. Give you. We got Dr. Jordan's in the house.
Nice. Okay. W. Wait, did he speak?
I think.
Yes, I do talk from time to time.
Holy shit, bro! That was the first time I've ever heard this ninja talk, man.
Sheesh.
Wait, can you?
I got the touch, CB. What can I say, bro?
Hey, yo,
there you go. See?
Wait, I used to rock with Jordan Peterson hella heavy. Why do you have his name though? You fuck with him?
Yeah, I definitely fuck with him, and I've had this name for God knows how long now.
Hey, he's getting cooked right now. You know that, right?
I don't know about anything that's going on now currently.
Oh, okay. Well, he's been crying and shit, and like
what? Get out of here.
Dude,
Yeah,
Ben Peterson's he's been like crying on streams and shit. Like, bro, he's not doing good.
I've seen the streams and videos and clips of him like crying to certain things that I've seen.
No, he's doing it a lot now, and he's on
So it's even more now.
He
It's
took a
bad.
whole apology tour and everything.
About?
He's honestly getting cooked right now, bro. Low key.
What the hell's he crying?
Wow.
What the hell's he crying about?
Well,
I think it's just he's like on too many medications or something. I don't know, bro.
He's hooked hip to hip with what's his name? Oh, god damn it, Daily Wire dude.
Yeah, he went on Daily Wire. Like, I don't know. He's not him anymore. Peterson
Too
used
much
to be that
estrogen.
dude. Yeah, low key. He used to be that dude, but he's not that dude anymore. Unfortunately.
Turns out he never was.
Yeah, I don't think he was that dude. But I did see him in my town. I took like my girl and like some coworkers and stuff. We saw him live. That was really cool. But yeah, man, he fell off the wagon low key. I had to like get rid of him. Sorry.
He's all Shapiro'd up.
Yeah, he's Shapiro'd up, man. It's not good. It's not good. So
All right. I never got into him. Saw a few videos here and there. Was never, didn't catch my whistle, man. I was like, nah.
yeah. My buddy was like way before he was like, nah, Peterson's not him. But I was like, I don't know, I kind of like him, but I don't know. Sometimes you gotta. There's a saying. Terrence McKenna said sometimes you have to gore your own ox.
Yep. Oh, dude.
And
I've done it.
yeah, I had to gore off Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson. Like I had to get rid of a lot of people I used to like rock with. Low key.
Yep.
I'm rocking with my boy Myron Gaines these days, guys. You should check out my boy Myron Gaines X on Rumble and YouTube and all that shit. That boy's cooking right now, dude. He's him right now. If I got to get rid of him later, I will. But he's doing the thing right now, guys. Check him out.
He's not getting censored, or is he just not?
Nope. Bro's cooking so hard. I know people were like, Fresh and Fit, not for me. Well, Myron sort of like he's been doing his own solo show and he talked about oh shit. Wait.
Am I still live? Hold on a second. Switch mics here.
There you are.
But
You're back.
About geopolitics. He's been cooking like he's been talking about all the wars going on. He's been talking about Israel and like all kinds. I've been learning so much stuff that I had no idea, like current events and like wars and all this shit going down. I think there's like a new war that started with like Indian niggas or Pakistan or something like that. I don't know. Yeah. So I've been like that. He's super. He's like tapped in. Myron's like a former HSI agent. People don't know that. They think he's just like some rando that cooks 304s on Fresh and Fit, but like the dude actually knows his shit. So check out Myron Gaines X. I'll get his channel for you guys to check it out.
Good, man. Appreciate it.
I'll definitely give it a look.
It's hard to catch everything, man. I do appreciate. That's why I love coming in here, catch a new guy. Maybe might work out, might not, but there's so much out there, man. I trust your guys' judgment, especially you.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Myron's he was on Piers Morgan recently too. Like he's blowing up right now.
This guy's losing it. That guy lost it. Fucking.
Oh, I loved him on Piers Morgan. Did you like it when he popped out the little plastic gun?
No, I missed that. What happened?
Oh, you missed that? Oh, he had this. Shit. What? I'm not gonna say it out loud.
Don't do it.
You'd have to see it.
Don't do it. Don't.
All right.
Don't.
All right.
Don't.
No. Not gonna do it.
All right. Good. All right, I gotta check this guy out. CB recommended him. I'll check
because
him out,
when those
all right, the guy looks.
Myron. He does a show Monday through Friday for us here on the West Coast 2 p.m. But like 5 p.m. Eastern. He goes live every day Monday through Friday, and then he has a show on Sunday where he does Fed Reacts. So he's a former federal agent, and he'll do like breakdown. He'll break down like criminal cases and stuff. Super cool. Definitely recommend. We have Creative Mango just popped in. Welcome.
What's up, Mango?
Mongo, what's up, Mongo?
What's up, Mongo? If I call you, yeah.
What's going on, dude?
I don't know. I just
seen an event or something and
An
hopped
event?
in.
Have you talked to flat earthers before?
Yeah,
What did they say?
I mean, it's everyone says something a bit different.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sure.
So there's no like single flat Earth concept. It's just everybody with his own ideas, I guess.
Gotcha.
At least that's the feel I got.
Okay.
For
All right.
When it comes to the globe Earth, is that something you know a lot about, a little, or you don't know?
I think I'm above average.
Okay, I like that. What are some
I
things
know.
you know? Yeah, go ahead. What do you know?
I don't even know where to start, man. Like,
Just start with one thing. It's okay.
I mean, gravity itself wouldn't
Yeah.
allow a huge flat plane to exist. It's just not possible.
Actually, Indio can debunk that. Be
How?
careful about just one thing I want to say is like be careful about you making up your own ideas of what you think flat earth is. That's going to cause you a lot of problems. If you want to know what flat earth is, you can just ask us, we'll tell you. But
No, I actually sorry. It was a wrong phrasing. What I
that's
wanted
okay.
to say is like when you ask what I know about the globe Earth or how much do I know, it's like I've been learning a lot of physics in university and like in my school, in my interactions with schools as I grown up, and it all matches up. Like not just the globe Earth stuff, but everything is kind of matches up, and it's the globe Earth is kind of falls into place, I guess. Like it just fits in there very neatly with everything
Yeah.
else.
Neat.
Sure.
That's super
Yeah.
neat.
I get it. I get where you're coming from. I mean, it's all like lore that's been backwards engineered.
No, it's not the lore. Like the most important thing in sciences is when you do a paper.
Experiment.
The most important part of the paper is how to
Experiment.
reproduce your results. Like so,
Okay.
other people can come to the same conclusion.
Okay.
That's the most important part. Like you don't need to trust anyone. You can just go through the papers and come to the same conclusion as the papers. And it's in science
That means
teaching too.
you have to trust everyone. You mean? Not,
No,
you
no,
don't
no. You don't have to trust anyone because you can just replicate what they did based
accept
on the
it.
papers.
You just accept it as fact.
No, 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 no. It's
what
the
you're saying?
opposite. You don't have to trust anyone.
You can't trust anyone. Okay, I like
You
that.
don't have to. You can replicate every result by yourself, and most of these are really simple things. Like you don't need heavy equipment or anything like that. Most of these papers are relying on very simple experiments that you can repeat for yourself. It takes a lot of time, yeah, but it's not expensive.
Experiments.
Right on. Right on.
Huh.
You're not using technology then. You're going to
You don't
explore.
need that much technology either. Like these experiments can be done with, I don't know, for like $100 or $200. You can get most of the equipment in any hardware store, and you can just go with that and do most of the sciences, physics sciences, up to like high school level. Yeah. Or most of the physics up to high school level. You can go through the papers and do each and single one of those just for yourself.
I'm a little confused. What about this science you're talking about have anything to do with globe or flat Earth?
Shit.
I'm just confused. I don't understand.
You said what I know about the globe Earth, and I said I think I know a lot, and then somebody asked somebody asked something along those lines, and this is kind of my answer for that.
All right.
But be free to go on. I mainly joined just to listen on what's going on.
Right on, man. Right on. Are you still in school or are you out of school? You graduated?
No, I dropped out of university to start working.
Higher learning
All right.
That's base. Respect.
I think you brought in the word gravity and
Science a lot and
I can post
experiment.
I'm posting a paper since you like papers, right? I'm gonna post a paper that says that gravity could work on a flat Earth, but here it is in the chat.
don't believe it. Don't believe whatever you do. Don't believe it.
It's an idity. It's a gravidity.
It's in the chat right there. But I've seen I've seen Indio post this a lot when people say like, "Oh, gravity would like crush a flat Earth into a ball" or something like that. This has been said before.
Yeah.
But yeah. I don't think people know much about our position, so they come in with like their own version of what they think flat Earth would be, which is typically some sort of like flat object in the solar system, where you take like the globe and you squish it into something flat, and then you apply all those physics that you talked about to that flat thing or whatever. That's like not our worldview at all.
That's why I took back that statement, and that's why I stated in the beginning. I stated that as far as my experience goes, everyone has his own idea about what flat Earth is. Like there is no two people who agree on the same thing, or there is no textbook to a flat Earth position. Like
I don't know.
There's no a single unified.
I get where you're coming from. I do think there are some principles that would be pretty common amongst like almost every flat earther in this panel, but I would also highlight that this idea that like people have their own versions is actually something that's really this happens a lot with globe earthers, actually. It's so much so that we came up with a term for it, a BYOB earther. Maybe you're familiar with, you go to a party and it's like a BYOB party where you have to bring your own fun, bring your own booze, bring your own beer, whatever, right? And so globers do this a lot. They bring their own versions of what they think the globe is, especially when it comes to gravity. You ask them what gravity is, they're like, well, it's, they make up their own version, right? So it's not exclusive to flat earthers that they might have a personal view of it, but globers do this a lot too, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, you can pick up a textbook, like anywhere in the world, you can pick up a physics textbook, and it will say the same thing.
Yeah,
there will be no disagreement between two high school physics textbooks. Like wherever you are in the world, they will always agree. Like there is
on what gravity is. You think?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's like hands down.
So what about like Newton versus Einstein? Do they agree like on what gravity is?
Like what I would say about that is that Newton's description is a very useful description, but what you have to understand about science that it's like every single model has its own accuracy. So every single model falls. Every single model falls down at, like, for example, if you look at fluid dynamics. Fluid dynamics is a very good model to describe fluids and how they mix, how they cause different effects. But you wouldn't build buildings based on fluid dynamics because it wouldn't work. It's not where it's accurate. It's not what the model describes. But again, these things are not like pulled out of asses. Like these are very simple concepts that you can go and test for yourself. Like you can just go through all the steps. It's not that hard.
Steps of liquid.
Yeah, Creation Bear, I got a quick question for you.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, when is a material implication true in logic?
Oh, we're doing this? Oh,
yeah,
man.
Sorry, are you able to answer the question?
Wait,
Or do you
I
not
already know
entry
this
level
type, bro.
logic?
These are like these are the sound smart types.
Sorry, you're just a brain dead retard who doesn't know basic logic. Do you think you look good right now? Go ahead and tell me. Go ahead and tell me what the material implication is.
Latte. You're good, all right? You
So notice how you're still dodging.
An answer.
I'm telling you right now, it's absolutely.
Notice how you're still dodging.
Brother, you haven't stopped talking for someone to answer your question, retard.
Know how to get muted.
We already know this type anyway. This is, guys, I have a sound clip already ready to go. This is exactly the type of person we've been dealt with this before. This is what it sounds like.
The gluteus maximus of the question. What is the molecular harpsichord of the foie gras and the quantum realm? You know, speaking from sort of crustacean, guys, calcium deficient paradoxical exfoliation, sort of juxtaposition.
Oh, Flat Earth, dude. By the way, your speaker's looping the audio. Just so you know.
Yeah.
You might have to just turn your speaker down a little bit or pop in some headphones. But I do. We've dealt with these types before. T-Dub, go ahead.
T-Dub.
I was just saying, mute up. Everybody, mute up.
Yeah, he left already. That's so crazy.
Can you explain the P paradoxical exfoliation of the logistical of the backwards quadrilateral?
Like, bro, shut the fuck up, man. You sound retarded, man.
They use technology, right? Technology, so they null your mind with the tech, right? With the institution that you go learn from, and they null it, right? Then the O is the circle that the mouth makes, right? The technology, they null your mind, bro. The technology they use, that's why you go to a tech school. For real.
T-Dub, have you dealt with this guy before? I feel like I've heard him before.
Yeah, like earlier today.
Oh, really?
Can you explain the logistical backwards equilateral?
Like, bro, what?
What's the term for? It's like a tech bro, fucking dickhead. I don't know what the fuck to call these guys, man.
He's a pseudo intellectual.
Oh, debate bro.
A debate bro. Yeah.
The higher knowledge, bro. What they say, higher knowledge.
Exfoliation.
Yeah,
and
man.
The dummy and
affiliation with the
nullification
of the quantum realm.
It's the quantum logic of the exfoliation, bro.
Flatter, dude, your mic is looping audio. Just so you know, it's causing a little bit of feedback.
That's too bad, man. All right, let me bounce. I'll come back.
If you just his speaker's just too loud.
No, you just need to mute. That's all you need to do.
Well, Flatter, dude, it's you got to just turn your speaker down or.
I got it on like 2.5, man. I'm not.
No, you just need to mute. If your mic's not open, then nothing will come through.
I've been in here.
It's just the speaker is playing into your mic.
Every once in a while, it fucks up, man. So I'm talking right now, and sometimes it fucks up. Sometimes it don't. Let me know when it fucks up. I'll take care of it. Fuck.
Okay, gotcha. No, it's just every time the soundboard plays, it's playing twice. You don't have to get upset, bro. It's fine. It's fine. We want you to chime in. It's just that it's causing a double audio is all. Just in case it's bad. But headphones would fix that 100%. Anyway. But yeah, dude, we've dealt with those types before. It's like, what college did you just come from a class, bro? Did your teacher talk like that? Like, where are you even getting this from? Isn't there a saying like if you can't put it plainly, don't put it at all. Like, don't say it at all.
I don't know. He just came in here and asked you to explain some shit, and it's like, did CB make a claim or something?
I know.
He asked you to explain some shit.
Well, it's like I think he's just trying to target. He's trying to target what he thinks is a weak opponent. That's fine. That's actually, I feel like I do a good job of like baiting people just like that. Like I come off, I'm like, hey everybody, like I'm gonna ask some stupid questions, like da 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 da. Oh, well, he's got to be easy. And then like all of a sudden we pull out the freaking Glock 90. Oh
you
man.
have a pop quiz, right?
A pop quiz? Yeah, he's gonna ask a pop quiz for sure.
Oh yeah, it was a textbook. That's all. It's a textbook.
Too funny, bro. Like I'm gonna play the sound clip one more time because it's so funny. Literally, like this is exactly how they sound, chat.
The gluteus maximus of the question. We also ask ourselves, is the molecular harpsichord of the foie gras and the quantum realm? Speaking from sort of crustacean. Zeitgeist, calcium deficient paradoxical exfoliation, sort of juxtaposition.
Like, bro, you're just using $10 words. Exfoliation, sort of juxtaposition of the quantum realm. We also ask ourselves, what is the harpsichord of the... it's like, dude, shut the fuck up with that shit, bro. You're not smart. You're not cooking. You're not even saying anything.
Holy! We've had this before. Can you name the P1 of the P2 of the quantum realm? What? You're not cooking at all with that shit.
Hey.
Too funny.
Yeah, but the international regulations are.
Like, bro. That clip honestly geeks me out every time. I love that shit. That's exactly how they sound. All right, guys, I got like 10 minutes. Honestly, my shorty's about to pull up here any second, so I need to like go fucking get ready. But
go get ready.
We still have Creative Mango's still here, guys. Creative Mongo's still here. You guys want to cook? Go ahead, guys.
CB, I was just gonna ask you, man. Sorry, I was on mute for a second. What you were just playing there, it reminds me of fucking Sensei. Have you ever dealt with him?
Is that a like a Discord user?
Yeah. He's one of the debate bro types there. He came in doing exactly what you were playing the other night.
Yeah.
Were you not there? He caught me. I think it was myself and shit. Fuck, I forgot who it was. I stepped in. I was just asking clarifying questions, and he just went on doing the exact same thing, and I ended up boiling it down after a lot of twisting and turning. That what he was saying was basically, I trust NASA, and that is my evidence, or that's my validation. But he was using fucking $1,000 words one after another to basically say that.
Did he admit it? Did he admit it?
Oh, dude.
Fuck, who was it, man? If you're in the chat now and you were there when that happened, this was in the last week. Fuck.
I think I remember that, but I can't recall. Did he admit it though? Did he go, yeah?
No.
Of
course not. No, of course not. It was Sensei and Mez. Mez was kind of like going on with something with somebody. Sensei stepped in, started fucking,
I think I was there, Mick.
Oh my god. That, like, dude, I fucking blew up, man.
Yeah, I was.
It was so frustrating. Oh my god.
It was the worst.
I said some things I shouldn't have said, but I retracted them, right? But
Totally got triggered. Man. I got triggered as well. I was like, dude, fuck these Mongos. Yeah, fuck those guys. Come on, they're just.
And I was right in the middle of a fucking game, dude. I was playing some retro fucking Super Nintendo, and I hear the bullshit coming in. I'm like, hold on a second, Anyway, yeah, I get you, CB. That shit is next level.
It's fucking funny, dude. Honestly, like, I might sound. Actually, I'm like honeypot, low key. I'm intelligent in my own. You know what I mean? Even though I come off as like the slang throwing, young YN shit. But these guys try to seem smart. I don't think they actually are very smart. They're just using those $1,000 words, dude.
Yeah. At least, I remember Gregory used to do a lot of that, but
he was actually smart.
But that's the thing. He was like a fucking sniper, okay? He would use them in key fucking places and take the conversation out. You know what I mean? These guys, they just come in and they, fucking machine gun all these words at you. You don't even know what they're saying. At least he was like, on point.
I was just thinking, there was in the back of my mind the whole time you guys were talking, I'm like, there was this black guy, and I was going to go, but I can't remember his name, and it was Gregory. And I remember saying, Gregory, dude, where did you get your vocabulary? And he's like,
oh, Gregory reminded me of being in a jazz club or some shit.
What?
Yeah.
I have a picture.
I wish you could come back.
Have you guys ever seen that clip where the guy, I think it's called the Interbocapulator or something like that?
No.
What?
He's trying to explain the transmission and how it's really great. And he's wearing a lab coat, Interbocapulator or something like that. And he's just using all these big words, man. And it is hilarious. Dude. Let me see if I can find the clip, man. You're going to love it. It's hilarious.
Did you guys hear what I said though about the regulations and destroying the globe with their boat?
Oh yeah, you want to tease that? And we'll drop up another bomb.
Dude, I came in on it when you were at the very end, and I was like so intrigued. Like, what the hell?
But before that, it would have been the Black Swan could have easily been won by letting them know that it doesn't move because it's anchored. But with that said, and it doesn't change in size because when you go in and out of it, so refraction has nothing to do with that. Refraction would just do with obscurity, meaning this doesn't move in distance because it's an anchored vessel at that. But anyhow, the reason for this is that they have an international standard of visual sight through light. They have like on starboard, they have like a colored light where it's supposed to be placed in, or if your vessel is at a certain length, then you should be seen at a certain distance from the stern. Huh?
Go ahead. It was feedback. It was just feedback.
Okay. Yeah. So at the stern, it's a certain. So if you're always at a certain length, and the one that I seen that was at the most, at the least, it's in like 2 miles, and then 3 or 6, but 6 is the most. Now from your stern, head forward. It uses these exact words. You can look it up for yourself for the international standard of regulation and safety through your vessel and travel. It's at 22 degrees, a beam of light, okay, straight ahead from 180, which means from where you're at, to 225 degrees below and through the horizon, 306 degrees all the way around with unbroken beam of light being visual through your underway movement, right? So it has to be seen up to 6 miles in front of you at 225 degrees from 180 and no less than 225 degrees with unbroken light at 360 degrees. A beam of light, uncut light through the horizon at 225 degrees. Right? So that is the rule. Therefore, meaning at 6 miles, it's not going over or under. It's being seen a beam of light from where you're at 180 to 225.
Guys, just a moment. I read your paper that you posted. If you would like to talk about it.
Yep, I'll turn it over to the panel, guys. I got Shorty pulling up any second now. I'm going to roll up out of here, but you guys have a great night. W panel, W to Flat Earth Dude, W Mike, W T-Dub, W Yaw Angle, guys, WT, all you guys. And we'll catch you on the flat side. Peace.
Get the tail.
Oh, facts.
Have a good night, mate.
All right, boys.
Bye, Bear.
All right, y'all. Take care.
Batman.
So, anybody else knows anything about this paper that he posted?
It's not a paper, it's an international standard or rule of visibility for your piloting a vessel across the seas.
No, he posted a paper in the chat for me to read about how gravity can work on a flat Earth surface kind of thing. It's more like a cylinder.
Oh yeah, he's gone. He left. So
yeah, that's why I asked. That's why I asked if anybody else knows anything about this paper.
Oh, sorry.
But if not, that's okay. That was like my exact point at the beginning. Like, some of you posted me a paper and no one else can talk a word about it because you don't share the same idea about flat Earth. Everybody has his own.
Originally, when he posted that, he said that's Indio's citation or post. Typically, Indio's not here.
Yeah, it's the same point applies. Like you have a point. Like
Indio.
If I have a point about physics, everyone who learned physics will agree with me because it's kind of unified. Everybody learns the same thing. But you have a point about how gravity works on the flat Earth, and none of you will agree because you doesn't learn the same thing. You doesn't hold the same information.
Not per se, man. Check this
Can
out.
we talk about this paper that he posted? Can somebody read through that paper and talk about it then? Like, if you hold the same ideas, then you should be able to share the viewpoint on that paper.
Check this out, dude. The one thing that we can, that we all do have common ground on is what we observe. So, for example, right, in your physics curriculum or whatever, they will start off with the observation of, okay, you know, here's Joe Blow. He takes an apple and he drops it. You know, he holds it up and he drops it, and he measures the acceleration downwards, yada yada yada. He gets a value. Then he goes and he takes a banana. He drops that. He measures the value, yada yada yada. And in the end, you know, on average, it comes up to about 9.81 meters per second squared acceleration. Right? Correct? So we see that, and then the standard physics curriculum will then go ahead and ascribe a cause to that acceleration. And that's when you get Newton, that's when you get Einstein, and all of the other successors that have tried to build upon, general relativity, et cetera, to try and ascribe a cause to that acceleration. The problem here is that in all of these explanations, okay, they're basically, when you really dig into it, and we can talk about that, is they all amount to being mathematical models, right, to describe trajectories and describe acceleration and all that, and kind of looped into those explanations and mathematical models are kind of like philosophical underpinnings, right, that grant a mysterious cause, right? So whether it be
just for a moment, I don't want to like, you said something that,
and it doesn't apply to everything either. It's only exclusive to liquids and solids within a medium that they're more dense than. And when they're in a medium that they're less dense, then they have a propensity to go up. But gases just go in all directions, totally defying any idea of any kind of directional bias. As I was still talking, and you decided to continue to talk. I was almost done. Right, just go ahead.
So my problem is that if you are talking to me like two different people about two different things, it's really hard to respond. So I would like to ask to talk about just one person or one topic at a time.
Yeah, the point is there is no universal directional bias for all matter.
I don't know how that's relevant, but okay.
Jack, all we can do, I'll just summarize kind of my little ramble there. All we can do is recognize that in everyday air, you know, whatever, we can observe an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared on average down for solids. Period. Now, ascribing a cause to that is going to be a key endeavor.
Like, if we are talking about Newtonian gravity, we can observe more than that here. Like, there is a very good experiment with they hang up a kind of like a pole, like a wooden pole, on a rope.
Talking about Cavendish?
I don't know the name of the experiment. The point is that they put large objects at the end.
Then don't talk about it. You don't know enough about it.
I
Go
know
and
how
learn
to
about
do
it. Go and learn about it. Come back. Go and learn about it.
I
Come back.
actually did
Talk
the
about it.
experiment myself.
Then you'd know the name of the fucking experiment, bro.
I forget.
I think you're full of shit.
Close your experiment away. A hot air balloon, bro. Up vector. There you go. Done.
Sorry, I didn't heard that.
A hot air balloon destroys your vector. It's a.
What does hot air balloon have to do with this simple
It goes
experiment?
up. It goes up.
And if I jump, I go up, and then what?
It defies gravity right in front of you.
No, it's not.
Okay.
If you think hot air balloon defies gravity, you're just not understanding the concept of gravity and how it works.
It's called heat in the dynamics of hot and cold in the vectors of the way it moves. It makes movement of Earth.
Yes,
You get
things
rain,
can move up.
You get rain. You get moisture and gases that evaporate, hot, solid, liquid. It falls on top of your head every day. You have electricity. It proves the statics and the molecules that move and make movement through heat. Done.
I'm not following. Sorry. Do you have a textbook about those kinds of like ideas and experiments?
They're not ideas. Did it not rain? It rains every day or every other, wherever
Yes,
you're around, right?
and-
You get clouds. Clouds are vapor that rises from the ground because it heats the water or the liquid, right, into a vapor, into a gas. Then it gets pressurized by its environment, right? So gas becomes a liquid or a solid. Oxygen becomes, everyone says the further up you go, the thinner it gets. No, it's just because the oxygen itself is less digressed for you to breathe in because it's turning into a solid because of the temperature. That's why we live in the equilibrium of Earth, because the sun moves about from the glaciers back and forth to make movement. Right? That's why we have weather.
I mean, half of that was understandable. I don't know if you are just really silent or it's just hard for me to follow. Like,
am I quiet?
It's a little bit ambient, kind of.
It's a little echoey. You're a little distant. It's hard to understand all your enunciations. Other than that,
Yeah, you sound like you're in a fucking toilet.
I actually like to ask a question to T-Dub, if it's okay, guys. But if anybody else wants to say something else, then...
Yeah, I'd like to just make a comment before you did that. I was just listening on YouTube and I thought I'd jump in. You when you said we don't all agree on like all things, that's a benefit. Wouldn't you say that's a benefit? Because then well, hang on, I didn't finish. So it would be a benefit because if you don't agree on things, then discussions happen, correct? If you do agree on things, if everyone agrees on things, then no discussions happen and then there's no moving forward on anything.
I agree that there are things to disagree on, but there are things that...
but you said that... You said
for example...
you said we agree on... you said we agree on everything,
Two
right?
different companies disagree. Like two engineers at two different companies disagree about how aerodynamics works, and they both build airplanes. It's a huge issue. Like, don't you want your airplanes to work on like established physics?
Yeah, but what's that
debating engineers? Like, there are
but
things
what's
that we have
got to do with?
it's not the same.
What's that got to do with the Earth, though? So when you're talking about, we're talking about flat Earth and globe Earth, right? So you're talking about two people disagreeing on aeroplane dynamics. What's that got to do with flat Earth and globe Earth?
Airplane.
It's just when we talk about these kinds of things, like for example sciences, there are points where...
Sorry, engineering's not science, so we can talk about science if you want.
Engineering is science.
Nope.
Okay, what's the can you name it? What's an experiment in engineering that you do?
Okay, let me rephrase it. And like what we call engineering today, it's used to be a science at some point. Like the principles of engineering is based on science. So it's
okay. I have a
like
structural engineering degree, right? So am I a scientist?
Kind of.
Kind of.
Kind
It's
of.
either yes or no answer.
Then no.
No. All right.
No.
So what part of engineering is science?
It's the how we lay down the basis for engineering.
Like what?
Like the like if you're a structural engineer, you must have learned about different models of statistics and physics, right?
Yep. It's
In what engineering? Sorry, what engineering? Just hang
Any
on.
kind of engineering, by the way.
It's research and development.
So
yeah, that's right.
So,
so you
how
test
do you
something.
How do you think that those models got created? Like, what was the process?
Research and development. You try.
It's research and development. It's not. It's not. It's not viewing a natural phenomenon and then creating an experiment to get a cause and effect relationship. I wasn't finished yet. So to get a cause and effect relationship on the phenomena.
In my idea, and I might be wrong here, research is science. Like,
okay, so let's agree on that, right? So the problem is, you say we all agree on this, and then we have a thing where we don't agree on things, so we talk about them and then we come to a conclusion. If everyone on your side agrees on everything, how are you developing anything? Yes, you did. You said the problem is I can't have a conversation with you guys because none of you agree on anything.
I didn't say that either.
Yes, you did. That's why I came in here.
Yeah, he did.
It was one of the first things he said.
He doubled down by saying, changing the subject about talking about how other people in engineering and physics and shit like that have to agree on certain things. And then Timbo came in and tried to ring him back. And then he got cocky. So how about we just reverse this and flip it back and be like, all right, what is science? What is science? What is this?
Guys, first I would like to clear up some things. Okay.
One sec. I want him to be aware of the citations I posted in the side chat first.
Okay,
acknowledge them, please.
I
Acknowledge them.
To take people at the same time about different things. Sorry, but
have a
great.
Okay.
It was nice talking to you anyway.
No, fucking acknowledge the citations I posted in the side chat, you fucking pretentious bitch.
Little bitch left. Engineering is not science. Duke University, bitches.
Bitch, whatever.
What else could I put in there? BU College of Engineering.
Hey, your angle. Can you? I was trying to hear you on YouTube as well. If you got a set of headphones, you can plug in.
Yeah, you know, man. I don't know what's up. Actually, I can get those. Yeah, I do actually.
Yeah, that would be much better, man.
Yes, sir. All right. Cool.
Yeah. He was a prick, man.
Yeah. Once you call him out, he's gone.
He dropped out of physics in college. By the way, he did say that. I was like, "Oh, you dropped out? Okay."
Maybe he agreed too much with his professors without checking it out.
Yeah, I mean the papers are there, and you have to just agree with them. That was basically what he said. I mean, maybe I took it wrong. I don't know, man. I was like, dude, really? You just
and he started taking the piss because CB posted a paper, and then CB obviously had to go.
Yeah,
and he's going, see, this is the problem. Now I can't talk to anyone about this paper.
Yeah.
Well, it's not our fucking paper, is it?
Oh no.
You talk to whoever you want about the paper.
Leningrad.
What?
I don't know what the hell
English,
that was.
please.
That sounded Italian. What was that?
Or Russian or something.
Ты нахуй, сука.
Mamu ti jebe, pička ti otac.
Yeah, baby.
Blood.
Jebi se, kurac, lava.
Yeah.
Mamu.
Holy shit.
Gibberish.
Gibberish, bro. Gibberish.
Yeah, you want to speak in English now? Seeing as we've got all the insults out of the way.
Probably not.
Timbo, I didn't know you spoke Chinese.
Nah, that was Serbian, but I don't speak Serbian. I got a few Serbian mates that taught me swear words and stuff. So
Yeah,
I can do it in Spanish if you want.
You know, the problem is with a lot of these young cats coming out of school, and they come in here and join us, and you know, some of us are older and we've been through a lot of stuff in the world, and we've seen a lot of things, but they're just like, you know, so brainwashed. They'll spend like 2 minutes, 5 minutes, a half hour with us and try to explain, you know, their, you know, whatever, 5, 6 years.
Well, he wouldn't even listen to Mick about. Mick was trying to explain to him that you're just changing the words and using gravity as something we observe. You know, like he wouldn't even listen to that. He's like, no, gravity's proven or something. You know.
I love that engineering is science. Those Mongos try to bring that up, man. I just love crushing that one. That's a good one, bro. I mean, you're it's not real science.
Yeah, like there is a testing process in it. Yeah, but it's not science. It's just test. It's like trial and error. You know.
Exactly.
Okay, will this beam hold this weight? And then you put all this weight on it until the beam collapses, and you go, okay. Well, it holds this much weight safely. And you go, okay, well, if there's this much weight on top of it, then we need to use this size beam. You know, well, that's structural engineering anyway, but...
All right, well, your buddy Mango put in the chat there, man. You guys read that?
Yeah, everyone on my side agrees with everything.
Right.
Oh, that's a bold statement.
I'm gonna mute this nobody guy, man. He's all over the joint.
He had a brain fart, man. Our poor buddy Mango got a brain fart, bro. It's not science, man. It's not natural science. It's not. Yeah.
It's not natural science. It's called the Kepner-Trago process. That is the particular person that come up with a fault-finding, decision-making, problem-solving analysis. His name was Kepner-Trago, German guy.
Yeah.
And what he did is he basically transferred the scientific method into engineering systems and fault-finding. And it's the exact same process. That's, for example, let's say if you're working in a plant with high-speed machinery and robotics and conveyors, and one part of the system doesn't do what it's meant to do, well, that would be your observed phenomena. And then from there, you have to use an educated guess to try and work out why the thing is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. And then you undertake a series of analysis and processes to test that.
Yep.
And then you find the fault, repair the fault, which to return to normal. That's called Kepner-Trago. That is basically the scientific method transferred into an engineering platform.
Yeah.
But it's all real things, man. I've done them. I've done all those things. I'm like, why isn't this working? Oh, try this, try that. Let's try this. Yeah, I mean, you're just fucking trying to figure out what the hell make it work, man. Is that absolute natural science? No, that's engineering science. I guess you could call it that. They call it computer science, for fuck's sake. Is computer engineering a science? You know, does it work? Does it not work? What's the observed phenomenon? It doesn't work. What's the solution?
Everything
make it work? Fuck, I don't know.
Science. Everything's science these days.
Yeah. A shoe is science.
A shoe is a natural phenomena.
That's it.
The hell out of here. I can't believe you guys put up with Brenda for that
Climate.
long. I mean, it's like 5
Climate
years.
science, too, yeah. Climate science.
Anyway, thank you guys, hanging out, laughing about this stuff. It's kind of funny, man. But I mean, I'm sure that Newton and Kepler and all these Mongos would have fucking loved having Discord and kick some ideas around, man. They would have been like, well, what about this and what about that? And let's look.
You know why? Because they don't agree with each other.
Exactly.
That's the whole point.
They'll love this shit, man. They would have been like all over it. But if everybody agrees, like, this is the textbook that explains everything, and you guys need to shut up and follow the book. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. Wait a minute. We got to look at this a little deeper.
Yeah, I agree. If these guys were on Discord now, they'd be like, I don't agree with that fucking bullshit that they go, right? That's a lot of rubbish.
Yeah, it would have been no different than if Kepler and Newton and Einstein all had Discord. They'd be all up in here every night going, wait a minute, man, what about this? What about that? And that's what we're doing. Let's keep breaking it down, man. I mean, these Mongos had a lot of head start on us. They gave us some frameworks. They gave us some Hegelian dialectic to figure out science. Problem reaction solution, bro. Problem reaction solution. Welcome to science, bitches. Yep. Where's the solution, man? Hey, I got a solution, man. Every single airline pilot ever in all of human history has flown over a flat stationary plane. Prove me wrong. Good luck. That's an observation for you. How about that? Damn. Something wrong with the world, man. Something's wrong. Something's off. I don't know. You guys probably sense it too, man. But
no shit.
I'm looking at an antique hutch in my neighborhood for sale. It's made out of, I don't know, looks like solid mahogany. It's got 4 drawers. It's got glass, beveled glass. It's fucking beautiful piece of furniture, man. They're asking $100. I'm like, this thing's fucking, 6.5 feet tall. It's probably 5.5 feet wide. It's just gorgeous, man. It's fucking gorgeous wood. It's finished. Glass, it's got drawers, brass handles. It looks fucking brand new, man. Probably took somebody to build this thing fucking, I don't know, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. I don't know. They want $100 fucking dollars for it. There's something wrong in the world. Yep. That's all I'm saying, man. Something's off.
Sounds like a 5-finger discount, that one.
No, I mean, I live in an affluent neighborhood, man. People sell shit for this. Rich people, man. For Ferraris and fucking Teslas everywhere where I live, man. I don't have those, but those Mongos do. But yeah, it's just like they want it out of the house, $100. I don't have room for it myself, but man, what a beautiful piece of furniture. Probably took somebody a month to build, and just like, get it out of my house, $100. There's something wrong with the world, man. Anyway.
I blame debate bros.
Debate bros. You're hilarious, man. I'm pretty hip. I'm getting hip to the tech bros, but debate bros, that's the next level, man. Anyway, I think with the right propaganda, you can get an entire civilization to believe almost anything if you have the right propaganda. You know, whether it's the Earth is fucking round. I mean, if you own all the media and the schools and education, yeah, you can get them to believe the Earth is a fucking triangle at some point. I'm pretty sure. You know, you get enough people working on all the math, and yeah, you could do it. I have no doubt. And that's, you know, pretty easy to figure out after 2020, man. And they could take the whole world and make them believe something. I was like, oh shit, these Mongols got all kinds of control. Damn. Fuck. Yeah, 2020 was a big wake-up call for me, man. I don't know about y'all. Like, hey, you guys want to believe the Earth is a globe? It not only is a globe, but it has spikes on it, bro. Oh, shit. The globe has spikes? What the fuck is that?
I mean, let's all be honest. Flat Earth is just a conspiracy against all the stupid who believe in actual Earth.
Dude, I almost heard that, robot. Mr. Roboto. Mr. Roboto. Dude, you're total Roboto. Roboto. You're a robot. Robot. Earth is a globe. Roboto. Yeah, you got nothing, man. You might want to leave and come back. It sounds like shit.
Yeah. Hop out.
Hop out. Hop out. Come back.
Y'all come back now. I'll come back now.
Oh man, you're showing your age there, bro. Don't be doing that.
Oops.
Flat Earth is a conspiracy to make everyone else do things.
Okay.
Did he not hear? He can't hear us say.
I think he's saying there's a conspiracy with his microphone or something.
Okay, that makes sense.
They're all conspiring against him not to talk about Flat Earth because they're ruining his microphone.
Yeah. My favorite thing to bring up about Flat Earth is airline flights, because most of us have been on one or two. And airline flights, all airline flights, or all human history, have treated the Earth as flat and stationary. And I can guarantee that 100%. That's weird. I know you guys think I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I can prove it without a doubt. And you can't prove the Earth's spinning and curving, and you're flying over a spinning, curving ball, dude. You cannot prove it. You cannot do it. You can try all you want, man. You come up with the craziest, stupid shit. Yeah, good luck. But every airline pilot in the world's treated the Earth as flat and stationary. And that's my favorite go-to. You know, talk about
the people that go, oh, okay, well, the Earth's a ball because planes fly over it flat.
Right.
Wouldn't they start going, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Isn't that weird? Am I echoing?
No, you're all right.
Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, you treat the Earth as flat and stationary and you fly over it, and that proves it's a globe. What?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean that proves it's a globe, bro? What do you...
Well, they told me it was a globe.
That's it, bro. It's my favorite argument this far, man. I'll go with gas pressure without a container a second, but my number one go-to is let's fly over this spinning globe of yours. What do you got? Go. How do you account for a spin and the curvature? I'll even give you curvature. How about the spin? Yeah, no pilot ever accounts for spin, man. No, they've never have, and they never will. because we live on a flat stationary plane, man, and that's how the planes fly.
My go-to's very simple these days.
What do you got?
Oh, we've got those 3 points that not Miggy's 3 points, just the how we experience the Earth is, we see it as flat, we use it as flat, and it measures to be flat. I use it in every day at work, a flat measurement. And then I asked them whether they've got anything for the globe that only works on the globe. Like they use it as a globe. They measure it as a globe.
Yeah. No.
So far,
no.
So far, we've only got flat measurements used as flat and looks flat.
You got
these are all provable things, So these are provable, but you still think it's a globe. Well, if it's a globe, then you should be able to point out three things that can only happen on a globe.
I love it. I love it, brother. That is so good. I'm going to use that.
Simple,
Yep.
But the measurement thing, like I think a lot of people, they say, like, you get a lot of people who come in, they say, the Earth measures flat. Okay. Sure. I think a lot of people are repeating this thing, and they don't know how it measures flat.
Right. Well, long distance observations over water.
Yep, that's looking. That looks flat.
Looking. It's not
observed as flat. Yep.
It's not measuring. You're right. Although you can measure how far you can see. I mean, there's one measurement, 10 miles, 20, 30 miles.
Geodetic surveying.
Geodetic surveying. There you go.
Yeah. Elevation angles.
Yep.
And no drop over distance. So
no drop, baby. That goes back to my airline flying. There's no drop over flying either.
We can also go into things like big cities have these huge drainage systems, right? So plumbing underneath cities.
Mm-hmm.
Plumbing underneath cities, that measures to be flat because you're using flat baseline to get grade on your pipes. So they flow downhill and they don't flow too fast. So if water flows too fast, it gets banked up at the end, and then all the systems, all the cleansing systems and processing systems for your sewage gets all fucked up and overrun. So they have to run them on those big drains 1%. 1%, that's all they use. So 1% from a horizontal surface. Now, if the Earth's curving, that 1% from where you're at is going to end up after the first mile is going to be 8 inches lower than your 1%. So you're not going to be on a 1% grade anymore. So then, a cumulative error, you're going to be more and more and more, and then water starts flowing too fast. And the systems can't work in that. They can't work. They get overrun, they start overflowing, and they back up, and then all the safety switches go off, and they fucking turn off. So that alone, look at a city like New York or something like that, like most of it's on sea level, like around the Hudson Bay.
Oh yeah.
The sewage system there would have to be absolutely spot on. That's an interesting. I don't know whether people not knowing how these systems work just go, if you tell the Globe of that, they're just going to go, well, it doesn't matter because it's just going to go steeper and then it's going to work better. You go, no, it works worse if it gets steeper.
That's what I love about airplanes because they're moving fast, and they got to account for a lot of shit, man. If it was a spinning globe, dude, they're busy. There's some busy guys up there, man. Calculating all kinds of crazy. No, they don't. They don't calculate fuck all. They just go, okay, got my heading. I'm level. Got my nose up a little bit. We're good. Go. And most people have flown on airplanes. That's why I love the argument. Most people have, at least most people I talk to. I like flying, man. It's like time travel, man. I can go from here to Australia in like, 15 hours, whatever. Boom. I'm in Australia. Damn. 15 hours. If I were to walk it or drive it, man, or sail it, it's going to take me like, months and months and years, maybe. Right?
Get it.
Fuck it, yeah.
Forget about it.
15 hours, man. I'm hanging out, What? It's summer here? Fuck off, man. I love it. I just came from freezing snow weather to some place on Earth that's in the middle of summer. What? That's I love it.
Explain seasons.
I like the Four Seasons. That's a great band back in the Motown era. They're really great. I thought they were, pretty good. I like the Four Tops, maybe a little better. I don't know.
Really? No Frankie Valli?
No Frankie Valli back in the, What about Smokey Robinson? He's in some, I don't know. There's some recent news about Smokey. I don't know. You can check it out. Anyway.
I was watching, there was a executive order about gain of function research just lately.
About what?
Banning all gain of function research from the US. Yeah, I think they're going to go after I think they're going to go after Mr. Ouchie.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, we'll see, man. I'll believe it when I
Hopefully.
see it.
Yeah, I know.
Believe it when I see it, man. I'm at this point.
Well, the old
skeptical.
The old
Man,
law was that
everybody should have been
if Americans are caught doing it, then they can't be held accountable. So and now they've changed it all. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, off topic, but thought you might have seen it.
Flying over a flat stationary plane is super easy. I checked it out myself.
No, it's hard.
No.
Easier flying over a ball.
What?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Haven't you heard?
Citation, please.
It just makes sense. It makes sense.
Makes sense.
Yeah, nonsense.
Nonsense is better. It makes nonsense.
You're right, Jimbo. It makes sense because of gravity and refraction.
Yep. And gravity just corrects the plane, so you don't need to nose down. You know that.
You don't need to do that. The airplane just automatically corrects. Even the ones from the 1930s and 40s, World War II, all those planes had, computers and stuff on there.
Autocorrect.
Autocorrect everything. Autopilots. Those planes, they were amazing. Those, in the 40s, amazing stuff. I love the sound of those engines.
I got to duck out, guys. I'll be on YouTube.
Cheers, my brother.
Yeah, guys.
Hey,
See you tomorrow.
Keep it upside down, man. Keep it upside down, all right?
No worries. Hey, dude. See you, AJ.
Keep it upside down for all of us.
Have a good one.
So yeah, let's fly upside down. Let's do it. Anybody flying upside down right now? No. Hey, they got one of the arguments I've heard. They got like.
Didn't you know that?
They got Wi-Fi.
When I flew to the US. Oh, sorry, go.
No, they got Wi-Fi on airplanes now. You can surf the internet while you're flying on your phone. They couldn't.
Yeah, but I was just on that. And when you go to log in, it tells you it's not a secure network at all. Like it's like anyone can hack your shit out of your phone, and I got stuff on there that I don't want hacked, so I wouldn't use it.
Yeah, I don't use unsecure networks. I'll be good with that. But I know people that live in very remote areas, and they bought the satellite internet, and it sucks. They all hate it. Most of them hate it. It's gotten better. This is years ago, maybe 5-6 years ago. But yeah, how does that work on a flat Earth? Well, I've done some.
I got Starlink.
Yeah, you got it. You got the Starlink. How's it work on a flat Earth? How could that possibly work on a flat Earth, man? I mean, come on, AJ.
Oh, we couldn't possibly have something in the sky.
And there's no way we could have stuff in the sky? Yeah, you're right. We could never have things in the sky like balloons or planes or stuff like that. Yeah, reflectors. I don't know.
I do wonder, about Starlink. Because I have it here I'm very remote on the Big Island.
Right.
It works beautifully.
Apparently, you're talking to us. It must be working.
Yeah, beautifully it works. And I don't know how it works.
Yeah. Well, I've gone around with different technologies over the years and seen that they can bounce stuff off of, the ionosphere, I think they call it. And yeah,
that's what they say. Right?
They've been doing it. We've been doing it. Dude, I remember doing it back when I was a CB kid at CB radios. And we would bounce stuff, and talk to people, thousands of miles away on a radio because we were bouncing stuff. We were bouncing signals. So I think they're bouncing these signals somehow. That's my
Starlink, the plate points to a particular part of the sky and it never moves.
Yep.
And no matter what, I always have internet.
I love it. It works. I agree with you.
It works. And I can't figure out how the hell they do it.
Well, I think they're bouncing stuff, bouncing signals from the ground up to you somehow.
Yeah.
Whether I don't know. That's what I think. I could be wrong. It's been done in the past.
It can't be satellites. I mean, it's just a ridiculous idea,
Well, could they have figured out how to float something up there for,
Satelloon, you mean?
Months at a time, Satelloon. Sure, yeah, we've all seen the different Satelloons. My favorite Satelloon thing is it was called the Samsung Selfie Satellite. Have you guys ever heard of that one? Samsung Selfie Satellite, and it was a satellite they sent up with a big giant TV screen on it, and you could upload your picture to the satellite, and then the satellite would take a picture of you on the screen in space, and then you could have a selfie in space, basically.
No.
It was Sam's. Yes, this is a real thing. I am not kidding. You can look it up. Samsung Selfie Satellite. Anyway, so about, they had this big giant promotion thing for this. They had a bunch of celebrities there. There was this one supermodel that was like the first girl to take the space selfie satellite picture selfie. And they had a big giant party for this thing, and like a month later, man, this thing crashed in some farmer's yard, and it was attached to a balloon. It's so good.
But if it were a Satelloon, it would have to be a stationary Satelloon.
True.
It couldn't move around because my little plate always points in the same direction.
I get you. Yeah.
So it's just it's a mystery.
Yeah, it is a mystery, and we'll keep looking into it, and we'll get to
figure it out for me, because I just can't figure out how this thing works.
I think it's a lot like the ham radio and the CB radio back in the day, where they could bounce stuff off what they call the ionosphere, and they could send signals. And once they got it lined up perfect, they just got it lined up for Hawaii, man. Perfect.
Yeah.
From who knows where, man. Somewhere in Midway. I don't know. But yeah.
That's the only plausible thing that I've heard is like a reasonable explanation for it.
I think they're bouncing this stuff. I've dealt with even Matthew Learns on this one. It's like, hey man, could they bounce it? Yes. Could you figure out how to bounce it? Yes. You know, are they bouncing it off the dome? I don't know.
Now hang on a second. Hang on. Aren't we talking to one of the first, or if not the first, flat earther to film a strange-looking object being carried by balloons across the face of the moon?
Yes. Yeah, I'm one of the only few that's ever caught that. I'm kind of.
Do you have that footage handy?
I could probably dig it up here. Hold on.
Okay, cool. I posted your link for your selfie satellite too.
I have to go. Where the fuck did I post that, man? I lost my YouTube channel. Yeah, I lost a lot of stuff here, man, for the years. Damn it. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. I got it on Rumble, I think. Yeah, it's not letting me sign in there for some reason. I don't know why.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Like, yeah, I think it's been shared heaps of times on.
Yeah, it's actually
on the home server.
It was shown in a documentary by Hubbard. I think it was called Level. Was it Level?
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, you got you. Yeah, cool. Yeah. That's awesome.
On that one of those. It's been shared. Fucking, Bob Nodell shared it on fucking Ghostbusters, Globus.
I'll see if I can find it on the home server because I know that's where I first saw it.
Yeah, it's on there somewhere. I gotta find it. Hold on, man. I might have it on my YouTube channel. I don't know. My backup one, anyway. I probably got it on there somewhere. I'm sure I posted it there somewhere, man. Yeah. Anyway, it was just a balloon passing across the moon with looked like a satellite could have been hanging from it. I don't know, man. I think a few people called it it looked like the Up House, the movie in the word Up, or I think it was. That was hilarious, man. I'm like, really? It does look like the Up House. Anyway.
Ever figure this out, please let me know.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Give us time, Those guys had like a couple thousand years head start,
Because it is weird because it's not one continuous chain. I mean, like going in a big circle, right? It's just a few of them lined up. Like there's a fair few, but I mean, and apparently they go over to the other side of the Earth, right? How's the signal getting to you? How's that helping you? How is something having something in the sky orbiting the Earth on the other side of the Earth helping you get internet connection?
Right.
Doesn't make any sense. That it'd have to be one continuous link, like one chain, like just continue going right around the whole Earth, right?
Yes, it's hard to fathom how they accomplish this.
Yep.
What I'll tell you is it's a phased array platform.
Yeah, what they'll tell you is it's a phased array platform, or phased array receivers and transmitters.
Right. So what? When they're claiming it's on the other side of the Earth, like antipodal to you, right? So there's like the whole Earth in between the signal and you. How are they saying that works?
So with phased array transmitters, and receivers, what they how they work is that a multitude of signals at a specific frequency, that is way less than what the satellite microwave frequency would be, which is around about 1100 to 1400 megahertz. So they will send it at a frequency way less than that at a multitude of different angles. And what the phased array receiver does is it'll hone in on the best frequency at the certain angle that it's receiving it at. Now, we all know that's bullshit, but that's how they get away with saying that how Starlink works.
Yeah, I found the moon video. There you go.
Where do you see? Where can I go to see that?
It's in the chat. It's in the chat.
In the chat.
My Sataloon video. Sataloon. Googleoon. I called it Googleoon at the time.
Are you on Android or computer?
Computer?
No, it'll DK.
Oh, I'm on computer.
Okay, I'm not sure about the interface, but there should be like a chat bubble thing somewhere on your screen for this chat channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm used to it on the other server for 24/7, but I've never really looked on this one.
Yeah, a chat bubble, top right, usually.
Right.
Yeah, you'll see like a little chat. You'll see all our names, and then
yeah, I'll see all our names.
Top is a chat. You gotta get in the chat, man. You gotta get in the chat.
See, yeah. Okay,
did you find it?
I did.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
Anyway, that's my Googleoon, Sataloon, transit of the moon, whatever. I just happened to catch it with the P900, and it was weird, man. But it does look like the house from the movie Up. If you guys have ever seen that movie. Fuck. Anyway. All right. Anyway, can they bounce signals to get you internet? Yes. Dude, we all have cell phones, for fuck's sake, man. We know all of that. There's cell towers everywhere where I live, man. There's thousands of them at this point. Can they bounce signals to make it work? Yeah. They're making it work somehow.
What the hell is FE? Oh. Sorry. My bad.
There you go. You got it. Anyway, because we can make technology work in the most mysterious ways. Radio, television, internet. Yeah, we got good stuff, man. Right. And it's been going on for.
It's just that the plate points pretty much straight up.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what's so strange.
Yep. Yeah. Straight up. Yeah, it just kind of lays in the yard there, right? Looking straight up.
It's on my roof.
It's on your roof. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it works, man. It works
Straight
like a
up.
champ. Works.
It hasn't. There's never been a lag. Nothing. Perfect.
Welcome to Earth. Technology works for sure.
Technology works.
For sure. I mean, if technology didn't work, we wouldn't have Discord, bro. And we would be fucked. It'd be like, we'd all be, chipping wood in our yard or something.
Isolated.
With this, we've got some communications. Dude, I wish I would have grown up with being able to talk to people from Australia or Hawaii or New Zealand or wherever. I would have been a much healthier person, I'm sure. Being able to, I could deal with some Russian guy. Hey, what's up? What's going on in Russia?
Right.
It would have been great, but no, we got isolated.
You almost have firsthand, experience through these vicarious connections that we have.
It's fantastic.
It's so much better than it being filtered through mass media.
Mm-hmm. It's so much better than the mass media. We can ask people like, what mountain range you live near. Ocean.
It's really like being there. Right. What's going on?
What's really going on, man? And even with all of our great communication techniques we have with Discord and social media and everything, they're still muddying the mainstream with filth and craziness and illogical
propaganda
thinking and propaganda. Yeah, it's beyond our comprehension to see how big their machine really is. It's huge, man. From music to movies to mass media and news to all of it. Yeah, we're just on the outskirts of the craziness that most people will be fed through schooling and mass media and propaganda. But yeah, we're just out here like asking questions, going, "Hey man, what's up with? How's this work? Where's that curvature? How do the planes fly over a flat plane?" Yeah.
This conversation about flat Earth to me is one of the most interesting ones on YouTube or anywhere. Continues to be.
Yeah, I mean, before they censored the shit out of us, we were blowing up big time, and they had to take it to Congress and go, "Hey, man, what are you guys gonna do about these flat earthers, bro? We got to stop that shit." And they're like, "Okay, we'll stop it. We won't promote those guys anymore. We're done. They're done. Thanks." Yeah.
I think in my opinion, they brought a lot of faux flat earthers in.
Yeah.
Chills, and they were operating until they're still operating, actually.
Still operating. Yeah.
Like Cherinism and his ilk.
How's that sound?
You got sound.
Thank you, sir.
What do you got? You got some logic? You got some...
Me?
You got some philosophy? You got some science? What do you got, bro? I don't know.
Are you speaking with me or?
Yeah.
Okay. The topic is what? The satellites, right? And
our friend here, she's in Hawaii. She's got Starlink. It works.
Yeah.
How does that work? Better than
line of sight.
Line of sight. Okay. Can we bounce?
And also, it works like a reflection, so it has to be at the same angle to which you receive the angle is the way they receive the angle at the same angle. So it's an equal distance. So if it's at a reflection, it's the same angle that you're receiving it as it's giving it to you. Because the parabola works that way in itself. The communication, sending it off the dish and back. So,
okay.
It works the same way, and it only works in certain angles. Doesn't matter what is sent out, or as far as satellites go. But then radio waves are a little bit different, but still, it gives a range. But yeah, That's what I don't know about them. I mean, I don't know much more than that. Works just like anything else as far as communication goes. Yeah,
It's just
as
how do
far
they keep a steady source? That's the question.
well, between the two, yeah, that's an interesting thing because usually they have to have a boost of a radio signal. And if you actually, here's the real kicker here, because how long does a single radio wave travel at a certain a frequency, right? Well, AM/FM was used for the signal talking to the president, right? Well, if you Google what's the furthest that can be transferred, it literally says 4,000 miles is the max. It would have to have a boost somewhere before that before you could send the frequency any further. That's why they have the cell phone towers and things of that nature, because it boosts the transfer. It reflects it off. They don't put cell phone towers with their reflection, signals, the reflection pads, whatever you want to call them, or whatever. They don't set those cell phone towers in the valleys. They set them on the peaks. It would make no sense to signal on a lower level to another lower level below that because you would get no signal. Anyhow.
It makes a lot of more sense to me, the ground signals. That makes sense. It just doesn't make any sense to me how they do it in the sky.
Right. Well, yeah, I don't either, to be honest with you, other than if they have some type of platform or the air. Usually here, what I think they're doing is all the commercial planes has a way of transferring signals as they're in flight would be another thing. And really all they're doing is transferring from one to another by that, right? Which would be, what does it say? It's just a straight line that's already been shot from one beam of light to another. So that's obviously just a source of energy. It's a vibrational source of energy. So they're just shooting vibrational shots at you and bouncing into a receiver. You had walkie-talkie. Everyone played with walkie-talkies when they were kids, right? That's essentially what a cell phone is. Quite literally, all they have in between you and the phone is the transfer and amplifying it so it can travel further. They're literally selling everybody a fucking walkie-talkie and calling it a cell phone. Quite literally, that's what it is. It's a radio wave. All of them are. There's no difference.
And Starlink?
Yeah, that essentially as well. I mean, do you guys remember when we had satellites and then they went to cell phone towers? Does anybody remember when we went from digital to cellular and then all of a sudden they're putting towers everywhere, but nobody really seemed to think about, well, hey, I thought we had satellites. We had satellite TV too. Remember, even before right around the time we didn't even have cellular phones at that time or satellite phones.
It was analog. My first cell phones were all analog. They worked on the same frequencies as like the police radios. I think it was 800 megahertz, 800 hertz, 800, 800, somewhere in there. I think the cops were like 1200. But yeah, my cell phone was all analog. My first cell phone.
It still was.
And it was basically, like I said, man, it was a big CB radio that I could dial a fucking number on. So yeah, they just sent little packets of info rather than, just a wave of voice. Like, hey, how you doing? Breaker 19. How you doing? Yeah, it was all analog, but they did switch it. I remember it was like 98, somewhere in there. And they got rid of all the television signals too at the same time, man. They switched from analog television to digital television. And I remember that switch. It went from you could have free TV to you got to pay for it, bitch. And it's like, oh shit. That's a bummer.
You know what? It's funny you say that because they bamboozled everybody again with the whole Netflix crap. Don't get any commercials, and now you pay for commercials.
Or you're even worse, man. I've actually for like a couple of years I paid the YouTube Premium, so I didn't have to have commercials. It was like $10 a month, you know. I was like, fuck it, I'll pay to not have commercials. I actually paid to not have commercials on YouTube Premium. You guys remember that? I guess you could still do it, but it sucked, man. It pissed me off. I got to pay to not have commercials. Thanks. Assholes. Yeah, the whole world's messed up, man. I think I said that earlier. Something ain't right.
They're literally selling essentially everybody walkie-talkies that can send a digital signal with just immediate signal, so it would be a higher frequency signal. That's all the difference it literally is. It's a fucking walkie-talkie.
Yeah,
so you can go buy walkie-talkies right now that'll travel. You can literally go online. You can go walkie-talkie phone for the family. You can get like 5 of them that have like a 5-mile reach, and you pay $100. I'm not even playing around. They're trying to sell those at a 5-6 mile reach, and you pay somebody like the whole thing for a year for like $50 a phone or something. You can use them amongst yourself in the city. They're called walkie-talkies.
Yeah. We were talking about how could our friend in Hawaii have Starlink. It's all bouncing signals off of something, man. The signals are coming from somewhere. It ain't a satellite in space. There's no way.
Right. No, I agree.
It might be on a balloon. It might be they got hundreds of balloons up there. I don't know. They got a way to float stuff up there. I don't know, but it ain't like outer space, like flying around the globe, man. Fuck that.
No. Well, they have a communication. They have the wires that they had sent through, right, from through the waters, right? Those big old cables that do communications.
Yeah, optic fiber.
Huh?
Yeah, the
optic fiber, right?
Undersea cables.
Yeah, so they send those through where they put those, right? Yeah, and it's all along the coastal lines, and they're all connected through each place through Earth, and then they put up the towers, and then send out signals as that way. If you remember, we ended up getting cell towers after they had promoted satellite, right? They really did. It was really weird.
Yeah, that was way after. I mean, like you said.
Yeah.
Even 1970 was like the first satellite television thing, they said. But yeah, there was a time period, man. I remember the first satellite dishes, man, were huge, dude. They were like as big as.
I'm talking about the phones specifically.
They were huge.
They had satellite phones before digital or before cell towers. That's where then they promoted cell towers. It was weird. Right.
I had my wife's cousin. My wife's cousin he got paid from Pacific Bell Telephone to plot out. This was back in the early 90s to plot out places to put cell towers. And he did this for like a year and a half. I mean, that's all he did, man, was figure out where you could put more cell towers on a map. And anyway, it was kind of, but yeah, one day, man, they said, we're all good, man. And let him go. And I remember him being pissed. Fuck, man. I did all this work for him. Just let me go.
Do you guys remember
That's
Wi-Fi?
really cool job, actually.
You remember Wi-Fi when it first came out, and everybody was like going off of one person, and there's like a few different. I was in apartments. Like 20 other people used one signal, right?
Right.
Well, as soon as they found that out, guess what they did? Oh yeah, you don't want people stealing your identity. You need so that's how they individualized everybody by giving them the scare tactic of telling them that you were going to get your personal information stolen.
Yeah, I never.
That's how they. Yeah.
I remember mooching my neighbor's Wi-Fi for years.
Yeah.
Like, dude, he didn't have it protected with the password. I just logged in.
Yeah.
Like, free internet, cool, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it was
right.
great. And it was easy,
So even
man. But yeah,
they individualized it. Each person, they literally just tripled, quadrupled, 10 times, 20 times the amount, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, crazy.
So now I pay like $100 a month for
For walkie-talkie service,
for
radio wave. You get TV for free. It's the same signal, man. Same exact signal, dude.
So
literally.
Hey, I gotta ask our friend in Hawaii, how much is she paying for her Starlink, man? I'm curious.
$80 a month.
80? Okay. I'm paying 100. All right. I got no satellite, nothing.
They have one for 125, but I don't know if it's any better or,
Right.
I haven't tried that yet.
Yeah. Don't spend the money if it's working for you.
No, there's working for me.
Yeah.
I haven't tried to go live yet, for my work.
Oh, that's the key of satellite, man. My buddy way out in northern Canada, he got the satellite. He could not like upload like real quick, like a live stream.
Oh.
That was a problem.
So that's probably the difference between the two prices.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if you were going to do a lot of live streaming and sharing screen and video and that kind of thing, you're going to have a problem.
Right.
He had a problem. Right. He couldn't like put his camera on and talk to us on Discord. No way. It wouldn't work. But I could hear his voice fine, but if he was going to share a video, no, it didn't work. It was horrible. It's like, very bad. You could barely see the picture, it was horrible. So, and that was like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
If I may touch the subject on earlier when the gentleman talked about gravity and dropping, you mentioned dropping an app or something to the floor, right, or whatever. And then they justified math for the quantification of science, right? Well, the thing is if drop anything, it's from point A to B. If anything was to drop from outer space, talking about a sphere and a directed line that is from A to B. So if you can imagine the gravity of something falling onto the side of a sphere, it could never make it unless it was a cube upon one side because you're going to hit the tangent point, right? So in order for that to even make any sense, it would have to have literally a hit in the same spot of Earth every time. They want to say it's to the middle. That way, rain spreads all over the whole entire area. That means if a rain cloud was raining, it would spew into a one spout area. That clearly doesn't happen. It's not gravity, right?
Hey,
thermodynamic things that are moving around with the sun from the north to the south, taking the cooler poles and moving them with the sun with heat, which creates motion. It's clearly not, it's not gravity, you know what I mean? Like as they say, it moves because that wouldn't work. It doesn't work. Everything would be one specific area. It would well be seen. You'd be able to see in that one spot it goes every time, right? Because it's the center. That would be center, which would be the circle at 360 degrees, which is the same circumference as even a square. You square a circle, so the diameter of a square is the same as the diameter of a circle. literally the outside circumference of a circle is the same, but they don't call it. They call it the outer of a square, right? Which would be the inners of the circle. It's 90, 90, 90, which is 360. Anyhow, if you pied a circle 4 times 4 pi, you would have 4 corners in the inner part of the circle, which you get 360. So it's the same thing. But yeah, you can imagine something falling, not going to go around, it's just going to hit whatever. It doesn't make any sense. It's like pitching, right? Like when you play a game, you don't throw a curveball around the batter. You can't go through them. It's a direct line of sight from the hand, the catcher's mitt. A, B, that's it. There is no other way around it. That's the physics where we live, period. How it works.
Welcome to Flat Earth, man.
That's something.
I guess I have an argument against that. Like, if you draw a circle like on a piece of paper, and you put a dot like in the middle of it, and then you draw like a cloud like curving above it, and you're saying the rain is going to hit the same spot, but draw like a line from the cloud to the dot in the middle, and then you'll see on the circle that you drew, that's like the surface of the earth. They're going to be at different points. That's why the rain falls in different points, not at the same spot.
But with the argument of the globe, it's drawn towards the center of the earth, the center of gravity, correct? So the center is the center. You would see its path. Right?
I don't know what you mean by that. I'm just saying, like,
I'm just
with the rain argument.
Dude, check it out. If it rained all over the city, would it be going the direction that's center of the city, or wherever the center would be anyways? And that imagination of your guys is pretty wild, man. Like you're literally saying one direction of gravity exists. You get that, right? You don't get to deviate from there. It's just one direction, dude. Right? Not all over the place. To the center of Earth. The center of gravity is the Earth. Right? Well, that's how it works. That's how it works with the laws, right? Newtonian, it works with all that stuff, right? Mass and mass, man, all that crap. All that little whatever. Doesn't even make any sense anyways, but I guess a bunch of floating rocks in the universe are on ecliptical path. First of all, they're elliptical. They're not even circular. And those aren't even, right? And then you're supposed to be on a plane, universal plane. What's so funny about that is you get the moon chasing the sun, and they both come over the horizon. Isn't that weird? And the sun's supposed to be stationary, right? How the fuck is that possible?
The Earth is round.
Bro, the moon chases the sun, man. The moon also comes out during the day. Right? They're in the sky at the same time. You can look up. There they are in the sky. Nothing's in between. And then they say, well, it's not the Earth that's in between that creates the actual terminator line. And there's another one. A terminator line on a sphere. How do you get that? The simple fact is if it was a sphere, light bounces off, creates shape by darkness and light, right? That's how you get a shape. And the shape's defined by its outer line, right? So that's a circle you would get. And the shape you would get is a sphere. So when you're watching a ball game play, like a basketball game, anything, and the light's on in the room, kind of like if the moon would be up in the sky, right? You at least see a circle. You at least see a circle. You don't see half of the ball. And a half of a moon would be a quarter of a moon, by the way, and a quarter of a moon would be an eighth of a moon, because there's supposed to be a sphere in the sky. How can you shine light on eighth of a sphere? Not only that, the other half of the moon, or whatever little weird season it's in to have throw a terminator line of darkness on the other side, it also matches the color of the blue sky and the black sky conveniently at night or during the day. For some reason, the other side of the moon turns blue and you don't see it if it was a half moon. If it was a half moon at night, you wouldn't most of the time see the other half of the moon because it would be black. So not only that, the moon decides to turn colors too. Those are some weird phenomena that I notice that doesn't quite add up to anyone's story. And I just thought I'd share that. Did it scare you enough? No one's there, really? I'll just tell one more up there. Let's see here. Venus, we got Venus. On Earth, we can see Venus at night sometimes, as they say. Well, it's kind of hard to see Venus when it's not visible through the dark side of the Earth, don't you think? I don't know how one looks back through Earth to see the planet on a planar universe. Yeah. Silly.
So, what's the problem of the flat Earth in the end? The problem is the people who support the flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen, do not have a proper model to show us how the flat Earth looks like. Therefore, we go for the globe Earth. Thank you.
Hey, what's happening here? I went away half an hour ago. I was busy, and now there's no one talking.
Yeah, it just sort of died off a bit.
Yeah, sorry about that. I lost where the song is in the side chat.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
So hey, it's not reflection. But what about all that wibbly wobbly light? Look, I'm not here to fight. I just wanna know if it's not refraction, then what the heck is it? Oh! Oh!
Yeah, you just kill it. Kill it. Yeah, totally worthless. You can't hear all the words this long.
Yeah, there's got to be some solution to this.
It was mostly clear for me.
It was totally clear for me.
No, see, maybe, but I know what it's supposed to be saying, and there's words missing because they're being leveled out.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Like the machine that's doing it just can't understand, go from high peak to low peak. It just cuts it off.
Czy to nie tylko ty tak czujesz, ale...
To make it shareable, you kind of have to make a YouTube video and just share the link to that.
To zaufaj temu, wiesz, to nie jest przypadkowe.
DJ, you're hot miking.
Yeah, hot miking in Polish.
Vives, why are you here?
He's hoping that some of our testosterone will be absorbed through the internet into his body.
Would that be meiosis or mitosis?
And then you're going to repost a screenshot of what was deleted. Great.
That's like one of those guys who's like, "Oh, flat Earth is irrelevant and doesn't matter and it's pointless and nobody cares. Yet I'm going to be here and just keep coming. You ban me, I come back. You tell me to leave, I come back. But I don't care about it."
Yeah, here's the best one. Peter's over there saying, I got permaban because I'm too good at destroying flat Earth scripts. They banned me out of jealousy. And then he says, can I get unbanned? I go, am I jealous? He's like, yeah. Well, you can't ask me then. If you think I banned you just out of pure jealousy, am I still jealous? Well, yes. Well, then why would you ask me to unban you? Am I afraid of that you'll destroy my flat Earth script? He's like, yeah. Okay, so why would I unban you? Internally, your own worldview is fucked up. It's already fucked up. You said the only reason you got banned was because, which I didn't do it, by the way.
Man, some of the mods in here are very intellectually dishonest.
He blames me for something I didn't do, and then assigns attributes I don't have, then says that those attributes still apply, and then asks to get unbanned. Like, dude, how many inception layers do you have of back-to-back logical contradictions, logical breaks in his own worldview internally? Do you have to filter through just to figure out what do you want? Peter, what do you want? Do you want to get unbanned? Then give a reason, an argument. Why should you be unbanned?
Crit, I think someone's trying to get in too. He said some of the mods in here are intellectually dishonest.
The Siamese cat.
Who said that?
Siamese cat. Would you like to elaborate?
No.
Oh, he just wanted to squawk while I was talking. As soon as you clear the floor for him, okay, floor's yours. What do you want to squawk about? Then he wants to shut up.
If I ask your single mom to give you permission, can you speak? Hold on, she's in my back seat.
Backseat Becky.
She belongs to the streets.
Why are you in your back seat?
Making sandwiches.
Dude, I ain't letting her stay in my front seat, dude. Good grief. I'll just give her a ride back to the homeless shelter. Back here, I got like the triple thick protector.
So they say, oh, Crit banned everybody till the channel was dead. I banned nobody. And we have 32 people. They have one person who's on deaf and mute. Anything the globalists say is always the exact opposite of the truth. They basically lie like you breathe.
Wait, Toby.
Like the normal person just
You there,
breathes
Toby?
in and out. Their lies just roll off their tongue without any scruples behind it all. They just don't care. They just invent full facts out of nowhere. They're really talking about their own channel. They've banned everybody down to just one person who's on deaf and mute. And then slap a flat earth sticker on it and say the flat earthers did that.
Hey, Crit, you were here with me when Peter came in with the voice changer. And he ran.
Yeah.
When somebody called him out and said, hey, Peter, is that you? He came in saying that we can prove that Earth is a globe because of a heavy bomber that landed on a runway. And he had the evidence. And all we said is, hey, that sounds like Peter. Peter, is that you? Patoo! Off he ran.
Yeah, and then blame you for that. Like you're like, hey Peter, we know it's you. We know you're banned. We know you're band evading. Why not just be honest? Boot scoot boogie. Just bounces. Oh, look at the time. Gotta go. I'm like, you're not cloaked, dude. You're not cloaked. We see you coming a mile away. Why keep
He was pretty adamant
your
that you
worldview?
couldn't prove that Earth is a globe with a fully loaded 747. It had to be a massive, heavily loaded bomber.
Their worldview requires massive levels of trust, massive levels of honesty and respect. They wrote about this. The experts in the Globe said, don't lie. If you engage with a flat earther, don't lie. Because this model requires trust in experts, requires trust in system of authority, requires lots of leaps of faith. It's too complex. It's not possible for one person to grasp the whole concept. So if you go in there and lie, you're damaging the heliocentric model. Don't do it. If you can't help yourself, don't engage. Full write-up about this on space.com. Oh, go ahead.
They failed to listen to their own experts, and look what happened.
Yeah, their experts are like...
go
ahead.
This. Yeah, they teach them their own globe lore. We have to teach them with their own experts. And they live in abject denialism. Fuck.
No, I got them.
Now I'm doing it.
No, I heard you, Amish. I don't know. Maybe it came in broken for other people. Yeah, Amish just said that they live in their own denial. They'll tell the flat earther to listen to the expert. They don't listen to the expert. It's just one cope spiral after another. It's just one constant claim the counter, like claim, contradict, claim, contradict, claim, contradict, and then blame you because you're not buying their bullshit. They're not buying their own bullshit. See, they don't really care at the end of the day if the Earth's a globe or if it's a flat Earth. What they really care about is mind and thought control. They don't want you to think something other than a globe. That's the main crux of the issue. They want power, they want control over your thought, because for some reason, their agenda requires it to be a globe, which they won't explain or take questions on. They're like, why? Why does it have to be a globe? Because they got this globalist agenda. They can't push a globalist agenda without the globe already in your head. If you're like, hey, it's a flat Earth, fuck your globalist agenda, then their goose is cooked. They've got no globe to push a globalist agenda with.
They're like those Mongos that fuck up four-way stops at intersections all the time and then blame you for it.
Mongos? What's a Mongo?
Type of fruit.
Ask your mom. Ask your mom and dad. Mom and Dad, I heard some adults say a word and I don't know what it means.
Very mature. Very mature, mate.
Okay, why do you care?
Yeah, it's a fruit, so what? Like you?
Wait, what? Can you say that again?
Sphincter says what?
Dude, a Mongo is a guy with a beanie hat, a big gut, and a too tight fitting shirt, whose knuckles are dragging backwards as he tells you, "Oh, it rains diamonds on Uranus."
Anal canal.
Yeah, it's a straight up. It's some dude who can't figure out how a four-way stop works, but told you that they found Neptune with perfect mathematical predictions. And you ask them, well, can you show me these math? And they're like, well, Uranus
Daddy.
part.
There they go again.
Yeah, they tried that same trick with Pluto and failed miserably.
Oh, because saying daddy is a trick, right? Yes, obviously. I'm tricking you. I'm actually brainwashing you into thinking that the Earth is a
You are a very weak troll.
What channel do you think you're in, Siamese cat? Like,
what?
Are you in the wrong saloon? Are you in the wrong saloon? What do you think this is?
I had to step into the LGBT saloon, my bad.
That tracks.
That tracks.
That's what he meant by that. That being said, when you put that image on a plate, the plate is round and flat with upturned edges. But clearly, if you look at it, even though the edges are upturned, which means all the surface isn't on the exact same plane, it's clearly, flatly orientated, horizontally arranged on the table. And if you mistake it for a ball or question anybody about what flat means, you're dumber than a brick. You might be a Mongo.
There was you guys, I came the other day, I can't remember who was in the call, I have to look it back, but we had a severe case, I've talked about people being bricked, like in the moment. This guy was the most severe.
You might be a Mongo.
This guy was the most
Who pronounces mango Mongo anyway?
Severe
Asians?
case of bricking that I've ever heard. He said he's been talking to flat earthers for 6 years. 6 years. Multiple times. Like daily sometimes. On and off for 6 years. And then I was like, well, sure, can you steel man one flat earth argument? And he says, we can see too far. I'm like, well, didn't you just say that with a powerful enough telescope and enough refraction, you would see the back of your head? And he's like, well, yeah. I go, so how is that you see too far a flat earth argument? Is that your globe earth argument? I go, okay, give me the best concept. What's the best idea that you heard? What's a steelman flat earth position? Name one. He said he's never heard any. I'm like, so 6 years you've never heard one flat earth argument? Not one. He's like, nope, never heard one. In 6 years. He's like, yep. Literally a brick wall. That guy is a brick. Like, anyone who talked to him in the last 6 years, you're better off talking to a brick wall. Nothing sunk in. Not one single thing sunk in. And his only thing you could think of, we see too far, was actually his globetard he was talking about.
I still can't believe that other person said that Lance Armstrong went to the fucking Lance Armstrong. At least they didn't say Stretch Armstrong.
Would have had a better chance.
Yeah, because they got their Armstrongs kind of mixed up.
Yeah. They crossed their Armstrongs.
This is what I mean too. You don't need, like, if you got a space fan, a straight up space fan, someone who just loves space, don't waste your time talking about flat Earth. Go at least learn who their names of the astronauts. Like, you could look up the Apollo program and study everything about it and still never really scratch the surface. You could spend the rest of your life, every waking hour, it could be a full all-in. You could have, like, make your own lunar rover. You could, like, you could go to air and space museums, all of it. You could spend the rest of your life learning about just the Apollo program, maybe just Apollo 11, and never fully grasp all of it. You don't need to worry about flat Earth. So if you're coming in here talking about, how come you guys deny that Lance Armstrong landed on the moon? And we're like, the fuck? Just get off Discord and go look up this Apollo program and come back when you're smarter, kid. Just come back when you're smarter.
Some of these people are woefully unprepared. They're ill prepared. They are not qualified to have this conversation.
Yeah, that's why I call them a DQ. They DQ.
Yeah. Disqualified.
No one has got to be trolling there, saying Louis Armstrong went to the moon.
Yeah, that was funny though, Noah.
That makes perfect sense, bro. That's why his cheeks. Oh, that's Dizzy Gillespie. You know Dizzy Gillespie?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I couldn't think of his name. You thought of it first. Yeah, I was right at the tip of my tongue. I had it there, but you said it quicker.
Yeah, but that's how he trains his cheeks. He trains his cheeks by going into a vacuum of space and letting his cheeks get sucked out. That's how he gets those massive cheeks that he can blow that horn, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, he's
by the way,
someone else. All right, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just want to put it out there. If nobody knows what we're talking about, for God's sakes, look it up. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's like big band stuff where it's like "Fly Me to the Moon." It's like a really great song. You gotta check it out. I guarantee you'll tap your foot to it.
Yep, it's a good song. Classy.
He's a legend for being able to blow that horn so crazy because he makes his cheeks inflate so big he looks like one of the crazy frogs.
That's where live music was much better than recorded. Like recordings could never quite grasp the full experience.
I mean, I've heard high school bands trying to play stuff, so we're so being able to get it right and make it sound like it's like you're listening to it on a LP or something live. That's awesome, man. Hats off to all those old jazz players, man. Amazing, and those orchestras, amazing.
I want Pagana to answer me. At what altitude does the alleged curve of Earth become directly observable? Cat got your tongue, Pagana? Come on.
He's not gonna answer. He's a fucking troll.
Then boot him. Why hasn't he been kicked?
That he's getting called out by a gal. So you're like, hey, here's a woman willing to talk to you about something that you pretend you want to talk about. This might be a chance for you to talk to a woman who's not your mother or sister or relative. Will you mic up, or will you just stay an incel?
I mean, you've got a chance to stand up for yourself, right? You've got a chance to defend yourself and defend your knowledge on this topic. And if somebody asks you a question, you're like, oh, I'm not even on that argument. Well, that's somebody asking you a question isn't an argument, and you just haven't answered the question. So it's kind of weird. You've got all this knowledge about what the Earth is and all this, but you can't tell me at what altitude the alleged Earth curve becomes directly observable. That's kind of weird.
Considering applying text suppress to this situation.
My favorite screenshot for that user. They basically just join a VC by themselves and just sit there. Flat earthers are dumb AF and just sit there all by themselves. See what we got. How many people we got here? 30-something?
All right, Pagana. Here's your chance. You've been text suppressed. This is your last resort.
Good luck, Pagana. I'm rooting for you, buddy.
Yeah, no one here interrupt. This will be just one-on-one. You and Jen.
Yeah, one-on-one.
No one will interrupt you. You got a chance, to talk to a girl. You haven't done so probably in a very long time.
And I'll be nice, right? We'll go, I'll give you a minute. You'll give me a minute. We'll go back and forth. Question, answer, right? We can have a respectful discourse like that. That's kind of how I like to roll.
Maybe gotta bribe him.
Okay, when Alpha gets back, he can give you a call.
Like sweeten the pot a little bit. Like what would it take?
Shaking in your boots, Pagana? What's going on, buddy? Come on. You're not like locally muted or anything like that. I know you can hear me because you're not deafened. So, mic up. I want to know, with all of your great wisdom and knowledge, at what altitude does that Earth curve become directly observable?
Who's paying for this kid's nitro and he can't even fucking mic up?
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Old boy's got nitro and he can't even mic up.
Bro, yeah, no, and I mean, he was talking all big in the chat, right? Talking a big game. It's like those videos that you see of like the dog that looks all cowardly, and then as soon as they're behind the fence, they're bark, 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 bark.
Wow, that is some hilarious shit. This is a peak performance of Globetardia. This is what the best you get.
They don't answer questions, Crit. They don't do that.
I mean, in their position, why would you answer a question truthfully? At all?
Hey, Ghana. Cat got your tongue?
I'm the big cat in the chat, baby. Let's go.
This is what I mean by the contradiction. They want to talk about flat Earth and then don't want to talk about it. Then they give an excuse. Well, the men of flat Earth are kind of aggressive, abrasive, and he's kind of like a beta cuck. So you're like, okay, sure. Will you talk to a woman of flat Earth? Well, still won't. Still won't do that either.
Well, Crit, I'm giving him a chance to. It's not even about. I'm giving him a chance to tell us about the globe, right? I'm giving him a chance to tell us about the globe, and let's have a discussion about it. Let's have a back and forth. Let's have some questions and some answers, right? I've got some questions about his globe, about this globe that he believes in. I want him to tell me about it, right? I'm giving him that chance. But it's nothing but crickets.
Welcome back, Nathaniel.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. I've got like a really small period of time, but I am glad to be back.
Welcome back. Right, so Nathaniel said he used to be a flat earther but went back to the globe, but agrees that space is not as we've been told, and NASA is full of shit. Is that correct? Oh, sorry. Excuse my language, Nathaniel.
That's how it goes. Not a big deal. I'm actually away from the children this time, although they might show up. I've got a half an hour.
Yeah, remember, still just Nathaniel, sorry, asked to set a boundary. He did ask that while he's part of the chat, that we try to curb the swearing. So I earlier when he was in here today, I said, that's a good idea. We should all practice some control with the curse words. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that part of his boundary is he wants to be here, but he also would prefer that while he's here, that we watch our language.
Yeah, I sure appreciate that. I mean, obviously, I did a bad job because I was like talking about a man being sodomized to death. So that's disturbing for children.
NASA is full of poop. All right.
Right.
Okay. So what was it specifically that made you doubt flat Earth after you had already looked into it?
Well, let's see. I know evolution's nonsense, right? And then I came to believe a young Earth, and this is all progressively. And I started as an atheist. Now I'm a Roman Catholic, for better or worse. But So when I had Young Earth, when I realized that one, it had an interesting effect on my mind where it shrunk down my worldview to where it actually became very personal. It's like, wow, I only have, I don't know, 1,000 ancestors before Adam. And so I had this sense like God, starting from like this nihilistic atheism to the point where now we're like God is heavily involved in like human events. They're all affected very closely by him. And so I came to believe a flat earth for the same reason, because it's the kind of cosmology that God, the real God, loving all the things we know about God, from philosophy and theology and from faith and all that kind of stuff. That's the kind he would make. And I think that I still probably hold all the most important aspects of it. And I don't feel very strongly that it is global. I was talking to a man here from Eastern Orthodox, and apparently out east it's still, that's complex too, but it's still very possible to be. But I read a book called Flat Earth, Flat Wrong. I read about half of it. Obviously, a strong title. And then, but there was a part in there where he quoted a lot of church fathers, and their explanations dealing with the shape of the Earth is kind of what made me think, well, they must be right. Although, like I said, I don't feel about it strongly. My children are gone. So that's it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that was good. Thank you. Have you looked into this deep? I mean, have you looked into the empirical evidence side of things, like specifically the long distance observations, laser tests, that sort of thing?
No, I'm not very influenced that way. I'm just not an empiricist. I kind of that's part of the reason I wanted to tell you all that. Hello, sir. Good morning. You can sit right there. I'm just on a phone call. I was kind of trying to show that I'm very persuaded or influenced by like a philosophical understanding. I'm a novelist, so for me, the more I learn about God and the way he works, the more that's kind of what influences all my other views, right? Like I start with theology and I work my way down. But that's also why I say I'm not very attached to the globe. It's because of the authority of the church fathers that I read that I essentially believe it in, because it's just not that significant to me. The shape of the heavens is much more important to me for whatever reason. I guess because that's where I want to go. Does that make sense? Full stop. Trying to let you know when I'm done answering your question.
Hang on a minute. Why am I tech suppressed?
Take a what?
Sorry, Nathaniel. Yeah, I was listening to you. My wife came right at the end of when you were talking and asked me a question. So apologies. I can't
I'm glad.
Yeah, look, it's good to have you around here. If you have more time, right, I'd love to go through some long distance observations, right? Just go over some of the 101s you might not have looked into, right? Because
sure,
we're a bunch of empiricists here, and you'll find that we don't speculate too much, right? We can pretty much back up everything that we say with video, high definition videos, or citations, that sort of thing. So yeah. I mean, when time we should go over some long distance observations that are literally impossible on a globe.
Sure. Yeah, I'm content to do that. I mean, when I was looking into flat Earth, those things I did find persuasive. Trying to think of the biggest thing that slowed me down was probably the idea of inertia, but I did end up abandoning that because what I said to myself is, well, here, and I think now I'm a geocentrist, right? I think the Earth is at the center of the universe, and I work with a lot of people who are big into academia and science and that kind of thing. And I also believe it doesn't move. I think the heavens moves around it. You know, and that's enough to be like a crazy man to a lot of people.
Yeah, well, we definitely agree on a bunch of things. I think, I mean, if you haven't had the time to go over some of these observations that have been done over the years, then, I mean, maybe that's all you need to see.
Could be. Sure. Well, I'm content to do it. Here I am. I'd really like to figure out. I'm terrible with technology too. I mean, I could tell you all about the French Revolution, the SARS, economic theory, but man, making computers work drives me crazy. And I'm trying to like pull the clip from your live stream and then publish it. So, but I'm still gonna keep trying. So yeah. So if you want to go over those things, it's fine. I'll publish it. Here I am.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got 5 minutes, I could go over a simple observation just to give you a general idea of what I'm talking about here with these long-distance observations.
Yeah, I think it would. I think it would help me make my point that we have to be more reasonable and work together. Because, you know, I really don't like the way people are controlled and manipulated right now, especially economically. So yes, so I'm just kind of. Like my son showed up and then disappeared again, so I'm kind of back and forth. So visual things are going to be hard. You might have to walk me through it.
And when you say geocentrist, and then you said Earth is the center of the universe, do you mean as in universe, as in vacuum of space?
No, I said that earlier. I don't believe in a vacuum. I believe in, I guess, probably the ether. Is he okay
What's
here?
ether? What's ether?
Yeah, can you define that, please?
Sure. Okay, I'll take him. Sorry. It's my son. So the ether, my best understanding is, and it's probably unfortunate that most of my cosmology relies on materials that... Say again? Calculation?
Speculation.
Oh, yes. Yeah, speculation. Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing that, you know, St. Augustine was working with, except he probably had a better understanding of, like, Greek mathematics and stuff like that, which is, I think, where a lot of the globe stuff comes from. And people argue that Aristotle and some of those Greeks had a huge influence on the West. And so I think that's what that Eastern fellow was trying to say. But what I was going to say actually was materials that have their nature in a specific place that aren't present on Earth. So like the ether, and they've done measurements and stuff like that. So it's something. It's just I guess of the ether by there's that famous one. So that would be what fills the vacuum of space. So it's a material that light travels to and all that kind of thing to reach the Earth.
How did they test it?
My understanding was it had to do with like light bending off or bouncing off of mirrors or something like that. I'm trying to remember the name of the experiment. Like I said, I don't put too much stock into that.
Michelson-Morley?
That's probably the one. Yeah. And then eventually Einstein came around and said it's relative.
I don't think they proved it, though. They just...
No, I don't think it proves it at all. I mean...
They just made a comment at the end of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things I just expect people never to prove. And I think basically a lot of the lies come from their desire. You know, they want to prove something. They can't because God made it. It's above them. And then they just lie about it. I mean... I think that's basically how NASA works.
Like ether.
Well, so you tell me, because you obviously know more about it than me. You know, I'm sure I've embarrassed myself enough. So what is it then? So it's not a vacuum. What is it? What is up there? What is the firmament?
Who knows, man? It's all speculation.
Well, that's fair enough. So we agree. Okay. Well, I apologize for pretending like I knew more than I did.
Dude, no, you're good. I would like to point out this, though. the archaic, that word aether, it means up air that burns or shines, and it's also the name of a god, a primordial god of light. So I've been warning people, be careful about worshiping that god named Aether.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
It's trippy, dude. You can check it out for yourself, but it's weird. There's a primordial god that's connected to this other entity named Nyx. It goes back to some ancient shit.
Well, I just met somebody who goes by the name Nyx, and then that's very interesting. You know, a lot of people, I kind of don't like saying Thursday. Yeah, so I'm probably one of the people who'd be influenced more than others about that.
To be fair to you,
you're very emotional. Good.
To be fair to you, though, right? Going back, you preface with it's just a belief, so you weren't making a knowledge claim.
No, I'm not. I think that's where a lot of the the flack comes from, is being so certain that it exists, or that or they say that we like know what it is or can know what it is before, seeing God at our judgment, that kind of thing. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to find out in a humble Christian way. I mean, I do support the people. Like I said, I do a lot of work with, for instance, like the Kolbe Center, and they're really good, and they're a bunch of geocentrists and stuff like that. So I'd support it. I just think empirical approaches is one of the approaches, and I think that, in fact, I'm trying to talk to a guy about this. I think that the philosophy in the West that comes out of the Enlightenment, and then like especially in the 1800s, where it's like a very materialistic philosophy, and it doesn't have, it's one philosophy and it has no respect for theology, and it kind of like messes up the way people have sought knowledge, throughout all of time. You know what I mean? Like, we can know that there is a God. We can even know that he's in heaven. And those things are more important than the ether. Now, the ether's fine. I mean, or, pagan gods or whatever we want to know about. The material of the heavens, or the nature of the firmament, or the water above the waters. Or water above the firmament, I guess. I'm really interested in that. What do you guys make of that? The water above the firmament. There was one church father that says essentially, if you go to the end of what you might call space or whatever people are calling it, past all the stars and stuff, that there's essentially like an ice wall or a crystalline wall. And I've meditated on that. That's fascinating. What do you think of that? Whoever wants to talk about it.
Okay, mad speculation Sunday show.
Yeah, you guys don't like speculating at all. Is that the case?
Well, let me ask you this.
Save it all up for Sunday.
There you go.
I didn't hear that.
We save it all up for Sunday.
Oh, okay. So it's like organized by topic. So on Sunday, you guys talk about speculation?
Yeah, speculate on Sunday. Go for it, mate.
All right. What do you guys do today? Because what is today? Today's Monday.
Just any other day. But I mean, so we just reserve Sunday for anyone that wants to speculate, because people do like to speculate. But we like to identify between that which we can know and that which we can only speculate about.
Okay, well, forgive me. I'm getting to know your culture. So what? So you wanted to tell me about some like proofs and whatnot. Are any of those doable verbally? Well, I still have time here. You want to tell me about some of those, and I'll tell you what I think.
I think that was DJ that mentioned it earlier.
Yeah. I mean, I could go over it. Like, I could just post an observation in the side chat. We could go over it. Right. It's a good example. It's very easy to follow along with. I'll explain it all.
There was one that was like 8 miles square or something like that.
Well, that would be the rate of curvature, right? Over a certain distance on the right? So basically, if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles that they tell us, right, it has to have certain characteristics of the globe that go along with that must be there, right? So it would be curvature, obviously, right? And you can calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, right? So
I did find that one very persuasive because I'm pretty sure I can see more than 8 miles, and I've seen the video of a guy who like watches or can see like over the Lake Superior or something like that. Yeah, 8 miles is not that much.
Right. So, I mean, over 10 miles, right, there would actually be 66 foot of curvature, right? That's like a 6-story building, right? So for example, if you went to a lake, if you went to a lake that was 10 miles across, right, there should be, 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So you could start performing different types of tests on that body of water. The common test people do is just to set up a camera, right, like a super zoom camera, like a Nikon P900. They have crazy zoom capabilities, right? I think it's 83x optical zoom, which is like telescope level, basically. Anyway, you could set up that camera at, say, 1 foot off the surface of the water, right? And if the Earth is a globe, you should have a horizon at a certain distance. So say that the camera's set up at 1 foot off the surface, right? We can do the math, right? And according to the globe mathematics, the horizon would have to be at a particular distance, right? So from 1 foot observer height, the horizon would have to be at 1.225 miles, right? And anything that goes beyond that physical horizon, right, the geometric horizon they call it, would start to become obstructed behind the horizon.
You said the horizon's only a mile away? Not like 8 miles away?
Well, it depends on your observer height, right? So from 1 foot, right, it's much closer. So at school,
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so at school they taught me that if you're 6 foot tall, you're standing at the beach, you're looking out over the ocean, the horizon would be at 3 miles. Right, so if you go lower, it's closer. If you go higher, right? So to have an 8 mile horizon, you would have to, it's not a long distance, right? Well, most people think, we can't see the curvature of the Earth. It's too big, right? We're so small, and Earth is so big, right? That's kind of what most people think, but they haven't actually done the math to work out that. Yeah,
I have not done the math. So you said, somebody said it's like 5,900 miles. You said is the radius.
It's 3,959 miles, right, from the center out to the edge. Yeah, like a straight line.
And everyone agrees on that. I guess they would have to.
Yeah, that's the R value. It's like the core fundamental behind all the globe Earth math, right? All the distances to the planetary body.
It's pretty hard to get
putting things in space, right? Going to the moon, all of that stuff is reliant on the radius value, the R value, gravity. I mean, everything basically. So if that core variable's wrong, right, then all the math is kind of wrong for the entire.
Is that number 3,900? I believe you said. Is that used? Like, where do I find that? Because I don't often look at formulas for gravity or anything like that, and I don't trust NASA. I already told you that. So I'm just wondering how many things are dependent on that.
I mean, to calculate the distance to the sun, or to calculate, how big a planet is, or anything like that, it's all kind of based off the radius value, right? To calculate like their orbital mechanics, to calculate like when they're sending their satellites into space and everything.
Distance between two masses. Between two masses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there is it used for anything that's not what do you call it, cosmonautics? Anything that's like on Earth? Like as a cell company using it. Good.
What you'll find is that most industries utilize the Earth as a flat plane. Yeah.
Right. That's what I always thought. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I know an aerospace engineer, and he told me, like, he's a globe earther, right? But he told me that all of the calculations that they use when they're designing the aircrafts assume a flat stationary plane.
Right. I remember that one was.
Yeah. It's
So
in the, it's in,
what I'm wondering is if like, yeah, you might call it speculative, but I do like understand and approach the world a lot from the point of view of like human society and how it runs. And so I wonder if that one, factor or math number is if it's possible for NASA to lie about that, and then it doesn't really, like, all these industries and whatnot, they just ignore it anyways. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if it, because if I found, I don't know what to say about that. So if I found out that NASA lied about that number, I wouldn't be very surprised. And
Well,
it
it's
wouldn't
not just-
necessarily.
It's
Go
not
ahead.
just
Yeah,
NASA.
see, that's what I want to know. I want to know if
Yeah,
somebody else.
it's basically the
Something
size,
else.
the size that they tell us the globe is, right? So, like I was saying originally, the globe has to have certain characteristics that go along with that radius value that they all agree on. Okay,
Right.
so you would have to have that horizon at a certain distance for starters, right? And what we find is that we cannot detect this geometric horizon that should exist, right? When we make these observations, right, much of the time we can see the horizon over 1,000% further, right? 2,000% further sometimes than what it would be
Yeah,
on a
because it's
globe.
a short distance. So is there any possibility for it to be a larger globe, I guess? Or is that just preclude globe at all?
Then you got to
It's gotta be
change.
flat.
Then they'd have to change everything. Distance to the sun,
Yeah, all those things. Yeah. Well, I mean,
the measurement of gravity.
Yeah, the entire heliocentric model would be, they would have to rewrite the entire education system. They would have to admit they're lying about space. They're lying about the moon missions, all of that stuff, right? The distances between locations, even, right? Just going from A to B, right, from country to country.
No, that wouldn't change. That wouldn't change at all. Why would it
Just
change?
make it places that we haven't been to. So the known Earth, the known world could still be the same.
But the way it works is the path of the sun, right? The circuit that the sun takes over the Earth wouldn't change. So if you inflate the size of the Earth, that circuit would be shrinking. So all the angles that we get to the sun or to the celestials would shrink into a narrower and narrower pizza slice wedge, right? You know, like your field of view would shrink. So everything about their claims would be destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah, so look, just taking it back to the long distance observations quickly, right? So we have countless amounts of very high quality long distance observations and laser tests, right? That they're not explainable at all, right? On a globe. We can see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see, right? So I did want to show you one of them if you've got time to have a look at the side chat. Nathaniel, is he still here? No, he's not here. All right.
Maybe he's processing the size of the claimed globe.
I know he's got a bunch of kids running around, so.
Yeah. But it's like when you hear that stuff, right? When I first heard that there should be this much curvature over this short distance, I was very surprised. I was like, "What? Is that true?"
Yeah, I think most of them are pretty surprised, right? They don't even believe us when they hear us tell them the actual, drop over distance rate or the horizon distance. What? No way. Where are you getting that number?
That can't be true. Earth's so big. So big you can't see the curve. Boats go over the horizon. They're very calm person, DJ.
Thanks. Because my wife's sitting in the room, I have to stay calm and being judged. Yeah.
That'll change. Give him a couple of months.
Shut the fuck up. I was once calm too.
Only once?
I think I just find it hard to speak to people these days about, you know. That's why I kind of sit in the background and listen more.
I hear you, man.
Yeah.
There you go. So there you go, Timbo. The radius of the Earth is, well, claimed radius of the Earth is the distance of 2 Australia widths, basically.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about it like that. I was thinking about that the other day. Like, what's the distance across Australia? How many miles is that?
Roughly 2,000.
4,000 kilometres? 2,000 k's.
Yep.
2,000 miles.
2,000 miles. 4,000 kilometres, yeah. Oh, wait. Right.
3,200, isn't it?
Yeah, 3,290 as the crow flies. So I guess they're saying the shortest route. So that's, I guess, driving time is 4,000 kilometres.
Yeah. So it's not that big, really, when you think about it like that. You know, something else that's really mind-boggling that I found out the other day was that what's the name of the tallest mountain in Australia again?
Kosciuszko.
Yeah, Mount Kosciuszko, right? So Mount Kosciuszko is only like 7. It's not.
There's Australian territory in the Arctic Circle I can't remember the name of the island.
Come on, T-Dub.
No, I can't remember the name. I can't remember the name of the island, but it's Australian territory, and there's a mountain there called the Big Ben. Big Ben. It's
okay, but on the actual, on Australia,
on mainland, mainland.
Right, Kosciuszko is only like just over 7,000 feet above sea level.
Yeah, it's not very high.
Yeah, it's pretty big though. I mean, it's like snow on the top of it and stuff. It's like pretty damn big mountain. I mean, and then right, that's not even as high as the average elevation of Antarctica. Right, so if you go to like South Pole Station or something like that, you're not even on a mountain, but that's higher than the top of Mount Kosciuszko. It's like 9,000 feet above sea level, just at that South Pole Station.
I'm
a bit of a trip
right now. Looking at Mount Baker, 10,000.
Why is it so freaking high?
Always got on it. Capped.
I found myself speaking to someone the other night, and then they just said something, and I just said, "Sorry, man, I can't talk to you, mate." Just, I'm not going to have a dumb conversation with you.
I've kind of gotten to the same point, but I just tell people that they're not qualified to have this conversation.
Yeah, I thought my better time was spent me going to cook dinner and clean the house. Like, I had more fun doing that.
Yeah.
I don't know how Indio does the numpties. He just keeps them in rotation.
Oh, yeah, brother. Well, check this out.
Like that Crayola lady or not a lady. Oh my! I don't know how Indio's patient. I guess he enjoys it.
Yeah, he must. All you guys,
That responsibility, dude, to expose the responsibility to expose the crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Like you said, like you said, he clipped all of it, and like he said, that was one of the craziest comments he had. Yeah. And then you got DJ the Globe Whisperer with
right,
Normie.
Right, so according to that earlier point where you basically had to tell the person, hey, bro, you're not qualified to have this convo. They actually already agree with you. Because a lot of times they will tell you, hey, there's the globe. And you'd be like, well, how do you know that? Oh, well, because the scientists say so. And they'd be like, well, how do you know that the scientists are saying it's correct? And they go, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. So they just admitted they have no idea. They're just taking somebody else's word for it. So all they're doing is just repeating the mainstream status quo with their voice. You could have just read it on a piece of paper. Their presence in the conversation is irrelevant.
Yep.
Unless they're actually willing to engage with you honestly, and then they show up as a human and they're like, hey, I want to learn from you what you know about this topic. But if they're just going to repeat the mainstream rhetoric, it could be like, dude, I don't need you to do that for me. I'll just, go bash my head in with Google later on tonight, and then you can just go home to your family and, do something useful.
Indio's got a slobber nurse title.
I hear there's good money in being a slobber nurse.
And a Glober too. Just ask Jeranism. Look at his subscription account now.
You can get $50 an hour easy doing that stuff. You could actually have 3 clients that you can handle in 1 hour and get $50 for each one. You can make $150 an hour if they're close. If they're within close enough of a drive of each other.
Wiping slobber.
Well, yes, but also like they might just help the person with their bedtime routine, whatever. And if you can knock that out in 25 minutes, be efficient, and get them in bed, and everything's taken care of, you can go to the next one. And you get paid a lot of times per visit. Yeah.
Sometimes you have to shower them though, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep, clean up their poop in the bed if they poop it.
Yeah, so it's real work. It's real work, and sometimes it takes a little longer than other times, because there might be more things going on some days than others. But you can make good money if you have a good client base and you treat them well.
Yeah, I'm a plumber. I'm not scared of poop.
Oh, we're talking about poop. What happened?
We're talking about money, bro.
There's money in the poop.
Yeah.
That brown.
Oh, there's money.
Gold.
Okay.
Don't eat it.
Like Scrooge McDuck? Scrooge McDuck jumps in his gold money? Timbo jumps in his poop trough.
What about that bat poop? That bat poop's worth a bit.
So do you have like constant staph infection, Timbo?
Nah, man.
Yeah, that's
you don't have to deal with it. You don't have to deal with it that much.
And
we do a lot of construction, so it's a little bit of maintenance. Not much though.
my buddy was Red Seal. He'd always be in like pools of it and like deep in poop, and then like just randomly when he like gets stressed out, like staph infection come back like constantly.
Yeah, I know.
Sir.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to do that. Construction side of it's good. Yeah.
Guess who's pew pew mail? Find it. Very good. Right before the election.
I can't believe Australia, Canada, and the UK are all having elections at the same time. Okay, UK is not a national one, but
Yeah, and guess what? We got record low gas prices. Just to butter everyone up. Oh, nothing's going wrong. Whee! It's all good.
We're getting called to prayer 5 times a day now.
that's what happens when you live in a Muslim country.
Yeah, man, it is.
You're singing 5 prayers, Jedi, now? What's going on?
Yeah.
All right, let's see who's to blame. Jedi, how many kids do you have?
2.
Oh, there's your answer. Your country's below replacement. That's why you need to import workers, which means you got to open up the borders to have people come in because your women aren't turning out enough babies because you were dumb enough to let your women vote. I'll rest my case.
Yeah, it's all your fault, Jedi, apparently.
Of course it is. Always have to blame the Muslims, don't you? Fucking me being a Muslim, coming from a Muslim country.
Run by a German.
No, Muslims tend to have a lot of kids. In fact, that's the reason why they're spreading so much is because they're actually doing the biological imperatives. You know, defend yourself, eat lots of food, and make babies.
Yeah.
Exactly but there's one problem with their reproductive. They're too closely related. So they're like having babies with like second cousins and shit.
Yeah, but to be fair, Indio, cannon fodder doesn't need a high IQ.
Point taken. Jesus.
I've got a stat for you as well. I don't know if I should say it.
Some people do it for childcare support as well, you know, even over here. They get paid to have children. In Sweden, but...
In Russia, if you have 5 babies, you don't have to pay taxes for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Same with Bulgaria, I think, is 4.
Wouldn't you just like adopt a bunch of orphans then? Just like get it over with in one shot?
No, you got to birth them.
Dude, if Octomom moved there, she'd like be owed money. She had like 8 at once, man. So
So, guys.
Was that a cyclone?
Sure is. Checking in for my daily 45 minutes to an hour of nighttime chat.
well, certainly you brought Cold Proof with you this time, right?
Well, I've left it up to... Let me see.
Did you leave it in Donald's house? I knew it.
Knuckin' Futz. He's got it. At least he said he did. Or was it No One? I spoke to that No One guy the other day. Which one was he? Jedi, I'm sure you were there at the time.
I was there. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I called him out. I can't remember. Probably no one important, dude.
Well, it's just because I see him. He's got his text chat fingers on. So I'm wondering if he took a dark turn down anti-Flat Earth Alley after we spoke. Let's say you know one. Did you turn into an anti-Flat Earther since our conversation?
He said he can VC in a bit of work. Said that in the text chat.
Fair.
You guys, you should hear what the Globetrotters are doing in Omnivor's server against some flat earthers. They are claiming a circumference of the equator and comparing it to the distance from the equator to Polaris or to the North Pole, and saying that that would be the radius and the distance between the circumference of the circle doesn't match a flat circle.
That sounds like the kind of incoherent nonsense that the Globers are famous for. So what measurements are they citing for that claim?
I don't know from where they got those measurements, but they say that, and they can have those measurements, that the circumference of the equator from the ships navigating and planes and those things, like if they are making a perfect circle around the equator.
Yeah, I'm sure the upset Globers on Discord are experts in international shipping. Their only experience with international shipping is getting their waifu pillows from Temu.com. So I see we've had a lot of excited Globe believers in today. Seems like it's been non-stop. Which of them are still standing? Come on, Globers, in the chat. Get on your mic. Hey, Rambo Jesus is back. I remember speaking to you, Rambo Jesus. What's up?
That's a great name, isn't it, Rambo Jesus?
Yeah, it's pretty good. He's another one I remember having a conversation with, and now I can't remember which one he was. I seem to remember it was a pretty reasonable conversation, at least the beginning of it. Did it go sour? I can't remember. Rambo Jesus, you have to remind me.
Was it more Jesus than Rambo, or more Rambo than Jesus?
No, our conversation was pretty simple, I thought. I was just just asking some questions, trying to ascertain what you guys understand and stuff, like what you believe, and just asking questions, trying to learn,
Yeah, that's right. I seem to remember you were pretty chill. Okay, so from our last conversation, what do you remember? What did you understand? What did you take away? Any thoughts?
God, I wrote notes somewhere.
What was our main contention about the flat? Sorry,
so the two biggest takeaways that I remember, and I still need to ask one of the medical physicists about it, because you mentioned that they don't use Newtonian physics, or not Newtonian physics, the Newtonian theory of gravity in sort of like higher level physics. They use the theory of relativity, I think is what he said.
Einstein.
So I haven't got a chance to touch on that. But the other thing
you
was,
can just look that up. I mean, that's pretty readily available online, I think.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna look into that. I study a lot, so like. Anyway, the other thing was the drop off of the curvature of the Earth, right? Like at 10 miles, it should be 66 feet, which is quite significant.
Did you find anyone who measured that?
No, I didn't. I've gone and looked at how they initially measured the curvature of the Earth, which was I think he was a Syrian guy, or he was Arabic. It was like Eratosthenes or something, like way long ago.
Eratosthenes is the Greek guy.
Yeah, there we go.
He didn't measure drop over a distance, though. That's the thing.
No, but he did measure the circumference and like the theoretical sort of curvature
he
that you would think would exist.
He assumed the curvature and the ball and all that. It was all assumed. So that's why we were like, specifically, we need that drop over a distance.
Because I can't really find out how he assumed some of his numbers, like, and also some of the some of the data is a little shaky, right? Like he used
very shaky. There's no primary source for that even occurring.
And
it just appears in textbooks.
Yeah, and even what's alleged is kind of shaky, right? Like he used the rate that the theoretical rate an average camel could travel in a day, and judged the distance.
Is that what
Alexandria?
Yeah, sometimes it's camel distance. Sometimes it's some boy some poor guy in the desert just walking it out. I mean, it's the whole thing's a mess.
Yeah,
but,
and then
Hey, here's another one you probably didn't pick up on. He measured an angle 300 years before they had angles as a unit of measure.
That's the classic.
Oh, is that
the angle? The degree, wasn't it? The degrees, like degrees wasn't even a thing at that time.
Was it not? Interesting.
No, it wasn't introduced to Greece for another 300 years.
That's fun. I'll have to dig more into that because I only read a couple articles about it. But yeah, it just makes some assumptions.
Given all that, don't you think it's odd that they tell us that we can send a robot to Mars hundreds of thousands of miles away, play around with a remote control, but they can't measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles?
Yeah, it is. Like I said,
those two things align. How can those two facts coexist? It is what it is. That's a fair enough answer. It just is what it is. Death glob.
Just accept that we landed on Mars, then we landed on the moon. Accept that there is space. Accept that Earth is a globe. Just accept that.
I do have a question, and forgive me if somebody's answered this or if there's been an explanation that I've not heard. Does the Earth rotate?
Yep.
No.
It does. It doesn't rotate.
Nah. Unless you can prove some rotation.
Well, I was thinking about that, and this is not something that I know a whole lot about. But I was thinking of the Coriolis effect.
The Earth's motionless.
So, wouldn't that preclude hurricanes from forming? Like, wouldn't that make it impossible for a hurricane to form? Because that's like the Coriolis effect is what causes, at least in theory, causes hurricanes to form.
In whose
spin
theory?
In a certain direction.
Whose theory is that?
I don't know who it is specifically, and I could be wrong.
Some vague. Yeah, that's just some vague story that you're hearing in passing. It sounds like. What they say is that the rotation is supposed to affect the direction of the hurricanes, but even that's not held for.
Yeah, it aids in the fuck. I'm trying to think. Except, like I said, I don't really know specifically.
It's all right. Well, let me bring this up real quick. So you have cyclones and anticyclones.
Yeah.
Cyclones spin one way, anticyclones spin the other, and the distinction between them is an anticyclone is high pressure in the center and low pressure on the outside, and a cyclone is low pressure on the inside and high pressure on the outside. That's what determines the direction of the spin. It's not.
That's what I was trying to say. I just couldn't can word it right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, how
it's
would
like an
you
old
figure
wives'
out the
tale.
mechanism? Like, just be honest. You can never figure out the causal mechanism of that anyway.
Yeah, but it's like an old wives' tale. It's like when they talk about. It's like when they talk about the toilet, flushing the toilet, and it'll spin a certain way. It's just an old wives' tale. Hey, Timbo, you hot micing? Who's hot micing?
Was it? If it was typing, it might have been me. I'm sorry.
Yo, you're hot micing.
Sure. I don't know. Someone was. It's all right now. So, Hurricanes, Coriolis, DJ Indio, one of you guys want to spare some wisdom on that?
I mean, where is it? It's another, like you said, it's an old wives' tale.
Yeah,
it
I would say
only
it's
in
general.
theory and hypothetical situations, but like it doesn't exist in nature.
Yeah, I would say in general, Rambo Jesus, try and catch yourself when you're asking these questions. Think about when you're asking about phenomena that are like Earth scale, right? Like hurricanes, tides, this kind of thing. These are mechanisms with causes that we can't test or manipulate, right? We can at best observe them and track them to the best of our ability, and then we can maybe try and draw some correlations and then maybe make some speculations. But when it comes to these large-scale mechanisms that are operating in this system that we're in, we can't pull them apart, we can't stop them and start them and do all that. So yeah, there's a lot of speculation, there's a lot of questions when it comes to those large-scale phenomena. But the claims like, oh, it always goes this way because the Earth is spinning, that's all bullshit. But that doesn't mean that we can tell you a cause, right? That makes sense?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean that's fair. If it's like something that's not explainable, we recognize happens. Like that happens all the time, right? Like there's certain things that happen that we don't know the exact cause. That happens in medicine all the time.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
See,
especially medicine.
Well, this is the thing, and this is an issue that we have with a lot of people who aren't as educated as yourself. They seem to think that there is no limit of knowledge and that they have it all, even though they don't have any of it. They'll say, I know the distance to the sun. And we'll say, okay, what's the distance? Well, I don't know, but someone does. I could look it up. Okay, I'm going to look it up. Then they look it up. Then they say it. And they read it online on Google. 93 million miles. So it's like, right. Now you've read that on Google. Do you now know that the sun is 93 million miles? Yes, it's 93 million miles. It's like, damn, dudes, come on.
Yeah, and even if you're on like opposing sides in the argument, these things are typically most people don't think about in their day-to-day lives, so they're not going and like fact checking. So at the bare minimum, like you're getting people to go do some research and they're learning things that they otherwise didn't know prior. Like
I swear, the majority of Globers learn more about the globe speaking to us than they have in their entire lives. Their entire life schooling. The vast majority of them.
Yeah, because I mean, we just kind of take it for granted what we're told, and like once people get out of high school, they study whatever their field is in college, if they even go to college, and then they don't really think about it. They take it for granted.
Exactly. And it never comes up because you never use it in practice. It's never treated as a ball in practice. So they can essentially forget about it. And most of them do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're highlighting, right? We're highlighting that gap because
until it's challenged, right?
Well, that's it. People are going through life on this assumption that they are fully knowledgeable about where they live and that it's a ball. But when they actually go through it with themselves mentally, they realize, actually, I'm just kind of taking for granted the vague stories and claims that I've been presented with over the years. And that's where this topic really gets going. So what else, Rambo? You've got good thoughts. Keep us going.
I mean, the only other thought that I had was kind of in the same vein with the Coriolis effect. So I'm in the Army. The Army paid for medical school and all that good stuff. I have an HPSP program. And
nice.
When I went to my OCS training was actually in Fort Sill, Oklahoma, where they have the main like Patriot missile defense system. Like we have a lot of those there, and there's a lot of artillery. It's basically an artillery school in basic, but like they do artillery AIT there. And I know that they have in their artillery handbooks, and when they do fires, they do account for the Coriolis effect in their calculations when they're aiming, either long-range missiles like Patriot missile defense systems, or they're just sending fires downrange. So, you guys know anything about that?
I mean, are you sure about that? Typically, the manuals I've seen, I haven't seen a Patriot missile manual, but I've seen the artillery manuals. It'll say something about the Coriolis effect. Typically, like in the beginning of the manual, it'll give you like an overview, and it'll say, "Hey, Coriolis effect, you got to account for it." But then when you look in the firing tables, it's not there.
Isn't there a guy, Corey Kell from FlatEarthIntel.com? He actually wrote the TRADOC manuals on artillery. He's an expert, and he talks about this. And he devised a system using a Marks box and range fans and things like this to actually track the sun and prove that the Earth is flat.
Well, another point, because we have a bunch of ex-military on the server, and I remember AI talking about this particular claim that was brought up, and I'm pretty sure if I remember right, he was showing that even when it's claimed in the tables, the difference that it's supposed to make is smaller than the margin of error that exists just through standard calibration and spread or whatever. So even if it was being claimed as a factor, it would be subsumed by the margin of error that already exists. So in effect, it's never quantifiable or usable.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at an old artillery manual, and I was looking for the calculations, and so I don't know what all these numbers mean, but it says rotation correction is L0.6. I assume that's latitude. And then if you look at the drift correction and crosswind correction, respectively, it's 7.3 and 2.6, which adds up to 10.5, and they just use 10. So it's literally, the rotation is, the Coriolis effect is literally just a rounding marker for them. Like, they literally just round it off.
Yeah, so, the old battleships, right? Like the Iowa, Missouri, Colorado, the old World War II battleships with the 16-inch guns. Okay. So those ships, they did a test fire off the island of Crete in 1984 to test that, the circle of uncertainty of the shells, right? They found that the circle of uncertainty for any individual fire, even though they're aiming at the exact same spot, was 250 yards. Okay? So, but the curvature and Coriolis correction at that distance was 90 feet. We're talking 30,000 meters, right? So even if you didn't account for that, there's no way to tell that you didn't account for it because you have no idea you don't have enough precision in where the round is going to land in the first place.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
So within the error.
And that's why we have forward observers in the Army, right? We have forward observers. Yeah. Hey, you shot too far, walk it in, right? It's short, it's long, walk it in. Like, that's how it actually works in practice.
Yeah. Or we just have lasers now. I mean,
yeah, the lasers are line of sight.
Yeah,
so that presents another issue for the globe, because we have lasers pinpointing line of sight targets at distances where they should be hidden behind a curve. It's a good theme, though. Sorry, Jed, are you trying to get in?
No, it's fine. If he knows about lasers, it's welcome to Flat Earth. Just roll out the tests. If you understand the line of sight targeting systems, if you understand infrared, if you understand the process, it is welcome to Flat Earth from this point.
Yeah, we've got a lot of long-range laser finders that don't seem on paper to work on the globe, but they do in reality. But another one I was going to mention to you, I don't know if you've heard, since you're in the military, you might find it interesting, because people often ask, well, what does it matter, this whole shape of the Earth thing? And there is some examples where it's literally a matter of life and death. And one of the examples of that is the Nicobine radar that the Germans were using in World War II. You heard about this?
I have not. Sorry if I cut out. Like I'm coughing, so I keep muting my mic. Got a little
That's all right.
bronchitis going.
Oh no. Well, either way, this Nicobine, this was how the Germans were able to guide their planes to London from continental Europe to enable them to bomb it by air. And the Brits couldn't figure out how they were doing it because they were getting so accurate, and they were like, they're flying at night. How are they doing this?
Mm-hmm.
And someone had proposed that they were using the radar technology, but then Churchill's staff on the British side were saying, no, it can't be that because the curvature of the Earth would get in the way. So that can't be the technology. So these raids kept happening, and it wasn't until they managed to get hold of a downed Luftwaffe plane and figured it out that this was actually what was going on. But they were using basically long-range transmission from a couple of different towers in, like, I think it was like somewhere in Norway and Germany or something. And the planes were basically flying along this radar track. And then when those beams intercepted over London, they'd get a ping. And that's how they knew, even in the darkness, that's where they were over target, drop the bombs. And that's, you know, the physical aspect of the surface, the curvature or the flat, was coming up in this discussion where they were like, no, this can't be possible. They can't be targeting us this way. And, you know, people are dying because of it. So
yeah,
that's another example where the curvature did not intercept or intercede or block anything because it's flat.
And the aircraft, especially in the night flights, are only flying at about 10,000 feet. It's not relatively that high if you're thinking about the beams of... They're travelling, what, about a distance about 300, 400 miles?
Yeah.
So that's a long way. That's a good couple of miles of Earth curvature in a way. And it's not just London, it's Manchester, it's the majority of British Isles.
Yeah. So what do you think about that? Do you understand what our point is?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know that much about radar though to like really know if like it can go through the curvature, because that's what you guys are saying. Like the radar couldn't go through the curvature of the Earth. Is that? I might not be understanding.
Radar bounces off the ground.
Right, exactly.
The aircraft are following the signal that one of the transmitters is sending. So they're flying from an airport, following a signal, and it's going bing, 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 bing. There's another transmitter, say 200 miles north, so on the coast of Norway, that's aiming at the same point. Both beams are facing London, but this beam's got a different signal. Where the beams cross, where the flight actually gets to the crossing section, the signal changes. So they follow one signal, intercept the other signal. When the signal changes, they drop the ordnance because both signals are cross marked over the place where they want to bomb. So it's not going through the curvature; they're following it.
But yeah, on the globe, they'd be over the curve.
Well, what if
from where they started?
What if they angled it upwards slightly and maybe got a little help from like atmospheric refraction? Would that not account for that, or would that just not work? I mean, I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking.
They had a ceiling that they had to maintain.
Yeah, they'd have to be 11 miles in the air.
Yeah, that's way too high. That's way too high.
Yeah, there's a couple flat earthers that have gone over like all the original documents. They know what the beam spread was. They know what the results of the Germans testing them was. They know what the width was, the width of the beam. So the Germans tested that. The Germans actually tested it at a longer distance than the like 380 kilometers that was over UK. I think they tested it out to like, don't quote me, but it could have been 800 kilometers. But like the beam width at like their maximum distance was something like 1,500 feet. So if you went outside this little this window, you wouldn't hear it, right? So basically, it was like this: it had two radios to tune the different frequencies. When it picked up one transmitter, it would make dots, like Morse code, right? And the other one would make dashes. So when they were in the cross section of the beam, they would hear dots and dashes, and they knew to drop their bombs.
Yeah, that's clever.
One of the reasons they did it was for
Very
OPSEC,
clever.
for maintaining OPSEC, because they didn't want to broadcast or they didn't want to talk about where the targets were. And so the pilots flying didn't know really at what point. They kind of generally knew, they said, but they didn't know what target they were hitting until that second beam created a cross pattern interference. I mean, this kind of answers one question, right? People say, why would they lie? Well, here's an example.
Yeah. So in the text chat, I posted a video called "The Secret Wars," and it interviews the people, like the British scientists that were involved in discovering it, and they go through the whole story about how the guy, there was two German prisoners. They were talking in a cell. They recorded their conversation, and they were talking about don't let them get the radio system. So then they got a plane and they got the radio system. And they couldn't figure out what it does. And one of the scientists was like, I think they're freaking using this as a bombing system. But all the other scientists were like, no, it's a globe. You're an idiot. It doesn't work. And that went on for 6 to 8 months. And then the guy was like, let me talk to Winston Churchill. And he talked to Winston Churchill. He got permission to get a plane and test to see if they actually were transmitting this system. And they discovered it. And then they tried to use countermeasures like interference and electronic warfare methods to try and blast the signal out. So it wasn't effective anymore.
Yeah, so if you want a search term to look into this, you can either look up Nickebein, which is Nickebein, Nickebein, or you can just type in Battle of the Beams. That's kind of how they refer to it in history now.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know. I don't know a lot about especially German World War II stuff. I do know that the myth that carrots help you see better at night was created by the British because it was propaganda for their radar detection, right? So the Germans wouldn't catch on that they had a new radar.
No, I hadn't heard that. It's interesting.
Yeah, so there's this massive propaganda campaign that carrots would improve people's ability to see at night. They had their pilots eat a bunch of carrots, but that's not really true.
People are still saying that today.
Yeah, I mean, there is some truth that carrots, because beta carotene, it gets converted to vitamin A, which is retinoic acid, which does help with eye health, but it's not going to make you see better at night.
Interesting.
Yeah, Nickebein.
Yeah, Nickebein.
Yeah.
Other things like submarines and sonar, even whales talking. Right, all this stuff. When you start thinking about long distance propagation of signals, that's when you start getting into some juicy flat Earth territory.
Well, I was talking one.
Well, you're breaking up a bit for me, Jedi.
Hundreds and hundreds of miles it is because of single propagation, but just the fact that the way.
All right, who's next? Surely we've got a Glober in here.
You want to hear the other Globers.
Yeah, well, I do. I genuinely would like to, and I'm sure that the server has them, but I would like to hear a legitimate, prepared debate by both sides. I feel like that's.
So would we. Believe me. We've been looking for 10 years for someone who knows how the hell we prove this globe fantasy. But you should hang around and listen though, because I mean, the flat Earth proofs are one thing, but when you start hearing globe believers trying to prove it, it's good night. You're like, shit, this thing ain't a globe.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of them, and especially like me when I first came in here, like they're just not prepared. Like because again, like we touched on when we started, like people just kind of take it for granted. They're told one thing and they just go with it. They don't really look into it. But if you are actively looking into the Earth not being round, you probably know more about the theories as to why we think that the Earth is round.
Yeah, 100%. We always have to teach the globe believer about the globe claim before we can then deconstruct it for him. So that is the case. But yeah, I mean, and even that is strange, right? Because when you start seeing how ill-prepared people are by the public education system to express why they are convinced that they live on a globe, you're like, damn, they really don't teach us shit. And it can be very shocking to some people.
I mean, even the people that are prepared, if they haven't dealt with us, it's only barely better than the unprepared people. The people, at least that I find that know the most, are the Goldbergers that have been in our Discord for like quite a few years, like Matthew Lawrence, maybe Platypus, a couple other guys, right? So they've been in the debate for 4 or 5 years. So they've learned basically about the globe from us. Not to like toot our own horn, but that's just the fact of the matter. So if they come from like another platform like X or Facebook or something, and they enter Discord, they might have experienced one thing on those platforms. So when they come here, it's another thing altogether.
Yeah, and you can listen if you go on our YouTube. We've got, we've been going for how many years now? 24/7. We've had PhDs. We've had people with, scientific backgrounds come in and try and discuss this. And yeah, to be honest, the difference between them and the average person isn't that great. Because even if you do like astronomy or whatever at university, you're not really spending a great deal of time talking about the nature of the Earth. You're specifically focused on not the Earth, everything else. So they don't really know how the Earth is a ball. They just know that they interpret their observations of the sky through a ball Earth lens. So yeah, you can go on the YouTube and you can like look at some of the videos, and I'm sure some of the ones with PhDs are separated out. Listen to the conversations. But yeah, we've been speaking to people for like 10 years. And
oh yeah, I would definitely like to listen to that.
I mean, on our channel, I think you're on our home server, aren't you? The 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
I don't think so. Oh, my girlfriend just got home.
All right, we'll take an extra 2 minutes. Hold on, let's.
Yeah.
Tell your girlfriend to wait for 2 minutes, because this is potentially the most important link you'll ever receive in your entire life. Not to get dramatic about it.
DM it to me, or you can post it.
I'm DMing you it now, but I need to explain where the additional info section is. So make sure when you join, and it's now in your DMs. Oh no, you don't accept DMs.
Do I not?
So it couldn't be delivered.
Can I just Google the 24/7 thing?
It's discord.gg/flat earth, so you can type that in somewhere. It's easy to remember.
Is it the official Flat Earth Discord?
No. It's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and it's got like 29,000.
Give me 1 minute. I'll be with you.
All right.
Let's talk to my girlfriend. How do I accept DMs? How do I change this?
Settings.
Yeah, I'm a little dumb when it comes to Discord.
Add each other, man. Add each other.
I'm similar too. Yeah, I'll add you as a friend.
Okay.
Rambo Jesus. In case I ever need a war medic. Right, so if you do that. Let's see. So now I might be able to send you it. Let me try. I can't find your name. Okay.
Reminds me of Machine Gun Preacher.
Flat Earth. Okay.
Okay.
So that should be in your DMs. You get it right. So when you enter the server, if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channel, so there's loads of channels. So you should spend some time reviewing them, but I'll point you to the information section specifically now, just so you have them for future reference. So if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down, you'll see an additional information section. It's all alphabetized A to Z. If you're like, oh, if I've got a question on gravity, scroll to G, bunch of information. We save a bunch of the stuff there because if you start looking on YouTube and Google, the algorithms are designed in such a way to just give you hit pieces, basically. Nat Geo, Professor Dave, all this kind of shit. Right. So we save the stuff on our side so that you can at least review both sides. Yeah.
Yeah. I love it. It's great.
Spend some time on that. And yeah, if you've got any more questions, anytime you want to drop in, feel free. Nice to have you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna mute my mic. I'll still be in here. I might not be listening the whole time, but I'm still gonna hang out.
Cool.
Is that bad? Does that help anybody, or is that negative if I just hang out? Like,
no, hang out. It's good.
Okay, awesome.
And when you're not on the Discord, you can go on the YouTube because we're streaming 24/7 on YouTube. So you just have to type in 247 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, and you can hear the chat there as well.
Oh, there's also on Spotify and iTunes. We have clips of like debates, different stuff. So it's same thing, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Okay, sweet. I didn't realize how big this community was.
Yeah. We're taking down this globe.
Yeah. So one thing, if you're listening, so this is one thing in this topic, which is really the dividing line between Flat Earth and Globe Earth. The Globe Earth, you'll often hear Globe Earth to say, explain this, explain that, explain this other thing. But like science and the scientific method and empiricism in general isn't based upon explanations. It's based upon testable, repeatable, verifiable observation of the natural world. That's what it's based on. It's not based upon just those stories about the way shit works. So what you'll often hear is like, oh, we have the explanation for that. Well, any explanation is just as valid as any other explanation. The thing is, do you have the evidence to support that explanation? Or is that explanation the only possible explanation for whatever that observation is? And most of the time, it's just a matter, it's basically their interpretation of what they're seeing. And you'll also see things like they insert the explanation into the description, right? So they'll have an explanation about how Saturn works. And they'll say, well, why do I see the moon do this? Or a good example is, why do I see the sun go underneath the horizon? Well, that's not actually what they see. They see the sun go away, disappear bottom up. That's what you actually see. You don't see it go under anything, right? So this is what you'll have a lot of times, this explanation versus descriptive empirical evidence of the physical and natural world. That is really the dividing line between our side and the other side. We're not into just those stories. You sound mad. I don't know about these other guys.
I love a Just So Globe story.
Dude, especially when they mess it up and it gets so convoluted. Dude, it's
That's
crazy.
the only reason I'm here. But no, Rambo Jesus is a good guy. Keep an eye on him.
Yeah, he seems all right.
So who else we got?
They start telling their convoluted story and like they just keep adding pieces and parts and pieces and parts and pieces and parts. Then they lose track of their pieces and parts they added and then start contradicting what they just said with other pieces and parts. It's so funny to me. They don't even realize they're doing it. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, getting them to dig that hole.
Dude, and they dig it so happily. They're like happily digging. Like,
they start off with the boats, and then they're talking about the sun, and then they're talking about gravity, then they're talking about the satellites, and it's all somehow supposed to be supporting the same initial claim that they're making, but they're off miles away on 10 different topics.
You know, like, what about gravity? Well, it makes things fall. Well, what about a balloon? Gravity makes that happen too. What about going sideways? Gravity makes that happen too. Gravity makes it go up, down, sideways. Everything is gravity, gravity, gravity.
Yeah. I'm surprised we don't have some Globers chipping in. They don't usually like hearing it when a conversation is going calm and cordial. Usually can't help themselves at that point.
Yeah, that was actually pretty shocking that someone didn't throw their body into the gearing.
If it went on much longer, no one would be quitting his job just to get outside. Something's come up. Family emergency. All right, listen here, flat earthers. The earth is round. Who else we got? Siamese cat. Thymorical. Those are the only other ones that look new. Either you guys on the mic. Globe proof at the ready. I know you are no one.
Thymorical said that the black swans explained easily because the gravity is bending the light around the curvature of the Earth, and that explains it perfectly.
The fuck? That does sound easy.
What did I just get done saying? Fucking, they don't listen, man. It's explained easily. Yeah, it's explained by like magic sugar from plum fairies. Just make it appear that way. That's explaining.
Well, that was easy. I like your method of inquiry, Thymorical. Whatever's the easiest explanation. I suppose you're kind of getting a bit of Occam's razor. So the whole gravity bending light fantasy doesn't seem to be the simplest explanation. What if,
oh, sorry, go on.
Sorry, Mary, no, you go.
I just didn't want you to miss the response to your recommendation or your prediction. No one, he said. I'm submitting my 2-week notice as I'm typing this actually at Cyclone.
Yeah, that's the effect. Good to hear it, no one. You're wasted in McDonald's anyway. How are you, Mary Mum? Good to hear you.
Oh, pretty good. Yeah, I tried putting the link to the podcast in there, but instead of just linking to the show, it linked to a particular episode. So I hope that's a good one. I don't know if I heard that one before. The Absolute Noob something or other. Absolute Noob learns about the reality of Flat Earth Part 1. Hopefully that's a good one, because I linked Rainbow Jesus to that one.
Well, it sounds good.
Yeah, it does.
Everyone loves an absolute noob.
I know. It's probably good. I should listen to it later, because I just put the 3 dots that said you were sharing the show, but then it shared that episode for some reason. I don't know. Maybe Rambo is meant to hear that one. I don't know.
Neil brought her in. He has, I don't know if he's a supervisor or he owns a business, but he hired this girl, and she was late, so he was listening to like Flat Earth stuff, and then she got in the car, heard it, so she didn't know anything, and she came in the chat. There's a part 2 that, because she left and then came back, so, but she's an absolute noob, knows nothing, literally knows nothing about the topic, even less than the normal person.
That's probably good then. I probably
it was good.
Sounds good. Yeah.
That'll be some first day at work.
I know, right?
Some how might be type
Flat
shit.
Earther, I quit.
The crazy, we had that guy in earlier, Nathaniel. Super nice guy, right? But he says he
So
used to
what
be
happened to the Flat Earth Discord and politics? Got deleted?
Dude, can you hear me talking?
Did you hear DJ talking there? Whoever that was. Yeah, carry on, DJ. We'll get to your question about politics in a sec.
Yeah, it's all right. We got Siamese cat now. Right. Siamese cat, do you have any globe evidence?
Nah, he's just mad and puke reacting at my memes right now.
Oh, you puke into the memes, bro? That's tough.
Yeah, look, all I was saying was that guy came in earlier, right? And he said he used to be a flat earther, but he's not one anymore, right? And he hadn't even seen a single long distance observation or anything like that.
Yeah, I think I maybe spoke to that guy. It was just like incoherent, so I couldn't really be bothered. You're saying, yeah, I used to be a flat earther, but he doesn't sound like he knows anything about it, so I don't know why.
Nothing at all. So.
But he doesn't even sound like he's lying or trolling like normal.
Yep.
Bizarre.
Siamese cat, you there, dude?
Is that even a Siamese cat in your picture?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think that's.
It's a black
I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't look like a Siamese. They usually have like different shaped eyes, and like they have more like smashed up faces.
Yeah, their eyes are too close together.
Siamese cat, you there? Jeez, oh. Drawing blood from a stone today.
Yeah, you'd think us questioning his cat model would at least get him back over here.
Yeah, dude, if you can't even argue about cats on the internet, what hope have you got here? I don't think I'm exaggerating, but I don't think I've ever seen someone with a cat profile picture have a productive conversation.
Yeah, the cats are really taken over the profile pictures. I've noticed that. Yeah, we just have like tons of cat fans in the world now. I don't know.
It's the toxoplasma. It's controlling their brain.
I bet you're right there. I bet you're right there.
Isn't that funny? We've come full circle. Like the Egyptians were doing it, and now here we are, 2025 on Discord. All these little idiots are worshipping cats. Who was the guy who asked about politics? Was that Siamese cat?
Yeah, I think that was him.
Well, you're wishing, Siamese cat. It's not shut down. We're just spreading the love. Yeah, they'd never shut us down. We're the most popular channel on the server. It's quite amazing when you think about it. The largest politics server on Discord, and the biggest channel is Flat Earth.
Wait, which server am I? This is politics and religion.
Shut down. Just, if there's not a moderator in here, you guys can't join the rooms, whether it's here or over yonder. It was not shut down. We were over there. And when we're not over there, we were over here. So if you don't see us in one place, we're probably at the other one.
The caliber of chat on PNR is actually generally higher than politics.
Yeah. I actually like coming over here sometimes. It's peaceful. We get a ton of trolls over at the other one, like at least twice as much.
Yeah, the other one's 99% trolls, right? This one we get a steady, decent amount of people coming through that actually want to learn about this.
By the way, Siamese cat, if I come off like I sound like an asshole, it's because I'm in a lot of pain and I'm just grumpy.
I thought you were going to say it personally.
And if I come off sounding like an asshole, that's because I am.
You're just Australian.
At least you admit it.
Yeah, asshole Australian. Yeah.
But yeah, I should probably be asleep right now, actually. So
where are you in pain?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about it in this live stream.
Yeah, rest up, bro. Hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, man.
All right, did we just have Siamese cat mic up? You there, dude?
You're not going to sneak past us, Siamese cat. We know you're there.
What?
Yep.
What'd you say?
We're waiting for Siamese cat to speak. Is that you? I'm not looking at the mic.
Yeah.
Bruh, I'm talking.
Good. All right, so what you got for us today? Something for the globe? Some proof, I hope. Or an insightful question?
Okay, bro. How about this? Have we spoken with you before? Siamese cat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. We've spoken before. Okay. How did that go?
It went fantastic.
Fantastic. Awesome. Cool. So how do you feel about this topic now that you've had a discussion about it? What are you thinking? Where are you at with it? You thinking we're still crazy nuts? You don't accept the evidence or your observation and experience? Where are you at? Where do you stand?
It's like an AI that has very strict response parameters. You have to figure out which questions it'll answer.
Hold on, I got it. Is your cat really Siamese or is it black? Damn, that didn't work either.
No, we tried that one. Do you believe in gravity, Siamese cat?
Are you there? Are you there, Siamese cat?
You've got Doza 10 right next to you there, Duke.
Doza. What's up, Doza?
Gosh, these people don't want to talk about their globe model. I thought somebody was going to come in here. That's why I came in. I'm like, I thought they were going to prove the globe model.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What a time frame here, guys.
I was kind of thinking the flat Earth model would be proof too, but here we are.
I got him. I got him to talk.
There you go, there, Mom. Finders keepers, I guess. Take it away.
Send me my prize in the mail, please. Siamese cat. We don't need to prove any model for flat Earth because we're here to debunk the globe model, which is a full-time 24/7 job. You have the model, Siamese cat. We prefer to deal with reality as it presents itself. We understand that the globe is a model.
I think Cyclone was right about the bot thing.
Beep boop bop.
Got to say the right word to activate it.
That's right. You can't get too detailed with the questions.
Siamese cat.
Did that go over your head, or
We'll keep it simple. Flat Earth model. Let's see if that kicks in.
What's up? What about the flat Earth model?
Oh, there you go. We found your keywords.
Did someone say something about the flat Earth model?
Yes. What model is it you're talking about?
Another one.
Models? Ooh, someone said a model. Ooh, they're talking about a model. I like a model. What model are we talking about, guys? Why don't you present your model in the chat?
Is it something you buy from Walmart and have to like piece it together, or what?
Is it the Lego globe?
Is your model to scale? That's very important.
What's funny is I've got some PDFs from NASA where they make a claim related to a flat Earth model that they created.
So maybe these guys are talking about NASA's flat Earth model. Is that right, Siamese cat?
You know, the one for all flight dynamics, regardless of altitude.
Flat Earth, NASA does not compute. Doop, doop, doop.
The thing about NASA is a lot of the people who do the speaking are not the people doing the doing. They are scientific communicators. Their job is to communicate, not do.
Siamese cat, do you believe in space?
I think I believe in a flat plane of the universe.
But not space.
No, I think space is a two-directional plane. Like, it's 2D.
Two-directional plane.
Yeah, yeah.
You think space, height, width, length is two-dimensional?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I see why you were staying silent. Fell over at the first hurdle. So why do you believe in space? Nope. Guess not. Doza 10. Do you believe in space?
Doza 10 did say in the chat that they are not at home, and so they're just listening for now. So maybe we'll get to talk to Doza 10 later when they get home.
Okay, all good, Doza. For the record, space is fake. You can ask about that later.
Well, according to Siamese cat, is two-dimensional.
Well, they do say on space.com that the universe is flat. And the universe is everything. So if everything is flat, how could Earth be not flat? Explain it to me, Globers.
According to the NASA, you flat.
Yeah, it's weird because modeling in general is being pushed in science education, at least in the United States of America. It's being, it's just, the buzzword of the day where we want to make these children model things, and yet the globe isn't usually brought up in that case, although I have in several different curricula seen heliocentric and geocentric discussed just as like, this is the thing we used to think, now we think that thing, just to explain it and then discard it. But I don't ever see the globe mentioned as, kind of like the ultimate model. That's not really part of this whole thing, which I think, was it you, Duke, that was saying that earlier? Yeah, you did say that public education has failed them because they can't even explain this, which is kind of like the ultimate model, right? That they're accepting, just for no reason, just because they've been told. And even your guest that you had earlier was saying he couldn't really explain it and kind of was acknowledging that and thought he had to go do some more research, which is good. At least he's not pretending he understands it, right? That's kind of like step number one. Like, oh, I just assumed this was the so-called settled science and that there was no need for me to explain it. I thought somebody way smarter than me did that. And then you were kind of explaining how, oh no, when you start looking into it, you realize, oh no, only people way dumber than you try to explain it. And their explanations are really poor. And they use a lot of like smoke and mirrors, emotional appeal, logical fallacies, and so on. That's when any real thinking person should be concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the classic Dunning-Kruger, isn't it? Like, the less the person knows, the more confident they seem to be in it. And it's this never-ending relay race where they're passing off the baton to some vague figure in their mind that they can't even name, who must know. They must know. They've proven it. But it's just a never-ending chase to find out where does this information actually come from, who's proving this. And yeah, the majority of the time, they don't even know what it is that they're trying to prove. They don't know the claimed dimensions or aspects of this globe Earth, so we can't even have a proper conversation about it. Siamese cat here thinks that the space is 2D. What we're working with. But yeah, at least we got that one good conversation with Rambo Jesus.
Pat, what's the image that you're asking to post? Because if it was something that would stimulate conversation, someone might volunteer to post it for you. Is there image you have to give credence to your globe model, Siamese? I don't know. He doesn't seem capable of carrying on an ongoing conversation. Is there anybody else in here that has a question?
Yeah, come on, Globies. The floor is open. Give us your best. But anyway, I need to go on mute now, so it was nice hearing you all. I'm sure I'll speak to you very soon.
You too. Bye-bye.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Yeah, stay flat.
Yeah, man.
Oh, he wanted to show us a donut-shaped planet. I mean, yeah, we've seen that before, so we don't need to see it again. Yeah, I mean, but that does highlight the usual misconception, which we kind of hinted at earlier, that that flat earthers have some kind of model of the world that's just kind of a cartoon, flattened out version of the globe or something, which is indeed not the case, because one of the first things that we will discard in that model, in fact, one of the most easily disprovable just by logic and the fact that you're breathing and staying alive, is that we're not floating around in this alleged vacuum or near vacuum of outer space. So any kind of cartoon images you've seen of donut-shaped Earth, dish-shaped Earth, pizza-shaped Earth, and so on, is not at all what we're claiming. In fact, the vast majority of all flat earthers and 100% of any serious flat earthers are not claiming any model at all. It's not necessary. So a model is not reality. A model is something created in science in order to explain some phenomena that is otherwise less easy to explain in concrete terms, usually because it's a more abstract concept. I mean, if you can go out there and look at something, if I can go out and look at a flower, I don't need to make a model of a flower. I mean, sometimes people do make models of flowers, but that's just maybe for fun or because you want to enlarge some portions of it. Like, for example, you might make a model of the pistil or the stamen of the flower so you can more easily see everything that's going on there and kind of illustrate the parts and so on. So you do make models of things that you could observe, such as cells, because it's not always easy to observe all parts of them, or you might need special technology that you don't readily have. However, it's completely unnecessary to try to make a model of the entire Earth when it's impossible for us to go outside the boundaries of the Earth. None of us have ever done that. It's just not even logical. I mean, it's only these fairy tale writers that have talked about this ridiculous, concept of going out there and looking at the Earth with these unverifiable, widely varying contradictory images, which have never been shown to be accurate.
Yeah, but doesn't that kind of necessitate a model? Like you were saying, when you can't actually see something like a cell, that necessitates you to make a model to better understand it. So since we can't see the Earth as a whole, you make a model so you can better understand it.
Oh yeah, but then the problem is then it's not science, because the other things I was talking about, like, for example, if you wanted to model the reproductive cycle of a flower, or if you wanted to model the inner workings of a cell, you could, with the proper technology, you could go and verify those things. In the case of the globe model, there's no way to verify it, and the people who are claiming, we're relying on this very small number of people who are claiming they've gone out there and seen this alleged globe from space. That might be fine if they had shown themselves as trustworthy people, but in fact, the evidence they're bringing back is not trustworthy, it's not repeatable or verifiable, and they widely contradict each other, the images. For example, the size of the continents and so on. Also, they themselves, NASA.gov, admits that they use CGI and artistic renditions to come up with these models. So they're not even really, they occasionally will claim, here's a picture of Earth, but, when anybody pokes any holes in it, then they have to kind of double back and make a bunch of other excuses. Their claims just don't hold water. And since we can't verify it for yourself, you're just putting your entire trust in where you live on an authority figure that you have no reason to trust, as well as the fact that this authority figure is completely contradicting your real world experience, Mushkane, which is that you live on a stationary Earth where objects in the distance do not drop behind any imaginary curve, because anytime they appear to be disappearing from your view, it's only because of the limitations of your eyeball, and you could use high-powered optical equipment to bring them back into view. Have you ever seen a globe, Mushkane?
Yeah, I've seen a globe.
Have you ever seen a globe that is real and not a model?
Are you asking me if I've ever been to space?
Sure. Yep. Have you ever been to space? There you go.
No, never been to space.
You haven't been to the imaginary realm of outer space that's impossible to exist because you can't have a vacuum or near vacuum next to our admittedly contained system of the atmosphere and the gases that keep us alive and breathing.
Well, I would take issue with that statement because I create vacuum next to contained atmosphere every single day. You create it every day. If you drive a car, your engine's creating vacuum. It's next to a contained environment. It's not a perfect vacuum, neither is space.
A vacuum is not, if you have a... Okay, so I'm trying to pick apart your argument here. So are you saying the Earth is not contained, or are you saying that it is contained, but that somehow it's somehow being sealed from this vacuum?
No, I'm poking a hole in your premise, saying that vacuums exist near contained atmosphere every single day. You create vacuum every single day. So the statement saying that our Earth with its atmosphere cannot exist next to the near vacuum of space is just observably false.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say a vacuum couldn't exist near a contained environment. I mean, obviously it can exist near a contained environment, but then you have to have things sealed off from each other. So that's why I'm asking you, what is your choice here? Is your choice that the Earth's atmosphere is contained to keep it away from this